Yes, it's me. It's a gosh. I hope you're doing well today. It's kind of cold at the moment. Big
Wow,
guy.
Avid guy just cheered Dex 2 bits.
Wow. Big guy. Why do you have to share some bits? I hope you're doing well, June. And big guy, I hope you're doing well as well. Thank you so much for the bits. I really appreciate you checking in here every now and then. Also you, Jennifer. I really appreciate you being here today. And so yeah, it's cold. It's cold right now. I have my heater on, and thank God. Yeah, thank God I have this heater, although it's fucking dirty as hell. But yeah, I took a shower and my internet wasn't working a while ago, so I needed to do a little bit of restarting. I'm also gonna show you guys a surprise later on. Whatever. Oh my gosh. You judgmental. Oh, you gotta compare the cold. Even the cold, you gotta compare, eh? You gotta compare even the fucking cold. Okay, America at number one. Oh, maybe Antarctica. In this case. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. I think Juniper, it's gonna be cold for you like I am. But I hope you're, yeah, I hope you're warm. Big guy, it's gonna be hot for you, so make sure you drink some water. Turn the aircon on if you need to. And yeah, I hope it's not storming as well. I'm just gonna be watching. Yeah, I'm just gonna be starting the day by watching a few videos just to start. Cause yeah, I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing at the moment yet. Like, I just trust my gut to like do whatever it wants. You know, like, I'm like, yeah. Have you guys got any suggestions though? Cause yeah, I did ask for like, oh, send videos, please. I was looking to watch this. Oh, oh my gosh, real humid. Yeah, bless. God bless you. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. When will summer end for you? By the way, I saw a few videos here. I think can you see my screen? Oh no, you can't see my screen. I'm so sorry about that. I think I hid it underneath. There we go. I have a few things here. So it ends this month. I see. Yeah, that's why I'm putting snow on the background usually. Cause oh no, sorry, let me just put that out. Usually I'd be yeah. Wait, what did I say? Sorry, I forgot what I said, but yeah. So it ends on the 31st for you. So this is the last month. So you can do this. Just a few more. You can do this. You just give yourself a tiny bit more. What? September 20. What? Wait, really? I don't believe you. Okay. I guess we're not the same then. We're not the same, unfortunately. Okay. Okay, I wanna see this because Chris Tyson. So sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. It's involving kids, but oh my god, yeah. I hope Chris Tyson didn't do anything to actual kids, but yeah. Let's see. Because yeah, it's 6 minutes. Don't blame me.
In
6
transition.
minutes. Come on. That's not that long. That's not that long.
It's time to go to heaven, my child.
Stop it, what are you doing?
Stop,
Stop it.
don't
Stop it,
fight.
cut it out,
Don't
help.
stop. Come on, Zach. Let's go to heaven.
What are you doing?
You haven't, you know, when you're young, I don't know if you've been to public school or public high school. Well, schools with like, you know, like where you encounter other people, they would do things on Valentine's. I'm not sure if this happens everywhere, but this is my case in the Philippines. And yeah, they would do like some sort of like love boot and shit like that. And like, oh, if you're being KJ, you'll go to the jail, the love jail, because yeah, woohoo. But yeah, there's something called 5 minutes of heaven, where they basically put these two people in a certain room. I just find it like, I guess like it's different when you're younger, you know. It's obviously you'd be like trying to socialize. I think that's the very point of being in a social like sort of school where you like where the main goal is create friends, interact with others, create a community of people, like your ordinary high school, you know.
Hey! Let that kid go!
I'm gonna hide myself.
Ladies, gentlemen, and they thems, we have come full circle with a YouTuber
Just kidding,
and
I'm
former Mr. Beast member, Piss Ass Tyson. Last time we looked at Piss Ass, we found out they cut off their pee-pee and transitioned into a woman. Well, I guess they regretted that decision to remove it, because not too long ago, Tyson asked me to meet up with them, and as a good friend, I agreed. We were hanging out at a Wendy's, just chatting, but then out of nowhere, Tyson just tried to touch my pee-pee. Didn't try to just touch it though, attempted to rip it off. And before you guys start making your arguments and say, well, Mr. Beast wouldn't stand for this, you're wrong. Good old Jimbo isn't innocent either. He also tried to touch my pee-pee. Then he gave me 50 Mr. Beast dollars as hush money, and then made me sign a non-disclosure agreement. Well, I'm not backing down. I feel now's the best time to share my story after all of the allegations directed towards Tyson have been unraveled. The beginning of these allegations started due to our generation's version of Van Gogh, Shadman. After some stuff came out between Tyson and Shadman, these allegations started to spread like a virus, but countless other YouTubers who have interacted with Shadman before, some even responding on their low sub second channel hoping that no one will actually see it. Yeah, that's always a good sign. However, we're not going to look at the allegations today, but instead take a look at Chris Ass-Cheek Tyson's YouTube channel, where it's just filled with bomb-ass reactionary content. As I've said in the past, reaction channels can be entertaining. Yes, it's bottom of the barrel, but an entertaining personality has the potential to enhance other content. For example, old Blasphemous HD reaction videos still hold up. Most of the time, his reactions add something new, justifying the reaction video itself. But then there's reaction channels like Sniper Wolf, whose content is for blind people, because they say exactly what's happening in the video, and that's about it. Tyson may have tried to rob my innocence, but if their content is entertaining enough, I might be able to forgive them and overlook the violation of my ween. So let's take a look. First off, this channel has the title of fan page in it. I saw multiple people in the comments claim it's official and Tyson changed it to fan page after the backlash. I don't know if that's true. I did see others claim that these clips are pulled from Tyson's Twitch, but what's important to note is that it is Tyson reacting, so I will judge them for the reactionary content bestowed upon me.
Oh my god, that's like, oh my god, ooh, I feel weird. The exact same thing!
Start with hilarious reactions to animals, savage moments, funny animal compilation.
Also, I look
Judging
sick.
from the comments, I can already tell this shit is gonna be fire. Let's jump right
Like
in.
in a bad way, bad way, not sick, good, like sick, no, like
Everyone,
bad.
this is your daily dose of internet.
Hello everybody.
I know it's just milk, but I wouldn't drink it out of that.
Liar. Something I noticed right away from these videos is that there isn't a single
Why are you
intro.
watching
It's just
him?
Chris reacting right away. There isn't even a simple "what it is, guys" or the classic Sniper Wolf "hello, friends." Probably because these clips are most likely pulled from Twitch, and this is a fan still uploading Chris's content onto his YouTube channel, which I'm having a hard time believing. Tyson having any fans after the controversy is a bit iffy. But anyways, maybe the actual meat of these reactions has something to offer. A reason for Chris to live stream her reaction. Let us proceed forward.
Why? What did you... That's the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. Holy crap.
Now here's a common tactic amongst reaction channels. Exaggerate to the point you can convince your audience to believe what you are
That doesn't
also
look
seeing.
exaggerated.
The thing on the
That
screen may
looks
not
like
be the best thing.
if anything, it lacks motivation. It looks like she's like, yeah, she's like, are you just like, that's like me in a 9 to 5, you know, like, hello sir, welcome to like, hello, welcome to payment, like, welcome to blah blah blah. How can I help you? You know.
Ever, but when you react that way, you try to convince others that it is. This
Sorry,
is
I'm
usually
just
placed
gonna
in when they have nothing to say about the actual video.
make sure
Tyson,
it's-
you worked with the great Jimbo. I do not doubt you've seen crazy shit before, but this is supposed to be the coolest thing you've ever witnessed.
It's on a fishing line. I was like,
Find
how is
someone
that
loves
fish?
you like this.
No clipping. Ew, God, that's a rat. Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking God.
What do you think is wrong with this cat?
Now, Chris, I ask as an avid fan of yours, please do not mimic this cat's tongue moving. Oh, God.
Excuse me. What is your opinion on the current state of the pandemic?
Wow.
Thank you.
You can tell he's like, yeah, thank you. He got a viral video out of that.
Hey, I have a question. What has Chris added to this video to make it transformative? After she reacted to the rat, Tyson went on a tangent about how some people, including herself, have a phobia of rats.
Rats are cute if you like rats, but
Oh
some
my
people
God.
have, I forget what rat phobia is called, but some people have that. That's how scared I am of rats.
Which I guess is something. We get to know a little bit about Chris's personality. I'm happy to know that Chris is afraid of rats. You know, he's sprinkling a little bit about...
Yeah, maybe we should put a rat on his tummy, like that ancient punishment, you know, like where they actually put, like, you know, and then the rats will get hungry and then eat. I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
yourself
sound
in the
bad
reaction
when I
videos
say
so people
that.
get to know you a little bit better. Unfortunately, Chris does it too much because he keeps talking about rats over other videos, so he missed out on that good ass reaction. Because up until this point, it's just been, well, that was something, wasn't it? Hee. Maybe spit some facts about rats, or I don't know, maybe talk about that piece of art on your wall.
Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking God. I need you right now.
Don't try to involve your dog into this.
I do don't like rats. I think I remember when I was younger, I had to kill a rat after a typhoon. I kind of feel guilty now, but I'm sorry. I was pressured. I was pressured by my peers. That was peer pressure.
Even she thinks this is cringe too.
I'm not scared of it though. That's the difference between rats.
Alright, I'm done with this video.
Alone. Do I sound like her? I'm kind of worried now. Like I feel, you know, when I'm looking at this person, like I feel like, oh my God, like I don't know, like I'm kind of worried. Like I feel like, oh, Oh, if you guys don't know, yeah, there's something that happened on the Olympics. If you look into this, yeah, Iman Khalif, she's a boxer, and yeah, people are saying that she's trans and all that stuff. But the truth is, there is this diverse range of people with conditions. It could range from someone like me, a trans woman, to people who didn't get enough hormones, didn't get estrogen and all that stuff. Like, it's crazy how yeah, it's crazy how people are and especially in social media as well. I see a lot of people going that rogue way of like and yeah, their mouth just starts, oh well, their comments, you know. So I think I want to see this. I want to check that out.
First of all, a trans woman competed against a biological woman in the Olympics, didn't she? Hi guys, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Alexis Blake, and if you don't know, I'm a trans woman and I share my life stories and opinions on social media. So in today's video, first of all, we're in a different setup and we'll get to that in a little bit, but a biological male boxer beating a biological female. That's a new story that we've all been reading for the past week, and obviously now it's come to light that there is more to it than meets the eye.
Like us, there's more to them. than meets the eye.
And I'm going to give my opinion on it as a trans woman myself. So we're going to give some context before we go into it, and then we'll get into the nitty gritty of what's going on and my thoughts on it.
Sorry,
I'm
I'm
just
just
going to
gonna
read
my-
the names right. So last week on Thursday, an Algerian boxer, Iman Khalif, faced off against Italian boxer Angela Carini, winning in 46 seconds. I think it was a second punch to the face, and Carini was like, I'm out. It was the worst punch she's ever felt, apparently, and it was a really strong force. So that was a fight over, and seemingly Khalif had won. But did the social media outlets, the news outlets, the conservatives, and even J.K. Rowling jumped in to have a say on?
I think J.K. Rowling was the biggest one that actually made the. As far as I'm concerned, like it's the one that actually made like people like oh, yeah. Yeah, there it just shows it's showing how uneducated they are, like unfortunately. And I know that medical condition, like some people can there are a number of women who are not getting enough of those hormones, that it actually shows out, it breaks out outside, like on their skin, like they start forming pimples, they start forming acne, it can be a lot of things. So and there are people who are intersex, like people who have both XX and XY chromosomes, yada yada yada. And sometimes they don't even realize it until they're at an older age. So the truth is, we don't know. Even these fucking scientists, like whoever, like they just know a certain subject about something, but that doesn't mean that they've seen everything in this world, basically.
What had gone on. Before we dive into what's going on, is this person trans, are they not trans, and how did this end up at the Olympics? Before we jump right into it, I'm going to give my opinion as a trans woman myself. So if you don't know, I have spoken a little bit about this before. My opinion on trans women competing in professional level sports. Do I agree with it? No, I don't. And that is coming from me. I'm an ex-professional dancer before all this, before my transition and everything like that.
I want to make on that question, like what sort of professional dancer are you? Like what genres did you use to dance? Because I like, as far as I'm concerned, like there's a number of genres.
So the reason I don't agree
I'm
with
just
it, and I know
curious.
people will always have a counterpoint to it, and I'm always going to listen, and I can appreciate the counterpoint. However, generally, biological males are taller, they have larger lung capacity, they have more muscle mass, and even though with transition it does reduce muscle mass and you do lose, I've lost a lot of strength, don't get me wrong, but I think my muscle strength compared to say that of an average female, I would probably be stronger, and that then gives trans women an unfair biological advantage in sport, and that's why it comes down to the very simple fact there: do not take opportunities away from women with trans women. That's just my opinion on it. And I know there's so much about trans athletes then not being able to compete, and I gave up my career for my transition, so I kind of understand a little bit how that feels. It's different, but I kind of get that. But that's my opinion, and I'm just going to put that on the table, even though there's no table here. So, to get into this, if Iman Khalif was in fact transgender, this video I would be saying very different things. I do not think it would have been right if she is transgender, but the fact is, she is not. She's a biological female, and this whole crazy, vile anti-trans, it is anti-trans, I'm going to be honest, and I'll explain why in a minute. But this whole thing that's coming out, it came from misinformation, and it came from people who don't like trans women. So how did this information come out? How was it wrong? How could all of these news outlets with all their research teams, celebrities, presidents have been talking about it? How can everyone get it so wrong? So I'm going to read a little bit from another article just so we can understand where it's come from. In 2023, Khalif underwent a test. It was some sort of test, like a testosterone test, the hormone level test.
Yeah,
from
like a
what I'm
hormone. Yeah, they're gonna check your hormones, like basically blood tests. Competitive. So as you can see, before the people start talking, they're actually doing some sort of like checks beforehand. I think that's the standard. That's been the standard since, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I don't know. Like honestly, like if they were to remove if they were to create a separate category for transgender people, yeah, one thing that honestly worries me, unfortunately, is it's kind of like how many people are gonna be in that actual space. Imagine the women NBA, the WNBA, compared to the NBA. That sort of situation where the women's NBA are not getting enough traction, like attention, compared to the men's NBA and all that stuff. Um, and yeah, yeah, obviously I'm not a sports person. I like playing sports for fun. I think I like doing things for fun. But yeah, I don't like being as competitive as these people. Like,
gathering on here.
it's
The statement
crazy.
does say, conclusively, it indicated that she is, or did have, a competitive advantage over female competitors. So that's a line that's crucial here. That has then been taken by basically anyone who doesn't like trans people, like J.K. Rowling, and they have spun with it, and we're going to go into that in a little second. And then across the world, the biggest story of the Olympics so far is that a trans woman, a biological man, as most articles said, attacked a woman in a boxing ring. I just want to say at this point, like, I don't agree with trans women competing in sports, as I've said, but I am shocked at how seriously anti-trans and transphobic so many people have been around this. Like, if you go on so many different social media outlets, the videos, the statuses, the comments, everyone talking about it.
Yeah, they had to like specify like it's a biological male. Like, yeah, I guess this is something about humans, right? We love assuming things. I like assuming things. I like speculating. I'm not gonna lie. I speculate myself, but I know in my head I'm just speculating. Unfortunately, not everyone's like that, you know.
It's
They
really, really
immediately,
damaged
like,
trans women. And I get the point of a trans woman, a biological man, should not be boxing against a woman. I completely get that point. But it's the undertones, it's the way people are doing it, it's the vile attack. So while all this is going on, and obviously trans women are getting a lot of
I wouldn't agree. Like, even like basketball and all that stuff. There are some women that would be. I'd say that you shouldn't let you shouldn't let the strongest person, like strongest male, compete with the strongest woman, because obviously that would be a disadvantage. But yeah, my point is it's a case to case basis. Unfortunately, it's not like our bodies are not the same. We have different bodies with different, obviously different experiences. I've been saying this entire time. We have different experiences, different perspectives, and yeah, also different, like, different things in our body that we may not notice or eventually notice. Yeah, but it I do agree. I do partially agree with what she's saying, that yeah, men and women, but yeah, at the same time, yeah, it's maybe there should be a third category where, or maybe there should be I don't know. I'm just really talking my mind out. I'm not
even
really
for
sure,
it,
like,
and the focus is very
yeah.
much on that, even though Khalif isn't trans. Whilst this is going on, in the volleyball aspect of the Olympics, Steven van der Velde, who's representing the Netherlands, is a convicted, how do I say it nicely? I don't think I can.
Oh, that's the one they're talking about. I was wondering why someone is talking about, like, the R word. I'm sorry for those who are. Someone was talking about the, like, oh, they're calling out this person, but they're not calling out the R word. Oh, wow. Okay.
Is
Sorry,
a
that's.
convicted, how do I say it nicely? I don't think I can say it nicely. This person was convicted and imprisoned for SA on a minor. In the courtroom, when they were getting
That's
the
not
charge,
sexual assault. Like, sexual assault is, like, outside, as far as I know.
just put against them by the judge literally said to them, goodbye to your Olympic dreams. You can say goodbye to them now. And they are competing. So that person done something, one of the worst things you can do in the world. They're all right, apparently, to go and play in the Olympics. But a biological man can't compete against a woman, which I don't agree with. But do you know what I'm trying to say here? Why is that not the news story that
The
everyone's
perception.
reading and disgusted by and outraged by and talking about. It's the trans woman who's not actually trans. That's the most shocking part to me. I think when I talk about stuff on social media, on here on YouTube and on TikTok and different platforms, I always want to call out the stuff that I don't agree with. I want to give my opinion, and if someone's doing something wrong, I want to call it out. And if I, in the same side of that, if I did something wrong, I'd want people to call me out on it. And I think like the comments I get and like so much love from you guys, and I think my faith in humanity is going up and up. And then I see like as a whole census, the way that people have handled this situation, not everyone, but a lot of people, it kind of makes me quite sad, and it just makes me realize that trans women really are not liked by the world. And I'm not saying
Yeah. I agree with what she's saying. I think this is the gender dysphoria in me, but I guess I've eventually realized that yeah, I'd better off not existing. Like yeah, if I knew that this was gonna happen to me, I said that yesterday. Yeah, I don't think I would want to be here. No worries. Enjoy. Let me know what you're having for dinner.
everyone, of course, but I think as a whole census, we are really, really not liked. So let's go on to J.K. Rowling, shall we? So I'm going to address this now. I have spoken a couple of times about this. So J.K. Rowling, I did a video a while ago saying that I don't think she was transphobic, because earlier on, the early stuff she did, she was just saying things like a trans woman is not a biological woman, a trans woman is a biological man, which I agree with. I agreed with a lot of stuff. She was quite harsh and to the point, but I agreed with it, and I didn't see it as transphobic. Over the last sort of 6 months to a year, it's getting progressively worse. And now I'm just sort of like, she's just angry at trans women.
Yeah,
and
she has
that's her
this, yeah.
thing, and I'm
Like
it's
maybe her husband, maybe she had the husband or something, and then that husband was sleeping with a woman with a dick. I don't know. Like it sounds personal at this point. Like sis, you gotta sort your shit out. Go to a psychologist. You know, don't involve us. Like, don't involve the rest of the community for like whatever shit happened to her. I'm sorry, I'm speculating again. I'm speculating about her.
really affecting my life, but she did talk about this, so I do want to bring it up today. So before everyone realised that Khalif isn't trans or isn't intersex, they genuinely thought she was a trans woman. This is what J.K. Rowling put on Twitter or X, whatever it's called. Watch the whole video, then explain why you're okay with a man beating up a woman in public for your entertainment. This isn't sport. From the bullying cheat in red all the way up to the organisers who allowed this to happen, this is men reveling in their power. Okay, so let's break this down, because say we're gonna, for argument's sake, say Khalif is transgender, just for this little portion of the video. Say she is transgender. I agree with most of what she's saying there. So a man beating up a woman, it would be a biological man if she was transgender. Bit harsh how she's saying it, but it's true. From the bullying cheat, I agree with that aspect, but then the last line, this is where the transphobia is coming in for me. So this is men reveling in their power over women to really re-emphasize that this trans woman is a man, and which is true. I know that's true, and I always say it about myself, but it's a cruel way in which it's done.
Yeah, it's selfish. It's there's a reason why they call it dysphoria, because we don't like it. We don't like it. Unfortunately, it goes beyond. Some people will have their own ways of hating this whatever part of themselves, but for me, it's everything. It's whatever's happening to me, whatever changes are happening to me. It's from what I was expected by from society. It's from what people are expecting from me when they see me as a dude or a woman. It's everything. It's like, unfortunately, with the world, everyone created this sort of shit where like, oh, this is for basically segregating things, segregating men from women, you know, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't like, yeah, that fucked me up. Unfortunately, yeah, I remember growing up, when I was in the Philippines, the perception for transgender people are still, yeah, it still has a lot of work to do. And while we have a large community in the Philippines, like people, there are also those people who are like, yeah, really against us for some reason. Like, I don't understand. It's sad. Think about it, sad.
Transphobia comes for. There's another one though, don't worry, there's another tweet from our JK, our best friend. Can you imagine if she met me? She'd hate me. Could any pic just sum up
Yeah, she'd
our new
protect.
men's rights
She'd
movement
have to protect her husband because
better?
yeah.
The smirk of a male who
Have a
knows
feeling
he's
her
protected by a
husband is,
misogynistic sporting
chasing.
establishment, enjoying the distress of women he's just punched in the head, and whose life ambition he just shattered. I get she's a feminist. I would say I'm a feminist as well. And I am sure within the Olympics, I don't know a ton about it, but I'm sure there is obviously a lot of misogyny in the sporting events and whatnot. And I know that in the world, we're not going to go too into it, but equal rights, we're not there. I agree with that. And having transitioned and seeing a little aspect of how society treats women, I get that now. I really get that. But again, it's the undertones of transphobia. There's no other word for it. And I think this video might be confusing some people because it's like I'm agreeing with some bits and I'm not agreeing with other bits, but I'm always going to give my honest opinion. I'm never going to sit here and say this is transphobic, this is awful, we can't do this, because that's not how I think. And I always try and be like in the middle and like look at both sides. But the fact is, people messed up on this one. They took a small nugget of information about an old test showing that she had a slight advantage over other female competitors. They ran with that. They turned it into a trans woman, and then they turned the world against her. In doing so, it has probably tarnished this whole experience for her, an experience she's been working her entire life towards.
Yeah, the training they do, all that recognition tarnished because someone is. Oh, Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up for 1 second, please. This happens 1 in every 2 years.
I can't imagine the time, commitment, and dedication an Olympic athlete has to put in to get to the level to go to the Olympics. So to do all of that, to then just be dragged into this
Turned
hatred.
it into another topic that actually not only gives hate on us transgender people, but it also tarnishes that effort, that recognition. Like I said, that fucking like, wow, she won, congratulations, wow, woohoo. Oh wait, which country is she from though? Like, is it Turkey or Algeria? See, Algeria, like, woohoo, number one, Algeria, gold. That's fucking gold. Oh, is it? Did she win gold? Give me a second. I don't want to like. Oh, okay. So she's getting to the gold. She's going to the fucking gold medal. Yada yada yada. Okay.
For trans women, it's heartbreaking, and I do really feel for her.
So she might
had
get a
rightful
silver.
victory in that moment. I don't know if I'm coming across as sassy in this one. I'm very sorry if I am. But it blows my mind a little bit because like the outrageous, crazy trans women that we see on social media, the ones who are causing the negative reputation for all trans women, the ones who've probably sort of kickstarted this fire, like the little tiny fire, and it's growing and people are feeding into that who don't like trans women. So when a trans woman does something bad, this is what I'm noticing more and more recently as well. Trans women are being held accountable for everything they do. And I mean, I'm talking like to the microscopic detail. If a trans woman does anything bad, they will be held accountable for it. And then all trans people are painted in the same light. It's almost like, what can we do right now? That's what it kind of feels like a little bit. Because if you step out of line, you're going to get torn down for it by a lot of people in society. I always bring it back to something that my mum said. This is not the exact words, but I'm just going to try and remember it best I can. She said, no matter what walk of life you're in, whether that be culturally, religious, sexuality, gender, all these different categories, there's always going to be some bad people in every single category, of course.
That's true.
But it doesn't mean the whole category is bad. And
like it's the apple. I think there's an apple analogy, like apple, like the bunch of apples. Yada
I think
yada.
at the moment, trans women
If
are
anyone
painted
knows,
as trans women equal
please.
bad people. And I feel like that
Please
is the
tell
news
me
that we're
because
reading a lot.
I'm
And
dumb.
I sometimes question my actions, absolutely, because I'm very aware that everything a trans woman does, especially on social media, if it's taken in a wrong way, it can be very, very bad for the community. So when I look at things, when I talk about these subjects, or when I react to someone who's doing something that I don't agree with, who's a transgender woman, I think, am I feeding into this narrative? And it does genuinely make me think sometimes, am I helping the situation by talking about it honestly and trying to show that maybe not all trans women are like that? Or am I feeding into it? I really don't know sometimes. Let me know what you think. It's just something I've been thinking about recently. Anyway, before I do go, sorry if this video has been a bit here, there and everywhere.
Aw.
It's I just wanted to get the facts
Oh,
right. I didn't
Beatles.
want to
That's
give any
from
misinformation
Beatles.
out there. And I just wanted to give my honest opinion, and I hope you enjoyed. But, the background has changed. We'll go more into it when Liam's on the podcast next. I made him redo the whole house with me last Sunday. We've been moving things around and trying to mix things up, and the filming space was quite cramped and small, so we're stretching out into a bigger room in the house. So,
Yeah.
what do we need? Obviously, this is just here for now. Do I need to put in some coloured backdrops, some lights? What I need ideas. What do you want to see? Because obviously,
I think they need a green screen. I think they need a green screen. Wait, I'm gonna add that. P.S. I think you need a green screen.
I can't see it. I'm looking at you. You're looking at me. Well, I'm not looking at you directly. That's not really creepy. I mean that you guys are looking at this and I'm not. So what do you want to see behind me and behind me and Liam when we do our podcast, The Blake Debate? Anyway, oh my gosh, my words are all falling over each other in that. Thank you so much for watching if you managed to get to the end. And
Yeah, I did get to the end. Yeah. It sucks. It sucks that that has to happen, you know. In the entire idea of like, you know, like countries, states, trying to compete for, who's like the best in, you know, the whole idea of the Olympics, I think, was just to showcase this, like, you know, like sportsmanship. And obviously sportsmanship, the word sportsmanship is a lot of things. It's an yeah, it's like that. It's something that will, it has to be there, like it has to be in your heart. You have to be well, how do I say this? Like, in order to participate in this sort of like competitions, you have to, yeah, you need that sort of what do you call this? You need that sense of what would you I'm not sure. Like, I don't know what well, sportsmanships. Wait, okay, let me think. Yeah, it has to be like in every Olympian's heart, you know, and it's one of the things that they obviously showcase on the Olympics. That sportsmanship, that idea that even though this is a whole competition, like, you know, we're gonna be fair. We're gonna be basically, it's a whole lot of shit. I'm gonna be taking a while if I do keep talking about it because I don't know what to say. But basically, yeah, unfortunately, in the end, it's not really about that. It's about the $1 billion of monies that these fucking organizations are getting, and the fucking politics getting involved to all of it. As far as the Olympics is, for as long as the Olympics has been running, like it's gonna end soon. It's gonna end in the next 2 days. Yeah, there's a lot of things that happened from Taiwan and China and all that stuff to this transgender thing. There's also something about the Philippines, which is our because yeah, the Philippines won 2 gold medals in gymnastics. Woo! So everyone is like, you know, everyone in the Philippines is like, they're trying to be like they're turning into gymnasts. And what my boyfriend said made sense when he was talking about it because he's the one who showed me. I'm not really paying attention to that Olympics thing. I'm just like he just showed me. Oh wow, look, he won a medal. And yeah, they're saying that Filipinos, because of their height and weight, like they're smaller than usual, they would do really well as gymnasts. So, oh, yeah, I'd say that makes sense. You know. And yeah, also there's that another issue in the United States with Simone Biles and her husband and the fucking medal. Yeah, that's crazy. Like I just cannot. Like I guess that's what happens if you're not doing anything, you know? Like you're just like me, you know, you're not doing anything. Like you should be like these people should be a little bit more productive with their time. And if that means their fucking jobs are like, you know, if their jobs are making them idle most of the time, then maybe it's time to like yeah, do something else or yeah, find like I don't know, like sis, do something else. Like why do they need to like fucking yeah. I don't understand, but let's see this because Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast is currently having a PR crisis that I haven't seen in so long, and
Yeah, he does. He does. Oh, yeah, I hate that Roblox game. That Roblox game is like fucking. There's a lot of hackers in that game. I
Mr.
must say.
Beast is currently having a PR crisis that I haven't seen in so long, and I am struggling to give him any sympathy after the new
Yeah, this
information
one.
that's come out as to how he's responding to the situation internally. In case you don't know what I'm talking about, there's been a few things that have transpired with Mr. Beast recently that I want to talk about in this video, but mainly I want to focus on the viral video released by Dogpack404, a former Mr. Beast employee that has almost 10 million views at the time I'm recording this, which details several things that the Mr. Beast team has been doing over the past few years that range from shady to possibly illegal. This video has been widely received positively by the YouTube community and has left people questioning Mr. Beast's integrity and the future of his brand. Keep in mind, this is all in the midst of the Chris Tyson pedophile expose that's been taking place, where Mr. Beast's right-hand man, well, right-hand something, has been
This dude is so mean. This dude is so mean.
exposed
I swear to
drastically
God.
for inappropriate conversations with minors
Okay, I'm gonna
on
hide myself.
Snapchat, Discord,
Gonna do
and
something
on top
secret.
of all that, enjoying literal drawn CP, cheese pizza.
Oh yeah, that's
I can't give
disgusting.
you the real acronym.
Not gonna
but
lie.
It must be fucking stressful working at the Mr. Beast compound right now. Like, the Sheen workers are like, phew. I mean, hey, at least I'm not working there. You know, the literal children who have all fucked up hands
Bitch!
from sewing garments for alt girls on TikTok to purchase
Bitch! No, bitch!
for like
Bitch, Mr. Beast is like 100 million empire. Like they wanna be
$2 and they
Mr.
get
Beast.
paid in fortune cookies. They're like, well, I mean, at least I'm not in the Mr. Beast compound. I'm sure he's literally called for a fucking code black at Mr. Beast HQ, meaning nobody can leave. All the cell service has been cut off. There's been a fucking invisible dome around the HQ. No one can leave. There's literally no access to the outside world. And they're plotting some World War III type strategy to revive their brand from the ashes. And if you think I'm exaggerating, let's just take a look at the first real response, because you kind of have to consider this as a response from the Mr. Beast team to the recent criticism that's been levied against them by Dogpack. Dogpack has come forward recently telling the world he's received a cease and desist letter from people representing the Mr. Beast brand. Now, since nothing has been said publicly about this video by Beast or anyone associated with him, all you can do is take this cease and desist letter as some form of a response. So this first cease and desist letter that Dogpack received, he actually showed
It's not. I wouldn't say that's a response. Like that's a response for the dog pack dude to remove the video, but that doesn't say anything about us. The truth is they're like shunning. I think this is something that brands do when there's like negative that when they receive negative attention towards something, they often just ignore it. They pretend it's not there. Like it's like, oy, get out. Unfortunately, that's the case here. Mr. Beast has gotten to that point where, obviously, like, because whoever's watching that shit is children. They don't really care in the end. He might as well making videos of himself doing the pineapple apple pen dance. No one's gonna care because it's Mr. Beast. Unfortunately, Mr. Beast.
Me and told me about in our interview, which you should go watch.
That's why
after
I'm
this
saying
video.
that,
But it
because he's like a kid. Like he's like Mita Beat, Mita Beat, Mita Beat. That's why I keep doing that, because like childish content. That's what Mr. Beast is.
was these people
I'm
McGuire
sorry.
Woods LLP who represent his former employer Mr. Beast, writing to pressure the dude to shut the fuck up by saying that it's specifically come to the company's attention that you have been, among other things, disclosing sensitive, confidential, and proprietary information regarding the company's business operations and content creation methodology in breach of your contractual and legal obligations to the company, including the contractual post-employment obligations set forth by the confidentiality and non-disclosure agreement executed by you in your connection with your employment. What we can see from the cease and desist letter is that the people representing Mr. Beast are claiming that in Dogpack's video, at some point throughout the video, he showed something that would have been private information that he leaked, and that specifically that would have violated some sort of clause he agreed to, whether in an NDA or a confidentiality agreement, when he had been fired. Now, having watched the video, I'll tell you that the majority of the points Dogpack made were done using publicly available content of Mr. Beast, when he's proven the point that, for example, Mr. Beast fakes challenges by selecting contestants that he has a personal relationship with, like Mac or his editor or people who work for him. That's not private information. If he just goes onto their LinkedIn and it says, I work at Mr. Beast, and then he finds them with their profile picture and cross-references that from them in the video, that's not leaking anything.
I found public records showing that Mac moved from California to Greenville, North Carolina, where Jimmy is located, back in August 2023, 2 months before he appeared as a contestant. According to a former Mr. Beast employee, this is around the time when Mac started working full-time on the editing team at Mr. Beast. Also, he didn't just move into any old house, he moved into a $1 million mansion. Now, I'm not gonna dox him, only some asshole would do something like that.
After doxing and bullying the pilot some more like a f***ing douchebag,
turns to Eric and says, how do I fly this thing? And Eric just starts pushing buttons.
But I did find pictures of this mansion online, so I fed them into ChatGPT and asked it to create similar images. And this is what it came up with. And it's honestly not that far off. His 6,000 square foot $1 million mansion comes with a movie theater and 7 bathrooms.
What are you gonna spend the $800,000 on?
I mean, my life's changed now.
Yeah, I'm sure that $800,000 is really going to change your life.
So many people had jobs.
Oh, that contestant had to get out for her job? I guess you forgot she's your hiring manager. I actually recognize a lot of people in this video, including Jimmy's own girlfriend. So yeah, the random subscribers you see in challenges are actually never random. They're almost always local to Mr. Beast, and oftentimes friends and family of Mr. Beast employees, or just the employees themselves.
There were a few things in the video that were not public, like the internal Slack messages that had been sent to Mr. Beast employees, you know, telling them to get their friends and family involved in the Mr. Beast games. But the point that proves is the same point that he proves with publicly available information. So, I mean, I guess it is a leak, and like legally, might he be, you know, vulnerable, I suppose, but fuck, man, like, I think it's fucking gay to go after him like this. It's homosexual, Mr. Beast, okay? But anyway, regardless of what Dogpack may or may not have leaked,
why is this dude so fucking like
about the company, I will say I find the whole cease and desist thing in principle and in general to be a total like desperation move from the Beast team, and it's like the exact opposite of everything the Mr. Beast brand was built off of. Like their whole thing is like, we're gonna help these people make their way out of poverty, these struggling people, we're gonna hand this pizza guy $10,000 as a tip. But then the same sort of random everyday person makes a video exposing you, and instead of giving him $10,000, you use everything in your fucking power to destroy his life.
Yeah,
and we'll get into how he's doing that beyond the cease and desist, but before we do, I just want to talk about the cease and desist a little bit more. For how historically good Mr. Beast has been at PR managing and perception management among his audience, this is insanely brain dead. I mean, the whole David versus Goliath perception of the large YouTuber with a substantial following and resources targeting a much smaller creator can come across as disproportionate and heavy-handed. The perception may be that the larger party is using their power and influence to silence criticism, which can be seen as bullying. I mean, you're literally the biggest YouTuber on the platform, and you have YouTube giving you access to unreleased features that, you know, most YouTubers can't use. Like, Mr. Beast got A/B thumbnail testing before every other YouTuber did, and if you have no idea what that is, that's fine, but, you know, he also has, like, YouTube Originals, where YouTube has, I guess, contracted him to make content for the site or something. I don't really know how it works, but I know that YouTube contacted him and, you know, coalesced with him to make
yeah,
this piece of
basically,
media.
like, he paid them money, like, an episode for, like, to be showed on YouTube, something
Does this guy
like
not
that.
know about the Streisand effect? Like, when you draw attention to some small-ass fucking channel, I know the video is big at this point with 10 million views, but 10 million versus 200 million, which is what Beast normally gets, that is the Streisand effect. Sending a cease and desist letter can unintentionally amplify the video's reach and bring more attention to the criticism. The attempt to suppress the content can backfire, causing more people to become interested in the controversy. And there's also the
I mean, I'm
optics of the
interested,
reaction matching the validity of the claims. Like, if
That's
Mr.
right.
Beast is so threatened by what's being said in the video that he would go as far as send a cease and desist letter and implicitly lawyer the fuck up for some sort of battle against this guy, you have to imagine that, you know, he must be actually threatened by what's being said in the video. If the video is not a serious threat to his reputation or career, sending a legal threat can seem like an overreaction, and it may give the impression that he's unable to handle criticism.
Yeah, it gives the reaction that what the person is saying is right. That's what it's saying, because you're trying to shut them up. If he was a decent person, that's what I was saying. I was arguing about this with my boyfriend. But if he was a brand that actually believes in whatever values he's on, sorry, and I'm like, yeah, I'm talking like a professional here, but I'm not a professional, okay? But yeah, if he did believe in, if that wasn't true, the immediate thing you do is to fucking talk about it, is to release a statement or something, or yeah, like something to communicate to the audience, basically. Like, and it doesn't matter if it's the audience, eventually the media outlets will pick that up and make an article or something. But yeah, that's the whole point. Like at least clear your name. But obviously he won't, I think, because first he knows his audience are kids. Honestly, that's giving me a flag or something. Like, I don't know, that's a red flag for me. Like, I kind of feel it's similar to that Jared Fogle dude. And yeah, second, he's too big. He's at that point where YouTube couldn't do anything. Like, YouTube couldn't even, like, yeah, that's the thing. Like, they couldn't basically, like, okay, bye-bye. You're gone from the platform. Yeah, it's not, yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't work like that for them. So, yeah, obviously he doesn't care. Okay, I'm gonna hide myself again.
That he's like overly concerned on his public image. Kind of like how Pokimane sent a copyright strike to Boblags in order to get drama to die down, but it inadvertently made the drama like even bigger. And the truth is, if any other YouTuber were doing this who was already widely disliked, then the reaction would be so much harsher against Mr. Beast. Like if Logan Paul, for example, had sent CoffeeZilla a cease and desist, people would be all over that. They'd be devouring him, suggesting he's incapable is not a fucking word, incapable of handling criticism, or that there's some validity to what CoffeeZilla is saying. Now, with that out of the way, I want to talk about a recent new cease and desist that Dogpack has received, and he posts on Twitter, "Dear Mr. Dogpack 404, this new firm whose, quote, white-collar criminal defense is second to none, according to their website, has recently been retained by Mr. Beast YouTube LLC, quote, Mr. Beast or the company, and its founder, Jimmy Donaldson, regarding the unsettling news that you have embarked on a campaign to disparage Mr. Beast as a company and defame Jimmy Donaldson as an individual. Not only are your statements about Mr. Beast and Jimmy Donaldson untrue, they also violate the clear, binding, enforceable terms of your confidentiality and non-disclosure agreement with Mr. Beast dated March 25th, 2024, the quote NDA agreement, which you have shown in videos posted to the internet." And he highlights this specific sentence here, quoting, "Your statements about Mr. Beast and Jimmy Donaldson are untrue," responding to that by saying, "Then prove it, you have all the footage, but instead of posting any, you've just been deleting more," which is true. One of the Facebook VODs a recent VOD of a live stream where an alleged illegal lottery takes place during a giveaway was deleted off of Facebook, which is a little suspicious considering everything that's been happening recently. But it goes on.
They hired a yeah, I have a feeling they hired a PR firm. Like, what should we do? What should we do? And basically that person was just like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. And yeah, they did everything to, like, oh, so, yeah. But the truth is, yeah, someone archived it. Jimmy, someone archived your video. Someone archive your illegal lottery.
To say. Also, my
Of
number got leaked,
t-shirts.
apparently from a Mr. Beast employee named Kaylee. I've been receiving texts from, quote, former Mr. Beast employees. Text I received last night claims that, quote, James wants to have private investigators start following me and looking into my family's social media accounts to find ways to discredit me. Apparently, the best narrative they have right now is that I'm a crazy, drug-addicted Mr. Beast superfan that got fired for trying to, quote, steal company funds. If this text is true, I will say that at Mr. Beast, if you want to resort to personal attacks, I'm happy to reciprocate, or, you know, just address the evidence. And here are some attached screenshots. Pause.
Okay, I'm gonna read that, pretend I'm the... Dude, has anyone at least contacted you about the post you're making? I've been reading the NDA over to see what I can and can't post because I'd like to move on with my life and try having some type of social media presence. Not planning on ever mentioning I work on Beast, but if it ever got out of here somehow, some way, I accidentally mentioned it. I wanted to make sure I was gonna get to that to all hell. Also, if you're going to post my message for proof you work at least, I don't care because... Oh wait, I don't care. Just show my number. You can save it how you want. Also, I got your number from Kaylee. I don't have access to anything Mr. Beast like Slack or anything. Obviously, I'm not a Beast employee. I'm a former employee. Someone else I know told me they texted you on Reddit talking about Kaylee and Leroy, quote unquote. I'm not that person, and I won't mention any current or former Beast employees because of NDA. Oh, okay.
If you would like to read about what he's referring to. This
There,
one I do
I
want to
read
read,
it.
though.
Oh, okay, you
It's
can read
interesting.
it.
Says,
Okay, read it
Dawson,
then.
I'm texting you anonymously to let you know that I heard James wants to have private investigators start following you and looking into every detail of your life. He wants them to reach out to your former employers, find all your social media accounts, your family's social media accounts, videos of you, anything. They already have a Google Doc listing possible ways to discredit you, including you're on drugs and you have mental health problems, your mom is bipolar, you were an obsessed superfan, you're crying begging for your job back after they
That's
fired
me
you,
sometimes.
you tried to steal company funds, etc. I don't know what's true and what's not, but personally, I really think you should just take everything down ASAP. If you take it down, they'll leave you alone. And then he just got a bunch of texts from this person, and yeah. And then he responds to the drug use accusation.
Okay, to be clear, because someone can tell when I'm joking, I've never been a drug user. Weed makes me anxious. I tried microdosing shrooms for depression / okay, I've read this.
Saying,
Never
to
mind.
be clear, because some people can't tell.
Oh,
I'm
he's
joking,
reading it
I've
again,
never been a
fucking
drug
hell.
user. Weed makes me anxious. I tried microdosing shrooms for depression / anxiety for a week over 3 months ago. Honestly, the taste just made me so sick, I stopped. Wouldn't recommend anyone to use illicit drugs, but I'd consider myself an advocate for psychedelic research. Don't really care to filter everything I say through lawyers and PR people. Sometimes I say dumb shit, but my video is well researched. I'd obviously rather Mr. Beast just focus on disproving the evidence than trying to publicly destroy my character with baseless drug use and mental health accusations. But it appears that's the only option they have. Quote, I literally smoked 500 cigarettes before writing this. This guy literally said, fuck the optics. He said, put a condom in your ear and fuck what you heard about me. And I gotta say, I love just the complete antithesis to PR speak. Just the straight up fuck you, raw, unfiltered speaking. He just doesn't care. Although this could not even be written off as a joke in court, like the Mr. Beast team could be like, oh, this is obviously an indictment of his mental faculties as he's a drug user. It's still hilarious, and I gotta give the guy his props. Now, in terms of what he's saying here, I don't think that him writing, I've never been a drug user, but then not even a sentence later, he writes,
Yeah, weed makes me anxious. Like, so you tried weed. So you did absorb it. So you did do it. Like, bruh. What was I gonna say? Okay, I'll let him finish it. 12 minutes left.
For a week. Maybe not the best look. I mean, I don't think he's a drug user, like in the sense that he's on the streets of Kensington trying to get a fucking fix of trank and is nodding off constantly. But microdosing shrooms, you know, if I'm the Mr. Beast team, I'm gonna use that against you, and I don't know. I mean, obviously I wish the guy the best, but maybe I would have like obfuscated that a little bit. And then someone writes, well, what about stealing company funds? And then he says probably this. I asked for the gas reimbursements I was promised and was denied because it, quote, wasn't an approved business expense. It was, and I should have just taken the plane. I've heard multiple stories from former Mr. Beast employees not getting promised reimbursements. Anyways, after I had sent a business expense request for an Apple Vision Pro, which I was told the company wanted to get everyone, this is when they were new and it didn't seem like garbage, I sent the request to the wrong person, even though it was a person HR told me to send it to. It never got purchased, and even if it had, it would have been owned by the company. So I really don't see any legit narrative that I tried to steal company funds transactions as if I was some embezzling mastermind and not just a dude with a $100 limit on his company card. So that
$100, wow. That's Mr. Beast. You could have turned that to $1,000. Gosh, Mr. Beast.
his
Gosh.
dog packs response.
You'd think this dude gets paid $5 million by Amazon, and he only has a $100 credit limit. Oh my god, come on! Isn't the first thing about companies is that they're built by the employees themselves? Like, isn't that the whole like? Aren't you supposed to be rewarding your? I'm just saying this because I did study. I went to business college, you know. Business college. It's just a whole choo-choo. But yeah. Aren't you supposed to treat your employees like, you know, share the benefits of whatever they reap on behalf of your organization, all that bullshit. Like you'd think they'd be that's sad.
To everything on
Mr.
Twitter regarding the
Beast.
new cease and desist that he received and this interaction that he's had with apparently people who got his number somehow. And
I knew this Mr. Beast. I'm not gonna lie. I've been telling you guys, like, yeah, he was a little bit sus to me. Like, I'm not gonna lie. And my boyfriend watches him, and I don't really mind. Like, he can watch whatever he wants, you know. But yeah, personally, like, I've been always like sus at the dude. I always say, like, I hope he is doing the good things that he are, like, the things that he's talking about, like philanthropy and all that shit. I hope it's actually happening. Like, I hope he's actually doing it. Like, he's actually, like, you know, like, he's actually working like a good, stable government, you know. But at the same time, I know that governments are, like, they can get really tough, especially if the government, the scale is like 6 million people or something, like mass amounts of people basically living in that city or something. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but basically in order to create a community, you'd need some sort of like people around you, people who are like also into the same goals, ideals that you're working for. And yeah, I just don't see that with Mr. Beast. Like, it's not really like, I don't know if it's it's not well communicated or anything, but yeah. If you actually notice, if you actually haven't seen, Mr. Beast started some sort of trend of fake, I wouldn't say fake philanthropy, but you know, it's like these sort of people like doing philanthropy under a camera or something, like they're supposed to do it for attention. He started that sort of, he's one of the people I'd say that started that sort of trend on the internet. Yeah, I guess at this point it does make a lot of money for them to be doing that sort of stuff, you know. And I hope I could one day, if I get the opportunity, I could go out and help others in like to actually like try to like, you know, show them for what they are and who they are. But obviously that would need a little bit of planning beforehand. And it sucks. It sucks that those are the sort of things that gets the people. Those are the sort of content that people absorb. But yeah, then again, it's all about it's children, I guess. It's kids who are I don't know. So okay. Now I'm gonna check another video, but should I check another video or should I play? I think I should play something. I don't know what to play though. Oh wait, let me see this one. I want to see this.
Hola.
I will always love you, babe. Like you're always gonna be my.
Excuse me, miss. You're not supposed to be here. It's like 2 a.m. Oh, this is my husband. Husband? I didn't know he was married. What'd you say? Nothing, but you need to get out of here. Otherwise, I'm gonna call security. Security? This is a graveyard. Would you mind Thanos finger snapping yourself out of here? No. Oh, you don't want to get out of here.
Is this gonna be...
Suit yourself. What the fuck is... Oh my god. John Cena. The Oscars. Daddy body. Let me smash. So, now that your wife here...
Wu Zhao. Whenever I think of John Cena, I just think about his Chinese fucking shit. I just couldn't. Wu Zhao
is gone. Well,
oh, she did.
unconscious. How about we continue where we left off last time? Alright, everybody, we have a situation in our hand. Emergency going on. You know shit is real when the pool noodle is here. Everybody calm down, calm down. Oh, what are you doing? Calm. Oh my god. I've been desperately trying to hire this new editor. I believe he has done some work for that one streamer slash YouTuber Finster, and I tried contacting him, but the editor does not know that I exist. Like, I love my current editor. He's so talented, he's so good. He knows that he's loved, but he's not enough.
My video editor is so good. I love him so much, and I will donate $10,000 to his bank account right now because he deserves it.
I forgot what his name was, but the guy that edits for Finster, if you're watching this, my audience needs you. Please work for me. Okay, you're still texting me, Christy, when I'm fucking recording this shit. Today we're gonna be taking a look at Grave Talk, Clean Talk. How are they mixing graveyards with clean talk? I'm glad no one asked. Let me show you.
I'm at the graveyard at night.
Oh my god. Yeah, I think there's like that sort of video. Allah, I feel shit, you know, because yeah, I think I've seen those sort of videos where someone is actually cleaning them, but they're also talking about the person who died. So it's kind of reminiscent of like, oh wow, she's like, yeah, she's talking about the person who passed away, you know, while cleaning off his graveyard. So like, what sort of life? I think that's what we forget when I think that's what we forget when someone else passes away. We seem to be, I don't know, we seem to be forgetting them, and I do too. That's how I realized it. I forget them until a certain time. And I mentioned in the Philippines we do something called All Saints Day. Let me show you in this picture. All Saints Day. So it's inspired by Christian bullcrap. But basically, we all go to the cemetery to basically honor, basically put a candle and just stay there, take pictures and all that stuff. That's what we usually do. We put candles in each one of them, and then basically there we go. Sorry, this is from Mayonnaise website, but yeah. Yeah, basically they buy flowers, something to remind them by, and some people have their graves at their house, like they actually have the ashes or whatever it is. They actually have it next to their house, so they could just do it there. But in my family, we would usually do that. And then after we would yeah, basically pray. And I'm on, like, it's a lot of responsibility, like, honestly. It's probably, I always say it's probably my depression that's making me think like this. But yeah, I usually think, oh my god, that's a lot of work to be done, having to put all of their names, do a prayer, have to like walk up a mountain, and then we do it the next day at a different place in the Philippines. So yeah, but I like it because in a way, that's how they could tell us about them, you know. They share what sort of life, because I've never seen, first of all, I've never seen my grandparents. Oh, my grandfathers, sorry. My grandfathers. So I have my two grandfathers passed away when I was young. So all of the words I've been hearing are just from my mother or my sister. So yeah, but yeah, they sort of get that opportunity to talk about them whenever we visit their graves and stuff. And yeah, I honestly, sometimes I usually cry. The last time I went to the Philippines, I did visit some of our graves, some of the graves. I have a cousin. She passed away really young. I think I mentioned it before, but yeah. That's yeah, I always remember the way she smiles and the way she puts the baby powder in my bag when I was younger. I keep remembering that. It's always coming back to me. I have a lot of, yeah, thoughts, memories. She would also have this beautiful handwriting, and you know that feeling when yeah, I feel some sort of pain, just sort of like thinking that, oh, she's so young, she would have been like 40 by now. I think she would have been 50 if she lived, or no, or 40 something, late 40s or early 40s or late 30s. But yeah, she left a beautiful girl though, my niece, and she's already an adult. She's studying as well. So yeah, that's how I always think of her. I always think of her. I always think of my uncle as well. I think that's why I kind of want to learn. I kind of want to go back to university and all that stuff, because yeah, he kind of inspired me to go back to go to school by just getting me some supplies and all that stuff. Like he was a principal, and he's a grade school principal, and yeah, I don't know, he always it always gets me something. I think it's all of us cousins, like me and my cousins, but he always gets us like some sort of yeah, supplies. Like every year, every school year, there's always something there. And yeah, I'm so annoyed that these people had to pass away that early in my life. Like I was so young when they passed, and I miss them. Sometimes I cry about them, just thinking about them every now and then. Sorry, I'm gonna go back to the video, but yeah, I think this sort of TikTok, their TikTok is like, yeah, I don't know, TikTok fetishizes everything. I think like TikTok love fetishizing shit. So like it's crazy. Like they love turning things to the extreme sides of shit. Like crazy shit. Like I just can't, like, yeah.
Picking up the grave?
For free. I have so many questions in my head. What happened? How did this grave get so dirty? Who's buried here?
Like?
Her name's Bienvenida. Wow. Her name means welcome in Espanol.
What in the Dora Walmart version
What is that? Yeah, that's something like Dora.
is this? Wow, her name means welcome in Spanish. Can you guys tell me where the grave is? Huh? Oh, you're blind? So this girl called The Clean Girl goes around graveyards and she does these cleaning videos, as she said, for free. That's her whole thing, that she does them for free. But in reality, bitch, we know damn well that you ain't doing shit for free. You're getting paid. This got 1.6 million likes alone and 27 million views. Now, if I was getting 27 million views, you'd see me in a mansion. Not only would I be cleaning those graves for free, but I would also like fucking lick them for free, like clean them with my tongue.
Her grave should be welcoming too. But right now, this is the dirtiest grave I've ever seen.
Did I just see a Daddy ad? Was
Scrub Daddy ad.
Is that an ad?
That's so unfair. Everyone deserves a beautiful resting place. Bienvenida died on July 23rd, 1980. Her star sign is Aries. My best friend is an Aries.
What the fuck?
His life was like. Does she like chocolate cupcakes? What?
Why are we talking about
They
your
have chocolate cupcakes and your best friend?
best friend's sign being Aries and you liking cupcakes? How did she even get a cupcake in the middle of the night cleaning an abandoned... What was her name again? Did Bienvenida leave that cupcake there for her before she passed away? Like, what?
This transformation is a lot of work. I might be here all night, but it's so fun. Ooh, a little bug. Thank you to everyone who supports and
What a weird bitch.
yard at night. Cleaning this abandoned grave for free.
And why was she like, what happened to this grave?
What
Yeah, like I thought like
happened? How did this grave get so dirty?
Grave happened to the grave. The grave got graved. You know, dirt happens. And
yeah, it gets dirty every now and then. Especially if no one visited it. Like if like that's a sign of someone not visiting the grave. So yeah, I forgot to add one thing about like All Saints Day in the Philippines. Yeah, before that they actually cleaned up the place. So like all of the boys, all of the guys in our family would yeah, they'd all go there, and some people as well, like whoever wants to volunteer. Some people don't have time because they're working and stuff, but yeah, anyone who can volunteer would actually go to the basically graveyard. We call it's a graveyard, but we have a term for it in Ilocano. But yeah, they'd be cleaning it up, just making sure like everything's cut and well taken care of, at least before then. And yeah, to make sure it's not like, yeah, oh, hi Zephyrus, it's been a while. I haven't seen you for a while.
And all that shit.
How
Nature
are you?
happens. What kind of a stupid question? Oh my god, she's gonna trigger me. Yeah, it's a good thing that she's cleaning these graves, but the way that she's doing it and like saying that it's for free when it's clearly not for free. Plus, 2 product placements in one video. Number 1,
What the hell? You suddenly
just happened to be facing the camera in the most perfect position. And 2, Scrub Daddy. She even put hashtag Scrub Daddy, hashtag Scrub Daddy partner. So not only did you get 27 million views, but you also got Scrub Daddy.
I'm glad
pay
to
for your
hear
shit?
though.
Free my ass.
Anything happened
What does the
lately?
top comment
Nothing
say?
interesting?
Was it only me who recognized the
like
shovel
you
move?
had that
Cleaning
date.
this
Last
abandoned
time I
grave.
heard
Why
you.
is she digging the grave? Anyways.
Questions in my head? What happened? How did this grave get so dirty?
When the fuck does the shovel move?
Her star sign is Aries.
No way it moved. What in the paranormal activity shit is this? I think that's fake. That has to be fake. Unless that's Bienvenida moving the shovel. Oh my god, her star sign is Aries. I can't believe I'm right here. right here. Let me move this shovel. I can't believe my friend is also named. Like I'm right here.
What are the odds of that actually happening? And I'm like, bitch, that cannot be true. Like, like, oh my god.
It's not gonna happen. I found another video of this girl going to a forest where she finds a random grave and she starts cutting the trees and everything. Like, it just seemed like she had every single equipment that she needed for this, which seems a little fake. Let me just show you what I mean.
There's an abandoned grave in here.
Like, look at that.
Clean it today for free. I have no idea who's buried here. Oh my gosh, you guys, this grave is huge. I knew this would be hard to clean, but this is crazy. I just keep uncovering more and more.
My question is, where the fuck did you learn how to use a chainsaw? I mean, I don't know much about chainsaws. Maybe they're easy to use.
She's
but when did
Dora!
TikToker?
Walmart has everything, right? I bet you, if I search Walmart, chainsaw. See, I don't... Walmart has everything!
Who's cleaning graveyards learn how to use a
Maybe I
chainsaw.
should do
And
an
just like cut
IRL
down
in
a
one.
branch
That's
or
one
something
thing
with
I'm
one
gonna
hand.
visit
Like, hey, everybody,
if I
so
go
today
to
I'm
the
actually
United
cleaning
States.
this, grave, but I gotta cut some branches.
Theme
real
parks
quick.
and
I was like,
Walmart.
if I'm doing this, I might as well like. Was that my arm? Oh my god, I think I just lost my arm. Can we get 50 likes for this? And then the worst part is that it seems like she kind of starts throwing shade at the parents for not visiting their lost child's grave.
My mind is swirling with questions. How did all this get so buried? Can their family find this headstone when they visit?
Why would she say that?
Yeah, that's mean. Like, yeah, I did write it down. But yeah, it sounds mean that you're judging a person. Like, you don't know. What if they're busy? Like, unfortunately, like, I think that's it's yeah. That's why I'm saying, like, this person should do a little bit of research about, like, the person whatever grave she's cleaning. It's like Anna Katarina. Do you know Anna Katarina? I love Anna Katarina. She's like on YouTube. Oh my god, wait, fuck. YouTube. Cleaning. Yeah, I like cleaning videos, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. Auri Kakatari. I'm sorry, it's the wrong it's the wrong name. But yeah, she's cleaning like fucking houses, like hoard. Unfortunately, some of these people have conditions. She actually promotes she's actually promoting what's that app? The app with the fucking with the I forgot that shit. Fuck. I forgot. Fuck it. Never mind. But yeah. It's that Facebook. Oh no, not that. It's the one with. It's that mental health app. Shit. I forgot what it's called.
I could finally read the name. Doris Lugo. But we're only just starting to uncover her mystery. I know Doris was born August 14th.
Shout out to my brand.
And she passed away February 1st, 1995. But who put Doris?
Yeah, she should put a pencil pen on it so that we could see the
in
name.
The forest. I kept
That's what we usually.
What? Who put Doris in the forest?
Was she pretty? Did she have a dog? I tried to find more information online, and I found nothing. I can't stand the
Yeah, bitch, because you're
thought of Doris disappearing into the forest,
It was in 1945.
corner of the world beautiful again is the least I can do. I'm so grateful to everyone who follows me to do these transformations.
First of all, throwing shade to her parents for not visiting her and they couldn't find her grave because it was dirty.
Like, what if she was the last part of the
Mind your business, as Britney Spears would say, mind your business. And then she comes up with these fake stories like,
I don't know that
Doris
song.
died in 1945, and like, I just wonder, did she like dogs? What was Doris's favorite Starbucks drink, you know? Because mine is pink drink, obviously, but I'm just wondering over here, like, did Doris have a Snapchat? What was her biggest streak, you know? Also, do you think Doris had a Stanley Cup? Because if she did, I could use one right now. Where's that shovel? Doris, would you mind if I, like, ungrave you real quick? Like, I need that Stanley Cup, sweetie. I'm sorry.
Okay,
This
I'm
is a
gonna
lovely
skip
idea,
that.
but as a mother who's buried her baby, if someone interfered with his grave, who I see where this is going, without my permission, I would be devastated. It may be well intended, but please always get permission. See, I am really hoping that she got.
Yeah, see? Oh, see? Hey. Yeah, like, at least that's what I'm saying. Like, I think... okay, so I'm going back to us when it's the... whenever it's All Saints Day. Beforehand, like, everyone, and that doesn't include my family, everyone who has someone in the graveyard, would always go there a week before so they could clean it up, or at least like pay the whoever's taking care of the area, like managing it. They usually have those sort of shit. But yeah, so unfortunately, yeah, like it may whatever she's doing may sound like it sounds like good. It sounds like a good thing, but unfortunately, yeah. What if that's a way for the person, like whoever's taking care of that grave. That's their way of, like, you know, reminiscing them. Unfortunately, that's the case sometimes. And yeah. apparently, scientifically speaking about those sort of graves, whenever you put a body, so when someone dies and you want to put them in a funeral, I don't know how they do it in the United States, if someone could elaborate that. But yeah, in the Philippines, whenever someone's gonna die or someone died, they would usually like put formaldehyde or something, like chemicals on their body. It would be several parts, like it would be on here, here, here. But I've seen it. Unfortunately, I've seen my grandma. Oh no, not my grandma, my uncle. I've seen my uncle go through that process. But yeah, they basically remove the blood and then change it with another chemical. I'm not sure. I think it's formaldehyde. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, they put formaldehyde on it, and then basically that body like kind of slows the decay. But apparently that leaves a little bit of bad chemicals, basically, like bad chemicals to the ground the moment you put them on the grave, which is the case in the Philippines because of, I think we have those sort of beliefs, something similar to, you know, the past, like Christians and all that shit.
Got permission to clean all these graves, because if I saw someone standing on top of my dead child's grave, like it would seem so wrong without me knowing that she's actually just cleaning it for me without the whole camera setup. There's like 50 cameras recording her for TikTok, which is, you know, make that money, I guess. You gotta support yourself. You're cleaning some graves, but please ask for my permission first. Okay, so
yeah, and the perception. I think the perception as well. Like, what are you trying to say? You know, I think I was saying that at the beginning. Like, what if they have something going on in their lives? Like, you know, you never, like, they never know. And while you can ask those sort of questions, like, keep it to yourself, sis.
Smart for a second, and obviously we all know that glasses equals smart. My IQ bumped by at least 0.2. As I was investigating her account, I was watching her
Maybe I
videos
should wear
and I
one
realized that
so
a
I could
couple
pretend
of
to
them
be smart.
seemed a little too familiar. Like it
I
seemed
used
like
to wear
I'd watched
glasses,
it
by the way.
before. So I went
When
back
I was
to the other
younger.
one, and then boom. And so I go back to the other one, boom. And I'm like, isn't that the same grave, same location? Because that is literally the same fucking grave.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's the same grave.
Look at it, and it made me think, is she just faking these entire videos, coming up with fake graves and just pretending to be cleaning them for a TikTok video so she could get 27 million views? Tell me these are not
That's a
the
lot
same
though,
fucking
27
graves.
million.
And wow, it also just happens to be the same location, same clothes, same shoes. I wonder if she's actually recording multiple TikToks in a day and then just posting them afterwards.
Yeah,
like,
that's likely the
every day
case.
I go to a different grave and I clean them. As I'm watching her videos, I realized that not only does she do graves, she also does fast food bathrooms, like the McDonald's bathroom. Oh my god, I can smell their bathroom from over here. And let's not forget, for free.
I was caught cleaning the McDonald's bathroom.
Is this a booty
what
shot?
happened next shocked me. I thought I was gonna get in trouble.
I love the beginning of this TikTok. Honestly, this is how I should always start my videos. I cannot believe I was
let me clean.
cleaning this McDonald's bathroom. Like, take a look at this bathroom real quick, guys. No, but can you see the bathroom? Yeah, it's clear that it's very dirty, right? What was that? My booty was on the way? Oh, I'm sorry about that. It looks like my BBL wanted to say hi to the camera. I apologize.
Oh, he has BBL.
I was caught
I wish I
cleaning
had
the McDonald's
BBL.
bathroom. What happened next shocked me. I thought I was gonna get in trouble for cleaning their bathroom, but turns out they were more than happy to have me there. And
Why
one of
would you
the
be in
employees
trouble?
Came in to help me. And as we were cleaning, Aloe told me the reason their bathroom had gotten so dirty was because they had been.
It's because people take shits in the bathroom, and it does happen to get dirty because when people poop, a weird smelly substance comes out of it, if that's what you were referring to.
Some people just go to Macca's to poop. Some people stop to eat fast food just to take a shit or pee or whatever.
For weeks. So things like deep cleaning the bathroom.
McDonald's understaffed? What a surprise! I would have never guessed.
Just kept getting delayed. And that having me there cleaning really helped them to get
That
caught
too.
up. And this is why I think it's so important to lend
The
a
scrub daddy ass.
You know?
helping hand whenever you can.
Order for Stacy.
Ew!
wash those
Yuck!
hands.
Yuck! That's so Ew, that's so disgusting. Ew. Yuck! I gotta grab some water. Maybe I should clean. Maybe should I clean? Maybe if I get 1,000 subscribes, I will clean. I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. Fake news. You know what? I changed my mind. I'm gonna do some I'm gonna do some research. I'm gonna change my title. What? I'm kidding. Oh shit, fuck. I'm being nasty. Sorry.
Why would you
I'm a
eat the
nasty
burger
girl.
in the bathroom? As Raven Baxter would say,
You're
"You nasty."
nasty.
Now, tell me why on earth was she cleaning these toilets with her bare hands?
So dirty was because they had been understaffed for weeks. So things like deep cleaning the
With her
bathroom
hands.
just kept getting
No
delayed.
gloves?
And that having me there
Yeah, and
cleaning
then she
really
ate
helped
the
them
fucking.
Do you know the massive diarrhea that has taken place in that toilet? And
Yeah.
for you to be that brave to just clean the whole thing with no gloves? There's no way that these videos are real. They're
Like it's okay if it's your home. Like usually it's you who's cleaning there, like who's pooping anyway. So that's fine. But
fake 100%. I refuse to believe that she sat down there. She was over there like not even holding her breath. She was like
maybe
on top
she's
of the
a
toilet.
maybe she has a fetish for the smell. Eh? Maybe she
Literally
likes
just
it.
scrubbing that shit. Dude, I can
It does
smell
have a
that
weird
bathroom
smell.
from here. And someone
Bathroom
even
on,
asked her,
like,
no
fast food
gloves? And she
bathrooms.
said, subscribe so I can buy more gloves. Bitch, a pair of gloves, there was like 100 of them in one pack. It's like, what, $5, $10? You're getting 20 million views. What do you mean subscribe so I can buy more
That
gloves?
do baby, that
Cleaning
do
an
baby.
abandoned Wendy's bathroom for free. I'll prove this bathroom is abandoned in a
There
second. But
is.
first, take a look at this sink. This is just one of many disgusting things in this Wendy's bathroom, which is lovely. The dirtier, the better.
Yes, that. What the- This is just a big face bomb.
You might be wondering how I do this. I just sneak my cleaning supplies in when no one's looking. Then I get to work. But I have to be honest, you guys. I get so nervous when I'm cleaning.
Why?
If an employee walks in, I'll get kicked out immediately. Have you ever done the walk of shame out of a...
That's your biggest
That's the
concern?
walk
I
of
thought you'd
shame.
Be like, so, you know, when I clean these bathrooms, I get so disgusted sometimes because, you know, I'm a human
How's
being.
dinner, big guy? Have you
We all
done
know
eating?
Wendy's and McDonald's bathrooms, how they get. For some reason, me being a stupid bitch, I actually use my bare hands because I did not know that gloves existed. So, you know, I get scared that I might catch a
I'm not gonna lie. When I was working as a housekeeper for a hotel, I never used gloves. So yeah, I find it to be a hassle. But it would actually like cause your skin to actually like their chemicals are strong that it would actually make your skin a little crazy. Like
disease because God knows how many diseases
Cochina.
were invented in this
What-
bathroom. But her
what's
biggest
cochina?
concern was I came to clean this Wendy's bathroom and it was actually an abandoned
Coca-
bathroom.
you say
guys,
cocaina?
trust me, there was no one
Oh,
there.
pork chop.
Like,
Mm.
there was no one.
Like pork chop.
There was no employees there. Trust me. I'm recording a fucking TikTok, you bitch. Really? When I'm recording a TikTok? Give me a second.
Public bathroom, not cute. Wait a minute. I just noticed something.
What did
The
she notice?
bathroom cleaning log,
Uh-huh.
not a single employee has signed off
Don't
on
tell
it
me
all
she'll
day.
fill that up. Don't tell me she'll fill that up. Don't tell me she will fill that shit up. Oh
Because
my
you fucking
god.
kidnapped them and you probably murdered them.
Totally abandoned. I have so many questions.
Oh, okay. She
How
didn't
long
fill
has
it
it
up.
been since this was cleaned?
I'm pretty sure the law enforcement will also have a lot of questions for you.
What is this mystery crust on the wall?
Shit.
Where's the beef? I'll tell you where my beef is, Wendy's. It's with your dirty abandoned bathroom.
Oh.
That's when I heard a noise. The manager walked in. She's standing there,
I thought you kidnapped them. I mean, I thought the place was abandoned. Why is he there?
looking at me. She just walked out. She didn't even say anything.
What would she
That
say?
was so weird. I think I need to work fast.
Yeah, because you're a weirdo. What the fuck?
Then the door opened again.
What?
It's an employee. I'm sure this means I'm gonna get kicked out again, just like my last video. By the way, thank you to everyone who's following me. I feel so loved and supported. That's when the employee just gave me a mop. They actually love what I'm doing.
Yeah, because you're cleaning the shit for free. I actually went to Wendy's and I started working for them for free. And I was so scared that they're going to be like, do not work for us for free. Do not do my job. That is crazy. And then they actually let me work for them for free. Oh my God, I love working for free. Really? Do not come to my house and clean my bathroom for free. That is terrible if you clean my bathroom. Do not come to what? Montana. Yeah, do not come to
Montana.
that address. Then
Where's
again,
Fontana? Is that in the US?
and cleaning the floor with literally no gloves at all. And then her nails. Oh my God, look, I just saw her nails. No wonder why she's not wearing any gloves. Because if she wore gloves, she would probably tear those fucking gloves. So she's like, I would rather sacrifice those gloves than these pretty nails. I love how this entire video she was just advertising her own product and Scrub Daddy. So what did you guys think about this video? Did you enjoy this
What
video?
are you getting?
Was this video
Ooh.
cool enough for you?
What are you getting?
What? What's this? Oh, this is just my personal customized button 2024 version 2.6.
Oh, I want
just
that.
came out. That's actually available on my store. Also, link in bio. For
Oh my god, I want that. I want to check that out. I want to check that out. I want to check that out.
just $950.
Ah.
No, that was a joke. This is actually not. for
That's
sale.
over rice and chicken. Oh, me likey. Enjoy Severus. Also,
I am actually
I like
sharing my
rice,
address with
Singaporean
whoever
rice
hits
and
like,
chicken.
subscribe,
Should
and
try
the bell
that.
icon on this
Or
video.
maybe
but
put
with
some,
the tip, if you're gonna get my address, you might.
Oh
as
wait,
well
there's
come
the sauce.
clean my
Oh wait,
bathroom.
never mind.
You can wear gloves. I don't care about that. Wear whatever you want, as long as my bathroom is clean at the end of the day. What do you get in return? A bitch button. Naughty. What the fuck?
Northwest. Oh my god, they're showing this. Okay, before I continue watching videos, I'm gonna go and pee first. Also, if you want to watch me clean, yeah, 1,000 subs. Big guy, I'm saying that to you, or whoever's watching. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Send me something sciencey. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm just fixing my bra. Um,
In a recent video, I talked about the history of the search for the Higgs boson, specifically how the various experiments were able to...
Excuse me. What if it goes too far over my head, huh? Does that mean I get crazy, huh?
narrow down the possible mass ranges in which the Higgs boson could exist. However, many of you asked for more details how each experiment approached the problem. It's an interesting question, and therefore, due to popular demand, that's what I'm going to talk about today.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what's the Higgs boson? I don't know what that is, so I'm gonna search it. Oh. Let me read it. Oh, okay. Tell me about. Oh, you can tell me about it. Let me read it if I could understand it. Let me see if my brain can like understand whatever this shit is. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. I have no idea what's happening here. I was just looking at this shit that big guy sent me. Like, I'm not like. Apparently, it's about the Higgs boson, yada yada. It's a theory, a model. Yeah, I have no idea, honestly. I have no idea what this is. So you gotta tell me, big guy. Or should I watch the video? Or how about you, Thors? Do you have an idea? Because, yeah, I don't know what this shit is, honestly. Quarks cannot exist for the matter and radiation. Sorry, you did say a brief explanation. I didn't read that. I'm sorry. Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna try to I'm gonna try. But I'm sorry if I'm stupid, okay? Don't
Over the
blame
past
me.
couple decades, there have been
I'm just a
three
girl.
distinct approaches to search for the Higgs.
Sorry,
Each of these approaches...
girls are smart girls, smart girls, strong girls, woo, girls. I'm sorry.
are related to the accelerator being used. For each accelerator, there were multiple experimental groups, but those groups use similar techniques. Thus, I will use the accelerators to define the three eras, specifically the LEP period, the Tevatron period, and the LHC period. The LEP accelerator was located at CERN in Europe. It operated from 1989 to late 2000, and it collided electrons and antimatter electrons. The beam energy was increased over the years. From 1989 to 1995, the collision energy was 91.2 GeV. Then, each subsequent year, the collision energy was raised. In 2000, the year the accelerator stopped operating, the maximum collision energy was 208 GeV. By the way, to give a sense of scale, the mass of the proton is about 1 GeV. The Tevatron operated at Fermilab, my research home. It operated from 1986 to 2011, and it collided protons and antimatter protons. From 1986 to 2001, the collision energy was 1,800 GeV. From 2001 to 2011, the collision energy was 1,960 GeV. The Large Hadron Collider, or LHC, also operates at CERN. It began operations in 2010 and continues today. The accelerator collides pairs of protons together, with the collision energy increasing over the years. In 2010 and 2011, the collision energy was 7,000 GeV.
What? So what's the name of the specific thing? Like that thing that the experiment? Okay, it says here, you and everything around you are made of particles, but when the universe began, no particles had mass. They all sped around at the speed of light. Stars, planets, and life could only emerge because particles gain their mass from a fundamental field associated with the Higgs. So I'm assuming it basically like it collided to each other until like a Big Bang Theory sort of scenario. Is that what you're trying? Is that what they're trying to say here? And in a current description of nature, every particle is a wave in a blah 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 blah. Meow meow meow. In the Higgs boson, in case the field comes first, the Higgs field was shush. Oh. What's Large Hadron Collider? What's that? Okay, I'm gonna check it out. How do particles get mass? Blah blah beep 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 boop 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 blah 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 blah. How did we discover Higgs bosons? Boop 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 blah 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 blah. Says that these particles are also produced in many other processes, but the Higgs only appears in 1 in a billion LHC collision. That sounds like drugs. LHC. Oh, so that's what the wow. So that's what the machine is called. Particle collider. Ooh, okay. That's interesting. I wanna see this one next. Wait, let me put this on my queue.
During
Humanity
2012,
has made
this
some objects travel at
was increased to 8,000 GeV. From 2015 to 2018, the collision energy was 13,000 GeV, and since 2022, the collision energy is 13,600 GeV. The accelerator was designed to run at 14,000 GeV, so future increases may still happen. However, remember that the announcement of the discovery of the Higgs boson was in 2012, so only the early running at 7,000 to 8,000 GeV was relevant for the discovery. Each of these three accelerators searched for the Higgs boson in different ways. That's because there are a handful of important considerations in the entire process. The first is just exactly how the accelerator will produce Higgs bosons. Since Higgs bosons don't normally exist in nature, we have to create them. This uses Einstein's equation E equals mc squared. We convert the beam energy into Higgs bosons, and since each accelerator uses different beams, the way in which we convert beam energy into matter depends on the beam type and the beam energy. The second consideration is how Higgs bosons decay. The Higgs boson, being connected to the Higgs field, which gives particles mass, tends to decay into the heaviest particles allowed by energy conservation. We now know the mass of the Higgs boson. It's about 125 GeV, which means that the Higgs boson can decay into pairs of bottom quarks. However, due to the vagaries of quantum mechanics, it's also possible for the Higgs boson to decay into pairs of W bosons and Z bosons, even though the energy isn't enough. It's weird, but, well, that's quantum mechanics for you. And before the Higgs boson was discovered, other decay modes might have been possible. A third consideration is whether the manner in which the Higgs boson decays is easy to identify or whether it looks like more pedestrian collisions. After all, in particle physics collisions, all sorts of things happen. If the particular type of decay you're looking for is produced far more often via other collisions, the Higgs signal could be hidden like a whisper at a rock concert. Okay, remember that while we now know the mass of the Higgs boson, prior to the discovery, we didn't. The combination of theory and earlier precise measurements suggested that the mass of the Higgs boson was somewhere between maybe 90 and 185 GeV. Or, of course, it might not have existed at all. Experimenters using each accelerator considered every possible way in which a Higgs boson could be created. They then combined that information with the amount of energy they had to work with and the range of masses they could investigate. Finally, they considered the capabilities of their detectors, the various ways in which the Higgs boson could decay, and the rate at which other interactions could mimic the Higgs boson production. For each accelerator, specific combinations were determined to be the most promising. Mind you, the researchers looked everywhere. It's just that I'm going to tell you about the best ones. Let's start with the LEP accelerator. In the year 2000, LEP scientists raised the beam energy in hopes of creating a Z boson and a Higgs boson at the same time. Both of these particles are very unstable and they decay quickly into known particles, electrons, muons, quarks, and so on. One example would be when the Z boson decayed into a muon antimatter muon pair, while the Higgs would decay into a bottom quark matter antimatter pair. That's just one example. The researchers looked at all possible combinations. Despite a few tantalizing hints in their data, the researchers ultimately concluded that they saw nothing, and they ruled out a Higgs boson with a mass below 114.4 GeV. The Tevatron had more energy and could, in principle, make isolated Higgs bosons. If that happened and the mass of the Higgs boson was under 160 GeV, the Higgs bosons would decay preferentially into bottom quark-antiquark pairs. Above 160 GeV, the preferred decay was into pairs of W bosons. The problem at the Tevatron is that making pairs of bottom quarks via other processes is super easy. You see them all the time, which would swamp any Higgs signal. To get around that, Tevatron scientists look for collisions in which Higgs bosons were created at the same time as either a W or a Z boson. The basic idea is that collisions in which two rare particles are made don't usually occur. So, for different reasons, both LEP and Tevatron scientists look for collisions in which Higgs bosons were produced at the same time as either W or Z bosons. And, of course, they didn't see the bosons themselves, but rather the decay products of those particles. Using this approach, Tevatron scientists were able to rule out Higgs bosons with masses close to 160 GeV and some lower masses. But there just wasn't enough data to rule out all masses.
I don't even understand it. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm like reading like shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm like reading it right now on the side. Like, how do they work? Like, first of all, how do they work? Like, how do they work? Like, what are they trying to, what sort of thing are they like, yeah, like, is it like electricity or something? Like, I'm reading it at the moment. Like it says here, according to CERN, the Large Hadron LHC is the most powerful accelerator, boosts particle protons which form the matter we know, accelerated to collide with other protons, blah 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 blah, almost transform or decay into lighter particles. But oh, okay, electromagnet. So the okay, so they use magnets. Am I right? Can you correct me? Okay, are you a teacher, big guy? Can you senpai senpaya. Senpaya. Are you a senpaya? I'm gonna kick you with my
If the
feet. You
Tevatron
want?
ran longer and collected data, the Higgs boson would have eventually been observed
I'm
at
kidding,
Fermilab.
but yeah, correct me if I'm wrong.
But the LHC began operations, and the new machines
So the oh. Okay. Oh, okay.
higher energy gave it capabilities that both the LEP and Tevatron accelerator just didn't have. Unlike the Tevatron, which collided protons and antiprotons, the LHC collides pairs of protons. Both of these types of collisions are super messy and are very prone to making events that look like Higgs bosons, but aren't. However, the LHC detectors were built 2 decades after the Tevatron ones and 3 decades after the LEP ones. The new detectors are simply better. In addition, the higher energy and higher collision rate in LHC beams makes more Higgs bosons per second than at the Tevatron. With more Higgs bosons, scientists could look at rare decays. These rare decays are hard to fake and easy to measure precisely, which makes it easier to identify Higgs bosons. This gave LHC scientists opportunities that earlier researchers didn't have. For example, one super clean example is an event in which a Higgs boson decays into 2 Z bosons, and those Z bosons decay either into electrons or muons. This configuration is very rare, occurring only 0.013% of the time. That's super rare, but it also doesn't happen very often by more common physics. Furthermore, it's easy to measure accurately. Then there's the situation in which the Higgs boson decays into 2 photons. That's also very rare, occurring only 0.229% of the time. But again, this doesn't happen very often in more ordinary collisions. So that's what the LHC experimenters did. They looked for super clean but super rare examples of Higgs bosons and decays. One of the LHC experiments, called ATLAS, looked for Higgs bosons decaying into pairs of Z bosons, pairs of W bosons, or pairs of photons. They looked for other decays too, but those were the biggies. The other LHC experiment, called CMS, did basically the same thing. For example, here is an event in which the Higgs boson decayed into 2 photons. And then they collected lots of data. This plot you see on the screen shows what the data looked like as it was being collected. The blue and green shaded areas is what we predicted to see if the Higgs boson didn't exist. The black dots are the data, and the red curve is the Higgs boson. We start out seeing no signal, but when enough data was collected, a little bump of data at a mass of 125 GeV is apparent. So that's basically how scientists search for the Higgs boson using 3 accelerators over the course of 10 or 15 years. And on July 4th, 2012, both of the big LHC experiments jointly announced discovery. Even better, the 2 experiments agreed with one another. The announcement of the discovery of the Higgs boson in 2012 wasn't the final word. Truthfully, all they knew for sure was that a new particle had been observed. It took years of more data to verify that the particle predicted back in the 1960s had been discovered. Scientists did that in a couple of ways, but one of the more persuasive measurements was to check to see if the particle decayed to other particles in the exact proportions predicted by Higgs theory, and we can see that both LHC experiments validate the prediction. Mind you, this isn't the only cross-check, but it's a good one, and all of the other cross-checks tell the same story. So, I hope this answers some of the questions that some viewers had. Searching for a rare and unknown particle is a tricky business, requiring researchers leverage their knowledge and the capabilities of both their accelerator and detectors. And when they do that, Mother Nature eventually reveals her secrets. Okay.
What the fuck? First of all, I have a lot of questions after that. Wow. Wait. I said I'm gonna watch this one because I was just wondering how it works. I mean, I know it's magnets, and I'm reading it at the moment. I'm trying to read it and all that stuff. Apparently, in 2029, they're gonna be upgrading the LHC, Large Hadron Collider, which will yeah. which will collide tiny particles of matter at an energy of up to 14 TeV in order to study the fundamental components of matter and the forces that binds them together. Like, let's just steer the particles so they can be spun around. Oh! So they're spinning around like that. Are they like a washing machine? Ah. Oh. Crab cavities. Okay, so highly sure of it. Okay, send me a China underscore. Ah. Oh. What's next? You Chicago physics on the quest to find a particle and what the fuck you get out of... Sorry, I'm like talking about my computer. We even asked half the questions that we have about the Higgs hunting snipe. Strange particle. Electrons and quarks interact with the Higgs field and sets their bands. Oh, okay. I see. So these are all okay. Oh. Ah! Sorry.
Evil.
Mm-hmm.
Woken from comfortable sleep, only to realize that your ears are being a...
Oh, is this Aussie? Three Georges Dam. Oh no, that's Chinese. Okay, let me pee. I need to pee. I'm gonna pee and I'm gonna start some laundry. So give me a second. Give me 1 sec, I'm almost there. Allah. Oh, true. Okay, yeah. You should be as well. In case. Why am I telling you to be? I'm sorry. But yeah, you can be whatever you want. No judgment, you know. Judgment. Okay.
By the loudest cacophony of noise that you've ever heard. low, guttural roar of something unspeakably vast bearing down on you, shaking the ground as it drowns out even the sounds of your own anguished screams. Then, as if a broom to an ant colony, you, your house, and everything for hundreds of kilometers is simply swept away, carried
Bye-bye.
off down the river until eventually being deposited into the ocean.
Duolingo,
The
Duolingo, don't forget
2,335 meter
Duolingo.
or 7,661 feet
Duolingo.
long, 181
Forget
meter
your
tall,
Duolingo.
that's 594 feet, Three Gorges Dam has failed, and billions of cubic meters of water has been allowed to tear through Wuhan, Chongqing, Nanjing, and further downstream, Shanghai. This is, without question, one of the biggest catastrophes in China's history. But although the initial toll on human life is beyond belief, it pales in comparison to the damage that's about to follow. You see, the Yangtze River Basin happens to be one of the biggest economic hubs on Earth, contributing roughly 40% of China's entire economy, and it's integral to around 15% of manufacturing globally. Countless local and global industries, such as the medicinal, agricultural, and technological, are all at least partially based on the production that occurs in this region, and if work stops here, the consequences are quickly going to be felt everywhere. To put it bluntly, if the Yangtze River Basin manufacturing linchpin is broken, everyone is going to feel it in some way. Probably you, probably me, even if it's indirect. But it's not the loss of manufacturing that's the biggest immediate concern locally. It's rather that agriculture in the region is essential to keeping most of China fed. Farming in the basin accounts for roughly half of all fish eaten in the country, as well as a whopping 2/3 of the nationwide rice supply. Also lost is the production of cotton, wheat, corn, beans, barley, and hemp. Now, China has suffered famine before, between 1959 and 1961, with the death toll at that time estimated to be between 15 and 55 million. And although a similar situation today would likely be dealt with differently, it can still be expected that an unprecedented humanitarian disaster is on the immediate horizon. As far as broader supply chain impact is concerned, Chengdu, Wuhan, Chongqing, and Shanghai are amongst China's most developed and important industrial centers. Iron ore, coal, copper, gold, oil, and natural gas production lines are all linked to these cities, and with them no longer operational, it's safe to say that much of China's economy is going to come screeching to a halt. Plus, depending on how long it takes the industries to recover, probably years, the consequences will echo for decades. Meanwhile, nations that depend on Chinese exports are also going to struggle, with those most likely to feel the immediate pain, including the United States, which imports roughly $502 billion worth on an annual basis, as well as Vietnam, South Korea, and Japan. As a hypothetical scenario, it's all rather horrifying to imagine, conjuring up images of an entire region of a country, if not the entire country, transforming into something post-apocalyptic virtually overnight. But with all the dramatics out of the way, let's pump the brakes and get realistic, shall we? What we've just described is the worst case scenario, a sudden catastrophic failure of the Three Gorges Dam that is somehow triggered without any warning. If this were to ever happen, the results would indeed be unimaginable devastation. But for all the reasons we're about to get into, this scenario isn't particularly realistic. Certainly not in the way that we've spent the start of this video describing. But we hooked you in, didn't we? This isn't to say that there aren't many serious problems with the dam, and that there aren't very real reasons to be concerned. But as you'll soon learn, that the dam might collapse is probably last on the list of things that anyone should be worried about. But first, why is the possibility that the dam might collapse being brought up at all? The Yangtze River is the convergence point of countless mini and major rivers in the area, including the Han, Xiang, and Gan rivers downstream from the Three Gorges Dam, as well as the Wu and Min rivers upstream, among countless others. These many rivers deposit their water into the Yangtze, which in turn flows 6,300 kilometers until it eventually opens up into the ocean. As you can imagine, fully controlling this gargantuan flow of water is an incredibly complicated task, verging on being impossible depending on who you're asking. Most important to keep in mind is that the flow of water is fairly manageable during the dry seasons, but gets exponentially more difficult depending on rainfall. Now, to make the task of controlling the rivers more viable, 4 dams have been built, with the Three Gorges just being the most recent and most impressive. The Shangjiaba and Xiaolodo dams are upriver, and the Gezhoba Dam is downriver. As expected, these control points are in constant communication, particularly in times of flooding, and will coordinate to ensure that the rising water levels are kept within reasonable limits. You're probably already aware, but each dam has a reservoir, the point behind the dam where the water is collected and only let through depending on current needs. The Three Gorges Dam reservoir capacity is a staggering 39.3 cubic kilometers. It has a catchment area of 1 million square kilometers, taking into account the countless other rivers. It boasts a surface area of 1,084 square kilometers and extends a maximum length of around 600 kilometers. It's all rather impressive, but just how is anyone sure that the dam is staying firm against the unimaginable pressure created by all this water? Well, installed in the dam are a total of 12,000 sensors relaying important information to engineers. As of right now, according to official reports, none of the sensors have ever indicated any signs of stress, providing sound assurance that there is no reason to think that the Three Gorges Dam is going to fail anytime soon. Naturally, if the reservoir ever does get too full, some or all of the 22 surface sluice gates are open to allow water to rejoin the Yangtze and ultimately become the problem of the Geshoba Dam downstream. This is how dam networks are designed to operate, as it is seen in countless other operations around the world. Further on the topic of safety, the dam itself is designed in multiple segments rather than as a single giant solid piece of cement. When put under pressure, these segments are intended to bind together, providing greater resistance the more direct forces applied. If any of these segments were to fail, the damage would not impact the integrity of any of the surrounding segments, so it's far more likely that the Three Gorges Dam would spring a leak rather than simply failing outright. Of course, the leak would certainly be a problem and water levels would gradually rise downstream, but the situation would at least be manageable depending on the flow of water at that time. The possibility that the entire dam might unexpectedly fail is extremely unlikely, so much so that it's not actually really worth investigating further. The scenario described at the beginning is therefore entirely fictional, and if anything, the population centers downstream would have long been evacuated before there was any real chance of being swept away. So, I guess that wraps it up then. The dam is completely safe, there's no chance of it failing, and the millions living downstream are all perfectly safe. Thanks for watching, but not quite. You've seen the timeline, you know how much we have to still get through today, because here's the reality. Regardless of the dam being structurally sound at this moment in time, not only is flood control in the Yangtze River Basin tenuous at best, but the amount of overall controversy surrounding the Three Gorges Dam is absolutely deafening. Not as deafening as all the water ripping through your house, but still pretty loud. First and foremost, despite not being at risk of failing anytime soon, the Three Gorges Dam is showing signs of stress. At the time the reservoir was originally filled in 2003, the Three Gorges Dam developed around 80 hairline fractures. This is all rather alarming, but in this case the cracks were nothing particularly concerning. It's expected that when dams first accept the full weight of a reservoir, there's going to be settling as the concrete structures bind together for the first time. In fact, most of the dams worldwide contain cracks to some extent, so pointing to hairline fractures in the Three Gorges Dam is nothing more than clickbait alarmism. With that being said, there is plenty of reason to be concerned about the events that unfolded in 2020, and not just because the dam showed additional signs of stress. Following record-high water levels in 2020, deformations of non-structural parts of the dam and seepage was widely reported. The Xinhua news agency officially made a report, quoting a dam operator who confirmed that the signs of stress were true. The deformation occurred after multiple waves of severe flood water from upstream crashed down onto the Three Gorges Dam at a rate of 61,000 cubic meters per second, officially setting a new record for the river. There was a brief surge of panic as alleged images from Google Earth showed to the horror of those living downstream, the dam exhibiting undeniable serious signs of deformation. Thankfully, the images were totally fake and nothing more than a very poorly thought out hoax. But even if the fake images did drastically exaggerate the damage, the reality is that some deformation did occur. But rest assured that the deformation, although certainly occurring as a direct result of the 2020 floods, wasn't as bad as it sounds, according to officials. Following confirmation of the damage, the state-owned China Three Gorges Corporation was quick to set up and ease worries. A spokesperson admitted that non-structural buckling and seepage had occurred, but insisted that none of the sensors had tripped and all deformation was well within expected design parameters. The spokesman also stressed that seepage had immediately ceased once sluice gates had been opened. Wang Hao, a hydraulics expert from the Chinese Academy of Engineering, echoed the sentiments, declaring that all was well with the dam and that a flood twice the volume could be easily handled. But put a pin in that thought. Zhang Shuguang of the Three Gorge Hub Management Bureau was less subtle about his assurances, declaring that nothing in the next 500 years could come close to toppling the dam. He stressed that the dam's core design means that the weight of the concrete alone is enough to keep the water at bay, citing the additional details we've already learned regarding these cement segments packing together tighter under pressure. However, amongst all the reassurances, Zhang did drop one more very significant piece of information that will swiftly take us into the many problems with the dam, including some of the reasons the entire project is so controversial. Zhang said, in reference to the fact that the population living downstream of the dam did still experience serious flooding in 2020, that those living in the Yangtze River Basin cannot rely on the dam to prevent flooding, especially given that his priority is ensuring the safety of the dam above all else. As already discussed, in dire circumstances, the sluice gates of the Three Gorges Dam must be open to prevent strain, meaning that even with the dam present, flooding downstream is still a serious problem. In 2020, at the same time parts of the dam were buckling and engineers were forced to open the gates, floods in the Yangtze River Basin still displaced 3.67 million people, caused $20.5 billion in economic strain, 54.8 million were impacted overall, and around 219 were killed or went missing. At this point, it might surprise you to learn that the primary reason the Three Gorges Dam was built, specifically, was to prevent serious flooding. The government's flood preparation intentions can clearly be seen in the original 1992 proposal of the dam, though you should already be getting an idea of just how well those original intentions are working out today. Meanwhile, it might not surprise you to learn that construction of the dam had been fiercely opposed by many hydrologists, ecologists, and engineers, all stressing that the dam would not only be largely insufficient in controlling serious floodwaters, but that the cost to the local populace and ecosystem would be devastating. A book titled Yangtze, released prior to the building of the dam, explained many of the issues, declaring that the project would be a long-term catastrophe if it were ever to go ahead. The book was banned, and the environmentalist author Dai Qing was jailed. Probably surprisingly least of all is that many of the issues covered in Yangtze are now coming to pass, though perhaps even Dai Qing didn't properly understand how severe and numerous the problems would be. In 1954, an area of around 193,000 square kilometers in the Yangtze River Basin flooded, killing 33,169 and displacing around 18.9 million. Wuhan was completely uninhabited for over 3 months, and the Zhangguo Railway was inoperable for over 100 days. In 1998, the same area flooded a second time. Around 2,039 square kilometers of farmland was completely enveloped, drastically impacting agriculture. The lives of around 2.3 million people were impacted, and 1,526 were killed. Now, following the completion of the dam and the original filling of the reservoir in 2003, there were a number of occasions where the new dam was able to control increases in water flow. Significant rainfall in 2009 was handled admirably, and what may have otherwise been a more serious situation was brought under control. These successes were trumpeted as superior engineering overcoming Mother Nature, taming the environment, and making China a prosperous nation. Importantly, the water flow in this case was not particularly severe though. But then came 2020. The biggest reported flood in China for 60 years occurred, and the reservoir reached full capacity on multiple occasions. The sluice gates were opened several times to ease the strain, and Yichang, a city downstream, was extensively flooded. Authorities insisted that the situation would have been far worse had the dam not been present, but this did not stop a wave of criticism suggesting that when it had come down to it, the dam had clearly not been capable of dealing with any situation beyond the norm. In the case of the 2020 floods, the areas downstream of the Three Gorges Dam had already been struggling to maintain water levels, namely from the flow of water that had not originated in the controlled area behind the dam. Therefore, upon the sluice gates being opened out of necessity, the situation downstream had only been made drastically worse, as opposed to the dam actually offering any sort of relief. To put it bluntly, it was widely suggested that if rainfall ever exceeds a certain point, the Three Gorges Dam becomes a dangerous hindrance rather than providing any support. Now, we can't really say whether the situation was made worse by the dam, given that we are not hydrologists, but what we can say is that perceptions certainly aren't helped by statements made by various experts. Professor of Geography at the University of Alabama, David Shankman, was confident in saying that the Three Gorges Dam is completely incapable of dealing with severe floods. He said in an interview with CNN that, quoting here, "The dam is fully operational for many years now, and now we have the highest water level ever recorded." He elaborated that the dam is simply not adequate for dealing with any serious rainfall, more or less nullifying the entire purpose of the dam's existence. Chinese geologist Fan Xiao echoed these statements, saying that during the dry seasons, the reservoir levels at the three gorges are reduced from a maximum of 175 meters to 145 meters in preparation for the rainy season, effectively creating enough space for 22 billion cubic meters of water. Fan elaborated that this may sound impressive, but stressed that the capacity is far from adequate in dealing with the potential 244 billion cubic meters of water expected during a so-called once-in-a-century flood. He added plainly that, quoting again, "It's like using a small cup to deal with a big tub of water. In terms of flood control, the cost of the dam has surely outweighed the gain." The quote ends. Associate Professor of Storage and Hydropower at the IHE Delft Institute for Water Education, Miroslav Marans, added that the problem isn't the dam itself, but rather that it's impossible to try and control the Yangtze River Basin, the third largest in the world by volume, using a dam alone. He said, very pointedly, that, quoting, "It's impossible to do it with just a dam." So, given all this evidence, it's fair to conclude that the effectiveness of the dam as a severe flood prevention measure can at least be brought into doubt, and that brings us to the primary question overshadowing everything. Why was the Three Gorges Dam greenlit in the first place, given that it doesn't actually seem to serve the primary purpose that it was built for? Mention of the dam across the Yangtze River dates back to 1919, with Sun Yat-sen, recognized as the founding father of modern China, envisioning a way to control the floods that devastated the communities living along the banks of the Yangtze River. Now, nothing was done in his lifetime, but his successor, Chiang Kai-shek, contacted American engineer John L. Savage, who had previously drawn up the design for the Hoover Dam. Savage put forward his vision of a proposed Yangtze River project, and dozens of Chinese engineers were even sent to the US for training. But just as the project was gaining momentum, progress came to a halt due to the worsening Chinese Civil War. A dam was again considered during the 1949 Communist Revolution, with Mao Zedong supporting the idea, but development was again paused due to various economic complications brought on by the disastrous Great Leap Forward. Deng Xiaoping resurrected the idea in the late 1970s, and this was when the first signs of controversy became abundantly clear. As opposed to the previous times the dam had been proposed, this occasion was met with strong resistance. Hydrologists and environmentalists were quick to point out that damming the Yangtze River would come with an enormous cost, primarily in terms of environmental and civilian damage, not to mention the countless archaeological sites that would be lost forever. The debate continued for a decade, with no progress made one way or the other. But as the 80s turned into the 90s, Chinese communist rule took a turn, and open dissent was no longer so quietly tolerated. It was around this time that the book Yangtze was released and author Dai Ching was jailed. Finally, the dam was pushed through the National People's Congress in 1992, but only with an eyebrow-raising approval rating of just 67.75%. That's 664 of 2,633 members abstaining from voting outright and 177 voting against, which is itself very abnormal for the Chinese government and an indication of just how irregular the situation was across the board. A delegate from Yilin province, Yang Shi-ren, is quoted in Yangtze as saying, "The majority of the delegates are not fully informed of the technical aspects of the project, so no matter how we vote in blindness." Regardless, the Three Gorges Dam went ahead, even with the World Bank outright refusing to advance funds in support of construction. According to the World Bank, given how many major concerns about the dam had gone completely unaddressed, supporting the project would have been irresponsible. The dam itself is so vast, and the amount of water it displaces so immense that, as is often pointed out, the enormous redistribution of mass may be lengthening Earth days by 0.06 microseconds. This is due to the moment of inertia principle, whereby something spinning will increase or decrease in momentum based on the distribution of mass. If you've noticed how a spinning figure skater speeds up or slows down based on the extending or retracting of limbs, you're already familiar with how this works. Now, an increase in Earth days has never been recorded, so this is all entirely theoretical, but that the notion is even being brought up should put into perspective the absolutely gargantuan size of the project that we're talking about here. To not beat around the bush, creating a dam and reservoir of this size was never going to be simple, and was never not going to cause incalculable damage to both the environment and the lives of those living within the project perimeter. The simple reality is that everything that currently stands in a reservoir zone, human, animal, or otherwise, is either going to move or disappear forever. In terms of human damage prior to the approval of the dam, where the reservoir now stands, keeping in mind the numbers here vary depending on who you ask, was 2 cities, 114 towns, and 1,680 villages. Over 1 million residents were forced to move, with the Chinese government taking full control of the mass migration to other areas. Those that were displaced complained that the compensation they received was inadequate, that they had lost priceless farmland, and that many couldn't find jobs after relocating. It was also widely reported that much of the money that had been assigned to the relocation project had been misused or outright stolen, something that the government later admitted in 2013. In regards to the impact on wildlife, the Yangtze River Basin is home to around 350 fish species, 145 amphibian species, 762 bird species, and 280 mammal species, including the giant panda. All of these groups have been impacted to some extent, some more than others. The biggest impact has been to the freshwater fish species, 27% of which are endangered. The Chinese paddlefish was declared extinct in 2022, having last been seen in 2003, just after the dam was fully operational. The baiji, a Chinese river dolphin, has also been declared extinct. The 3,000 to 4,000 remaining critically endangered Siberian cranes spend winter in the wetlands near the dam, most of which has now been completely submerged. The forested area, which previously covered around 20% of the region surrounding the dam, has decreased to 10%. Landslides are now also a regular occurrence, though this was expected and was a frequently raised red flag by countless geologists. With the banks of the gorge now saturated and rapidly eroding, landslides began to occur immediately after the reservoir reached 135 meters. Just weeks after the reservoir was filled, a landslide killed 24 people, destroyed 346 houses, and capsized 20 boats. In the first 4 months of 2010 alone, 97 notable landslides occurred, so many that it's genuinely difficult to separate which landslide caused which particular disaster. Next up, and perhaps most significant of all, is the situation unfolding with naturally occurring sedimentation. Now, not all of the information here is agreed on, so keep that in mind as we continue. Millions of tons of sediment is now being deposited into the river via erosion and landslides, and by extension, this sediment is being contained above the dam and restricted from flowing further downstream. The area in which the sediment is building up is quickly losing much of its biodiversity due to the sudden change in environment, itself a problem that may manifest in countless unpredictable ways. The riverbanks downstream, meanwhile, are now lacking the sediments that previously settled along the river and naturally strengthened the riverbanks. The result, keeping in mind the original purpose of the dam, is that riverbanks may now be steadily weakening over time and floods may start becoming more frequent than ever. As a kicker, Shanghai sits around 1,600 kilometers downstream from the Three Gorges Dam. The city was built on a sediment plain that has been gathering for centuries, collecting at the exit of the Yangtze River before it washes out to sea. This sediment plain may now be at risk, and although likely not an immediate problem, if these predictions are accurate, it may very well become a problem that future generations have to deal with. And lastly, the dam is located near 2 geographic fault lines, and the added pressure of billions of cubic meters of water is adding to an already precarious situation. Between the time the reservoir filled in 2003 up until 2009, the Chinese Earthquake Administration kept careful tabs on local activity. There were around 3,429 mini-quakes during that period, not devastating, but certainly more than the previous record of 94 between 2000 and 2003. Now, no one is suggesting that a serious earthquake may be triggered anytime soon, but this is just another concern among countless others. Alright, let's reiterate the original question. Is the dam at risk of failing? It should be fairly obvious that there is no pressing reason to think that the Three Gorges Dam is at risk of outright failing, if what the China Three Gorges Corporation is saying can be trusted. But once again, it should also be obvious that this is the wrong question to be asking. Instead, the real question is, what will happen to the Yangtze River Basin when the next major storm hits? The 2020 storm was one of the biggest in recorded history, and there is reason to believe that another, much bigger one may potentially...
Well, hello, isn't it happening right now?
Just to be clear, it's not a matter of if another major storm will hit, but when and how big it will be. More to the point, if what's being said about lessening sedimentation along the riverbanks is true, it may not even take a particularly big storm for a serious disaster to unfold. With all that being said, and everything we've focused on so far, we've perhaps done a bit of a disservice to the dam itself. Regardless of everything else, there is no question that the Three Gorges Dam is truly an engineering and architectural masterpiece. So in closing off today's video, let's pay a bit of respect.
What the hell? Why did you compare the video? I'd say they're different.
Some of the engineering.
But yeah, I've seen this Three Gorges Dam, like all that shit. Like, oh, it's big. wow, China #1. That's one of the things they've been like showing off, because yeah, it is one of the largest dam in the world. But yeah, God bless. All I can say with the Higgs thing, I honestly think I don't know shit about that. Like I'm like, but it's interesting. Like I think there should be like the way you said it, like I kind of understood more of it. Like because you couldn't understand it at first. Like if you look at the fucking graph and all that shit, like I wouldn't really like understand that unless I like look into it further. So yeah.
Marvels that have gone
It's because you cut me off when I was like, oh, I want to watch more of it.
into
So
creating the
it's your
third
fault.
biggest gravity dam and official biggest hydroelectric dam in the
kidding.
world. There are a total of 34 generators in the dam, 32 main and 2 power plant generators, providing an average of between 80 and 100 terawatt hours of completely renewable electricity. The hydroelectric project took nearly a decade to complete, and with the
Fuck, it
final
sounds like a
generator
monkey.
operational in July 2012, the dam now produces roughly 20 times more electricity than the Hoover Dam. Of course, electricity generation does depend on water passing through, so years with higher rainfall have resulted in dramatically more electricity. This means that the peak output of generation was recorded in 2020 thanks to the record-breaking floods.
I mean, as long as they could like sustain that sort of amount of water, you know, in the end, that is indeed electricity for them, right? So yeah, yeah. All I can say is I hope they do all right. Some dams can actually like if you don't do the proper research, some dams can actually like reduce the outflow of water to other areas, like that happened in the Philippines where I'm from. So since we're in the valley and there are other mountains, ever since they added like a dam somewhere up north, yeah, there's been like less water coming in our town basically. So yeah, that's one of the bad things that could happen when it comes to like dams and all that shit. But from what I'm getting, it sounds like the water, there's too much shit, that it sounds better if they could just split them into different dams instead of one large, you know, dam or something. It would have been better if they just used like natural alternatives, I guess. No, natural alternatives. I sound like a fucking doctor. Okay. So I'm gonna play this for a second, but I won't be here.
Surrounding a land feature with multiple layers of ships, creating a cabbage effect, where the target is wrapped in layers of vessels, making it difficult for other ships to approach or access the area. The situation only worsened in the 2020s, with weapons now being frequently involved. In November 2023, China blasted a Philippine supply ship with a water cannon near the second Thomas Shoal. The same thing happened not a month later, this time with the head of the Philippine Armed Forces, General Romeo Brawner Jr., aboard the vessel. The water cannons kept being fired in 2024 as well, damaging vessels and injuring crew members. Worst of all, the incidents between China and the Philippines are now occurring on a regular basis. Not a single month in 2024 has passed without at least one notable incident. But as you might notice in the brief recounting of these incidents, China is always the one to initiate them. Of course, Beijing will always come up with a convenient justification for its actions, citing sovereignty claims or accusing the Philippines of provocations. However, the pattern of Chinese aggression and the escalation of incidents in the South China Sea raise concerns about the potential for further conflict in the region. Unfortunately, the Philippines isn't the only country in the Asia-Pacific that China has been bullying. Just ask Taiwan, aka the nation that China is desperate to eliminate. The poor relationship between China, or the People's Republic of China, and Taiwan, aka the Republic of China, has been strained for decades, with China viewing Taiwan as a renegade province that must be reunified with the mainland, if necessary, by force. China has consistently opposed Taiwan's independence and has sought to isolate it diplomatically. However, it's also mercilessly bullied the island nation by intensifying its military presence around it, carrying out air and sea exercises, and sending unannounced aircraft into its airspace. All these actions have earned the Taiwan Strait the undesirable title of one of the most tense military flashpoints in the world, a flashpoint that could undoubtedly benefit from a regional alliance similar to NATO. But China isn't the only one causing trouble in this region. NATO and the US are also keeping a watchful eye on the country that's often considered China's closest ally, North Korea. Although North Korea is mostly focused on provoking South Korea, which it sees as its principal enemy, the country's missile test launches in the region have undoubtedly become a cause of concern for neighboring countries and the international community. According to Japan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, North Korea has conducted missile test launches on over 30 separate occasions in 2022 alone. The total number of missiles that were tested during these occasions surpasses 70.
The KN-23 short-range missile,
the Hwasal-2 strategic cruise missile, the Hwasong-12 intermediate-range ballistic missile (IRBM), the Hwasong-15 intercontinental ballistic missile (ICBM), and the Hwasong-17 intercontinental ballistic missile. Of course, these test launches have nothing to do with actually testing the missiles. The primary goal is to send a message of defiance and strength to the international community, particularly the US and its allies in the region. Just look at it this way. The Hwasong-17, which was successfully launched in March 2022, has an operational range of 9,300 miles. In other words, the missile can hit targets anywhere in the US. Unsurprisingly, these displays continued throughout 2023 and 24, bringing the total number of fired missiles to well over 100. With everything happening in the Asia-Pacific, it shouldn't be surprising that NATO and the US are struggling to keep up. With the Russo-Ukrainian war and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in full swing, deterring China alone has put an immense strain on the US military and resources, which are vital to the security of the region. Throw China's and North Korea's deepening ties with Russia into the mix, and it immediately becomes obvious that NATO and the US can't do it all alone. They need a strong alliance, focused solely on the Asia-Pacific region and its unique challenges. They need an Asian NATO. Of course, NATO and the US aren't the only ones wanting peace and stability in the region. The nations affected by the actions of China and North Korea, as well as other regional security challenges, also have a vested interest in the matter, no surprises there. But given how the nations in the region are responding to the growing tensions, it seems that peace talks are off the table. Most of these nations have taken the approach of deterrence, bolstering their military capabilities and forging smaller alliances. Take Japan as an example. For decades following its defeat in World War II, Japan has maintained a pacifist stance. However, in recent years, the country has shifted its defense posture, enacting various security reforms to enhance its military capabilities. In 2024, the Japanese cabinet approved a record-high military budget of $55.9 billion. That's a 16.5% increase from the 2023 budget of $47.7 billion. But this historic figure isn't even the highest Japan's military spending is going to get. Tokyo plans to increase its military budget every year until it reaches $62.5 billion in 2027. Out of the $55.9 billion planned for the 2024 fiscal year, as much as $8.78 billion is dedicated to integrated air and missile defense capabilities, which speaks volumes about Japan's stance on all those North Korean missiles that have accidentally landed near Japan's exclusive economic zone. Taiwan's military budget has also seen record high numbers in 2024. The proposed defense budget amounts to $13.8 billion, which is a 7.7% increase from the 2023 budget and 2.5% of the country's GDP. Interestingly, this budget was announced a mere day after the 65th anniversary of the outbreak of the Second Taiwan Strait Crisis, when artillery duels between China and Taiwan erupted over the Quemoy and Matsu Islands. As for the specifics, Taiwan is heavily focusing on military investments covering purchases of new trainer aircraft and combat systems. In the trainer aircraft department, the spotlight is on the AIDC T-5 Brave Eagle transonic advanced jet trainer, set to replace the iconic Cold War-era F-5EF Tiger II jets. The next generation of fighter pilots trained in this aircraft seem to share one sentiment. They won't start a fight with China, but they'll be ready if it comes. A similar proactive approach is taken with the smaller alliances in the region. No country is sitting idly by, waiting for an Asian NATO to swoop in and rescue them. Instead, they are forging their own pacts, bolstering mutual defense agreements, and preparing for any potential conflict. In this regard, the existing alliances in the Asia-Pacific can be viewed as predecessors to a larger NATO-like organization. So before breaking down what an Asian NATO would look like, let's examine the existing alliances that are setting the stage for such.
There is an Asian NATO. It's called ASEAN. ASEAN, haven't you heard of ASEAN? ASEAN is like our NATO, bitch. CC, Association of Southeast Nations. But yeah, all I can say, China bad, China! Oh wait, not China. PRC, PRC. big thumbs down to you guys. Spratly is ours.
Organization. First up, the Quad. As the name suggests, the diplomatic partnership consists of 4 countries: Australia, India, Japan, and the US. The full name of this organization is the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, but if you ask China, it might as well be the Asian NATO. The country has
What? That's an Asian NATO? What the fuck?
long
I didn't know
criticized
that.
the Quad, accusing
Well, why is there no Asia? Like, why are India's the only Asian country there? What the hell?
it of exacerbating tensions and destabilizing the region. Of course, this is the exact opposite of what the Quad actually does. You see, the Quad is committed to maintaining an open, stable, inclusive, and resilient Asia-Pacific, all characteristics that China isn't too fond of. However, this partnership is primarily diplomatic, focusing on challenges like
it's more on the
climate
economic
change, cybersecurity, and disaster relief. Sure, it also tackles
disaster.
disinformation,
Oh,
maritime
okay.
security, and terrorism, but it stops short of being a military alliance. For instance, there's no collective security pact binding its members to mutual defense. That's why in 2024, the US assembled a new quadrilateral grouping called the Squad, in a move that The Diplomat describes as adding S for security. However, the S
Squad.
isn't the only difference between the Quad and the Squad. The groupings also have different participants. The US, Australia, and Japan are still there. The only difference is that the 4th member of the Squad is the Philippines and not India.
What the fuck? Why is the Philippines part of this shit? Squad games. Wait, Squad. Internet. Wait, what? Wait, I don't get it.
However, experts warn against framing this change as the Philippines replacing India. The truth is that India was hesitant to join such a partnership out of fear of triggering China, but the situation in the Asia-Pacific is simply too grave for the key actors to wait for this country to come around. As mentioned, the Squad is primarily focused on security. For now, it's carried out cooperative marine patrols within the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines and worked on making the member countries' defense capabilities interoperable. Advanced operability is also one of the key pillars of another vital partnership in the region, AUKUS. The name of this trilateral security partnership also points to its members, Australia, the UK, and the US. This partnership was announced in 2021 and primarily focuses on boosting Australia's naval capabilities through the
because
state-of-the-art
Australia
nuclear-powered
is,
submarines.
Australia
Of course,
has
acquiring
poor,
and building
what do
these
you call that?
submarines isn't the goal. The end goal
I
is to
forgot what
use
it's
these
called. They
submarines
got
to
poor
enhance
shit.
regional security, particularly in response to
Like
China.
poor capabilities. They're basically just Australia is United States puppet, really, to think about it. Sorry,
escapades
no
under the
offense.
sea. Australia, the UK, and the US are also part of another relevant coalition in the region, the Five Eyes. However, this isn't a
Oh
military
yeah, Five
coalition,
Eyes. Yeah,
but
that's more on the internet.
rather
stuff.
an intelligence sharing alliance.
Yeah,
The remaining members, or the last
intelligence. Oh, sorry, intelligence. Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, single.
two
Okay,
pairs
yeah.
of eyes, if you will, belong to Canada and New Zealand. Together, these 5 countries work tirelessly to collect and share intelligence with the goal of combating threats like terrorism, cyber attacks, and
Yeah, like-
espionage.
Like
As you
the
probably
communists.
noticed, each of the alliances we've mentioned so far includes the US. This shouldn't be surprising given the country's role as a major security partner and ally in the Asia-Pacific region. But are there any significant alliances that only include Asian countries? Of course there are. Arguably the most important among them is the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, commonly abbreviated as ASEAN. The union consists of 10 countries in Southeast Asia that have bound together to accelerate economic growth, social progress, cultural development, and promote regional peace and stability. The countries in question are Brunei.
Ever since they introduced that sort of thing, because it's recent, it's not that long ago. Like they just introduced this ASEAN thing a few years ago. Like let me see, 57 years ago. So 15 years ago did they establish a charter, yeah, it's kind of more. It's very recent, if anything, and yeah, that allowed basically one of the good things is it allowed Filipinos to move around Southeast Asia, particularly Singapore and all that, Malaysia, the countries with a lot of opportunities, basically. And yeah, at the same time, Singapore was able to, those countries were able to obtain labor and skills from these countries.
Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Additionally, there are numerous bilateral or small-scale alliances across the region, focusing on both economic and security challenges. For instance, Japan and the Philippines signed several defense pacts and investment deals in February 2023. Similarly, the relations between Japan and South Korea have been blossoming recently after years of strained ties. It seems that most countries in the region have come to an understanding. Forging a united front is the way to go. But as you can see, none of these alliances can come close to the comprehensive strength, influence, and unity of NATO. With this in mind, let's explore what a NATO-style defense alliance in Asia would look like. Of course, the number one question is, who would be part of this alliance? The answer might seem logical, all the countries across the different alliances we've mentioned so far, right? Well, not quite. For starters, most of the ASEAN countries would likely show little interest in joining such a military bloc, as they all have differing opinions on China. One of the members of this union,
some of them are friends with
Vietnam,
China.
couldn't even join this new NATO if it wanted. The country has a very strict and long-standing policy based on the 4 no's. Number 1, no military alliances. 2, no foreign troops stationed on Vietnamese soil. 3, no partnering with a foreign power to combat another. 4, no force or threatening to use force in international relations. The more likely scenario would be for countries that are already NATO partners to form the backbone of this new alliance, potentially expanding to include other like-minded countries in the region. Japan and South Korea, both close allies of the US and active participants in regional security, would likely be key players. Australia, with its strong ties to the US and recent developments in the AUKUS partnership, would also be a crucial member.
Yeah, Australia would be, Australia is like, they're just under there. They would be a good, like a station base or something.
Together with the rest of AUKUS. India has shown interest in closer security cooperation with the US and its allies and could be a significant player in the Asian NATO.
They're going through conflict with China, right? Because they're just really close there. They're just there.
Provided it can navigate its delicate relationship with other regional powers, including China. However, a NATO-style alliance would primarily have the support of smaller Asian states, those that don't stand a chance against China on their own.
Like us.
The best example is the Philippines. Like the original NATO, this alliance would be focused on the following areas. Number 1, collective security. Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty is arguably the single most important provision of NATO, stating that an attack on one member is an attack on all. This principle of collective defense would be crucial for an Asian NATO, ensuring that member countries are committed to defending each other in the event of an attack. Number 2, regional focus. An Asian NATO would be equipped to deal with the security challenges specific to the Asia-Pacific region, such as tensions in the South China Sea and North Korean provocations. After all, who better to address these issues than countries directly affected by them? Number 3, military capabilities. Members will be expected to maintain military capabilities and forces that can be deployed at a moment's notice if a threat arises. Besides investing in the sheer volume of military equipment and soldiers, the members' countries' forces would be trained to operate together seamlessly. These 3 pillars alone are enough.
Whenever I hear like geopolitics and all that, ooh, okay. Yeah, show me. Whenever I'm thinking about like NATO, like alliances and all that, all I think about is civilization. It just makes me want to play Civilization.
Understand why China is terrified of the potential formation of an Asian NATO. First and foremost, this formation would signify a massive shift in the balance of power in the Asia-Pacific region. China's might would now be matched and potentially even exceeded, depending on the countries that end up joining the alliance. This means no more bullying, no more blackmail, and no more unchecked aggression in the region. In other words, China would no longer be able to act with impunity, as the collective strength of the alliance would act as a deterrent to any hostile actions. A NATO-style alliance in Asia would particularly empower smaller nations like the Philippines, which have had to navigate China's assertiveness with limited resources and support.
We almost even got taken by China because of Duterte, motherfucker. Like, my mom voted for that bitch. Like, oh, I couldn't. Like, I'm so disappointed at my mom for voting that motherfucking drunk asshole of a motherfucker. Yeah, she is a previous president. Eat my shit. He sucks at his job and he should retire. Like, oh my god, like, I just don't even
One
understand why
NATO
they're
member
fucking...
is an attack
Huh?
against all,
I
no
just-
matter how powerful or powerless that member
Dynasties.
is.
I just get
But even if
dynasties.
China didn't plan
Dynasties
to escalate
always
any conflicts in the
fucking make
region,
my
the mere
blood
fact
boil.
it will no longer
Like,
be
I'm
able to
gonna get
influence the
high
countries
blood
of the potential alliance
from all
is
that
reason
shit.
enough to expect a high level of unease from China. Remember, we're talking about a country whose primary goal is to assert its dominance and expand
stressed,
its
sorry.
influence at
That
the largest
stressed me
scale
out.
possible. In short, an Asian NATO would likely scrap most of the plans China might have for the region, an invasion of Taiwan, South China Sea expansion, and perhaps even the Belt and Road Initiative. So it isn't surprising that China has been doing everything in its power to prevent this alliance from being formed. Beijing has been trying to win over regional governments to deter them from joining or supporting any potential alliance that could counter Chinese influence. For instance, in December 2023, China's President Xi
We need that
Jinping
pool.
visited Vietnam
Bitch.
after 6 years in an effort to counter the US influence in the country.
I'm sorry.
But if you know anything about China, you know that diplomatic efforts are far from the only tools in their arsenal. Most of the other tools are significantly less sophisticated and more direct. So Beijing hasn't shied away from warning against establishing a NATO-like military alliance in the Asia-Pacific in any way. For instance, China's defense minister said that any such alliance would plunge the Asia-Pacific into a whirlpool of disputes and conflicts. Of course, China wouldn't be China if the warnings didn't eventually escalate into threats, so the country has also vowed that any act that jeopardizes China's legitimate rights and interests will be met with a resolute response. But as things stand, these rhetorical outbursts won't turn into action anytime soon. But why? Unfortunately, most experts agree that a NATO-like alliance in Asia won't be formed anytime soon. But again, why? Well, for starters, many of the countries in the region simply aren't ready for such an alliance. Just think about what joining an Asian NATO truly means. It means that each country would have to be ready to jump to the defense of a fellow alliance member.
Oh, this is on the Gold Coast.
And risk significant geopolitical and military
Like I'm looking at the beach and oh, that's familiar. Oh, yeah, that's main. Like I think this is it Main Beach? I think it's Main
consequences.
Beach.
With India, the country with the fourth strongest military in the world, being hesitant to join something like the Squad, what chances does an Asian NATO stand? Plus, for this alliance to work, there would have to be a high level of trust, coordination, and alignment of interest.
There's gold women. Yeah, women made of gold. But I don't know. No idea. No idea if is there gold on the Gold Coast? All the gold mines around the Gold Coast were very low producers of gold. See, he said it himself, more gold on the beaches. So, that's me. I'm kidding.
Among
Okay,
them.
Margot Robbie came from Gold Coast.
The states.
So maybe there is gold, just in a
If you
different.
know anything about the
you know.
Asia-Pacific region, you know that trust isn't exactly
But apparently
plentiful.
she's not
Countries in the
Australian anymore. Apparently. I don't know if that's true, but
region have complex histories, ongoing territorial disputes, and varying levels of economic and strategic interests. That's why most of them have historically chosen to only commit to bilateral pacts. Building the kind of trust required for a collective defense pact among these nations would certainly be a Herculean endeavor. And let's face it, building NATO was challenging on its own, even without the added complexities present in the Asia-Pacific region. It took decades and a whole array of soft, smart, and hard power assets to build NATO to the level it is today. Given how strung out the US and NATO already are, the prospect of helping to build a similar alliance in Asia seems truly daunting. Even NATO's plans to open a liaison office in Tokyo were seen as overreaching by many European powers. This is probably why these plans were eventually shelved. This and, of course, China's harsh opposition. This brings us to the final reason why a NATO-like alliance in Asia might not happen anytime soon: China. Most countries in the region are still afraid to provoke China, even if entering a potential alliance might protect them from the same country. But here's the paradox. Yes, China is the reason why an Asian NATO might not form anytime soon. However, it can also be the reason that this alliance emerges sooner rather than later.
yeah, because of what they're doing.
How is this possible? Well, you see, if China continues to climb up the escalation ladder, the countries in the Asia-Pacific region will have no choice but to do something about it. Regardless of their fears, differences, and national interests, Otherwise, they risk being divided and conquered, or at the very least, having their sovereignty and security compromised. If you look at it this way, it's understandable why the mere potential for forming this alliance scares China so much. But what do you think? Will an Asian NATO be formed, or is this proposition doomed to fail? If you believe it will be formed, we'd be interested to hear which nations you believe will be part of it and how successful it would be in stopping China. And just for fun, what would this alliance be called? Would it be the Asia-Pacific Treaty Organization, or do you have something?
It would be called, I don't know what to call it. But if ever there's gonna be something that happens, I bet Taiwan would be one of those members. Taiwan. Come to think about it, one of the reasons China is trying to like take all over the bit is them as well. They're trying to they come to us. Sorry, I burped. But yeah. And the islands, like fuck off. Like fuck off that islands, please. Like that's ours, excuse me. And the Philippines isn't like they're not touching it, and they're not touching it for a reason. They're like apparently there's a lot of oil there. So yeah. Apparently, I'm not sure if that's true. So yeah, that's why China is like, oh, that's ours, that's art. So yeah. It's not theirs, okay? I just want to say that it's not yours. It's not theirs. There's multiple countries who own that fucking shit of an island, like that ocean, basically. There's multiple owners. Multiple countries own that. Anyway, I'm not like, which beaches are you talking about, big guy? Because yeah, I don't believe you, honestly. But then you're old, so I guess I'm gonna believe you. Also, I'm gonna be playing I think I'm gonna be playing TFT. I was thinking about playing Civilization 5, but Alaska and Chile. Really? Oh, I see. That's interesting. I've never really thought of that. Sorry, I'm gonna be laggy in a second. That's because I'm trying to like hide my. I'm gonna hide this Mozilla shit now. There we go. And then, yeah. Like how many though? How many gold would they get? That's crazy. But I guess that's how life works. Oh, sorry, I'm yawning. I don't mean to yawn. My fault. I'm not bored. I'm just like, it's raining. Oh, not raining, but it rained a while ago. So the weather is kind of gloomy today. It's like it's gonna rain or something. Definitely not good. Kind of not good. So yeah, I'm gonna be playing TF3. If you want to join, big guy, just come and join. I hope you're doing well, and yeah. I don't know. What am I gonna say? I don't know what to say. I have nothing to say anymore, but nothing. Maybe I should play something here. Yeah, you know what? I'll play this August Duck. Yada yada yada. I'm just gonna play it in the background.
Infamous YouTube predators to return to the internet basically in the same week, but I feel like there's gotta be some shady stuff going on behind the scenes. Yes, you read the title correctly. EDP445 has once again returned to the internet, with this attempt being a YouTube channel named Big Cheese. Now, if you don't know who EDP445 is and why it's kind of a big deal that he's trying.
Sorry.
So this is my 9 million attempt at trying to create. Alright, y'all. So this is my 9 million attempt at trying to create a YouTube channel.
Well, guys, I don't know why this keeps happening. I don't know what they're putting in the water to cause two infamous YouTube predators to return to the internet basically in the same week, but I feel like there's gotta be some shady stuff going on behind the scenes. Yes, you read the title correctly. EDP445 has once again returned to the internet, with this attempt being a YouTube channel named Big Cheese. Now, if you don't know who EDP445 is, and
yeah,
why
they don't
it's
know.
kind of a big deal that he's trying to make
It's a
comeback
pedophile.
on YouTube, I'll give you a brief rundown, but just know this is not all the information, not even close to it, okay? Basically, EDP445 was a relatively big YouTuber in the late 2010s. He got famous for making rant videos and vlogs, a lot of them talking about the Philadelphia Eagles, and before he got banned, he had well over 1 million subscribers. Now, if you're unaware, the reason that EDP445 was banned was because in April of 2021,
Oh shit, I forgot to change the game.
The Predator Poachers caught EDP
Fuck.
going out looking for some cupcakes. And by cupcakes, I mean, you know, a little girl. Now, in a rare YouTube W moment, as the kids would say, YouTube actually banned EDP once all of this stuff came out. Now, why this has not become the norm for stuff like this, I don't really know. I think it's honestly because YouTube did not like EDP in the first place, but hey, I'm not complaining. But once this video was released by the Predator Poachers, EDP's main channel and all of his other channels were permanently banned. Now, for a while, a lot of people thought that that would be the last we saw of EDP. But over the last few years, he's trying to come back on various different streaming platforms. It's never really been successful, as you could imagine, probably because this all came out back when predators were still looked down upon on the internet no matter who they were. As we've talked about over the last month or so, that unfortunately does not seem to be the case anymore. These days, if you talk to a kid, it seems like the first...
Ish! Why am I gonna... I told you, like, we can try playing rank, but last time, I'm like, it took us 5 minutes, remember? There's not a lot of people playing rank here, as far as I noticed. Or maybe it's my fucking rank. Maybe it's my rank. Okay, you know what? Okay, fine. Look, I'm just an iron, though. I'm just an iron. I'm a loser.
Or what is your sexual orientation?
Look.
Because that matters
Let's
in
see.
a case like this, right? But hey,
Let's
that's a
see.
tangent for another
Hopefully we
video
get one
that
game
I've
quick.
already made. So
But-
we're not gonna go down
Bitch, you're gonna... I'm gonna die early again, and I'll just end up
that
watching.
rabbit hole again. Today we are just talking about the return.
Oh,
at least. So,
iron.
that is
Really?
the moniker that EDP has chosen to return to YouTube with.
Mm.
Titled "Here We Go." It's a 1 minute long
Mm.
video. He tries to play dumb about.
Sorry, I was trying to be a car.
On the platform, and I've got to be honest, it's pretty funny to watch the mental gymnastics at work. So let's not waste any more time. Let's begin.
Alright, y'all, so this is my 9 millionth fucking attempt at trying to create a motherfucking YouTube channel. We'll see how long this fucking bullshit lasts. Probably.
Bitch! Bitch! Bitch!
Won't last fucking long at all.
Okay, real quick. EDP, don't know your actual name. Fuck is not a filler word. I mean, I guess it is. You're using it as one, but it doesn't sound too good from a listening perspective. Seriously, count how many times this guy drops the F-bomb in a 1 minute long video.
To be honest with you, you know, and I've noticed that with fucking
See, I told
people,
you someone declined.
they don't have a problem.
That's
with
gonna
people
take
creating a
15
YouTube
minutes,
channel.
I
That's
swear to
something
God.
Perfectly fucking fine. I mean, hey, my nigga, the more movies you buy, the more fucking, you know, accounts that you make, the more channels that you have,
Oh my god, my armpit's so real. See my wet, my hairy
It's
armpit.
as soon as you start making fucking videos, then that's when they want to terminate and yank your fucking shit down. So
Okay, so I've got to be honest.
They yank your channel because you're dating children, you fucking fat ass.
Quite
Sorry.
confused as to what point EDP
Oh. Do you want to see the video? Cause yeah, I put it on the background. But if you want to see the video, that's fine. Oh shit! Give me a second. I gotta get ready. One sec. Let me just Mozilla display. There we go. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna put it there. You don't want to see his face anyway. He
things
fucking.
he's making here. Yeah, you can make all the channels you want and watch videos on YouTube, but the second that you out yourself as a predator, oh, now it's a
He
big problem.
PDF.
Like, yeah, dude, it doesn't seem that hard to comprehend why YouTube would care if you watched videos when nobody knows who you are, but they might have a problem with you uploading videos
Oh my god.
on their platform as a known predator. Now, are they fair about who they've been
Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. I think my computer is lagging. Okay, there we go.
terminating? Absolutely not.
I'm
That
gonna use
doesn't
my
mean they shouldn't be terminating
laptop.
you. They should be terminating more channels.
We'll see how long this motherfucking shit lasts. I'm not gonna fucking, start coming up with like beautiful ass fucking topics and shit to talk about. You know what I mean? Just to have my shit get yanked the fuck down.
Yeah,
So-
bitch, because you're not beautiful, bitch. Can you shut up? You're not beautiful.
So
Gosh.
this guy acting like he's had some real deep philosophical shit weighing on him ever since he got banned, and he's just
My ass is deeper than whatever this guy is thinking about. That's all I'm gonna
on
say.
the platform again before releasing anything.
And yeah, it
Like,
sucks.
Really, dude, both of the videos
I had-
you uploaded after this one are just 10 minutes of you complaining about women, which I didn't even know you were interested in. I doubt you have these beautiful topics you're just dying to cover.
I guess you can consider this a little test fucking video to see what they'll decide to fucking do. And who knows, if this shit doesn't get yanked down, probably the next video will. Or the third one, or the fourth one, or the fifth one, or the fucking sixth one, or the seventh one, or the eighth one. Who fucking knows at this goddamn point? So, yeah, we'll fucking see.
Okay, so unfortunately for us, neither the next video nor the third video have been taken down yet. Who's to say what's gonna happen to the fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one, the seventh one, or the eighth one? I guess only time will tell. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really have any interest in watching these videos because, like I said, it's
Ooh.
him whining about
But you watch it though.
combined. But there's one
You
part
watch
I
it
wanna show you,
though.
and then one thing I want to talk about that I think is really just comedy gold.
You gotta love these motherfucking broads. The way that they go about deciphering shit, you know what I mean? How they love to manipulate your motherfucking ass, you feel me? How they take
What?
fucking accountability for their actions, what the fuck soever. And for all you little punk ass motherfuckers who are wanna leave little smart ass fucking comments up in the comment section for me saying, taking accountability for your actions, you know who the fuck you are. Suck my fucking balls, my nigga.
No, I don't wanna do that. I don't wanna do that. You have stinky balls. I don't wanna, I can see. I don't even need to see the balls in order to. I can tell if it's stinky.
Fucking mouth, you feel me? Probably smaller than that, but who fucking knows?
Wow, buddy, you really showed him, huh? Let's break this one down because there's really a lot going on here. Okay, so you're talking about women who don't take accountability for what they do, and in the back of your head, you know that you're a loser who has never taken accountability for trying to meet up with a kid, so you know that you need to address that because people are going to call you out for
Yep.
it. And the way you do it is by telling your audience to suck your abnormally small penis, and you don't leave it.
You saw? Yay! Ew! Ew, he saw his pee-pee. It's
And
tiny.
you say that it's actually probably smaller than you think it is. That's your preemptive comeback for somebody saying, hey, maybe you should take accountability for
For random
listening to
call.
Twitter. Wow, dude, you really showed him. Real good one. I mean, this is a guy in his mid.
Oh my god, I'm
saying
lagging
this
again.
shit.
What the fuck?
This is unbelievably sad. Now, the next video I can't really show because he uses a lot of choice words that got his video age restricted. And if I were to show it, I would basically just be cutting out every other word. But it's a video where he's doing what's essentially a PSA to not pay for OnlyFans. Now, going into this video, I figured he was just trying to make something that was kind of agreeable because I feel like most people think that paying for porn is kind of silly. Furthermore, I feel like everybody knows that paying for OnlyFans models to do specific things is always a scam. So I thought he was just trying to make a video that's safe, that basically everyone is going to agree with, that he thought would maybe take some of the heat off of what everybody actually wants to talk.
Wait, I wanna ask this. Does using OnlyFans... Wait, is OnlyFans a scam? Like he said? Is anyone here using OnlyFans? Anyone using OnlyFans here? No one. No one. No one using OnlyFans. Okay. Yeah. Bye.
About in regards to EDP. But no, that's not what it was. It's nearly 10 minutes of this guy detailing all of the times and all of the ways he has been scammed by OnlyFans models. With one incident being as recent as the week before he filmed this video. What's the play here, guys? This guy made his comeback, and in 3 videos he's told the entire internet that he has a very small weenie and that he's been scammed out of a lot of money.
This duck saw his weenie. I'm telling you.
OnlyFans models, and that he cannot learn his lesson when it comes to giving women on the internet money. Look, this might be a controversial take, but I say we let this guy back on the platform. At least for a few dozen videos. Let this guy embarrass himself even more. I mean, seriously, I don't understand the disconnect here. Does he think that people are watching these videos for any other reason than to laugh at him? Does he think he's in on the joke or something? I don't get it. But that's really all there is to talk about, I think. These videos are basically nothing but him humiliating himself, complaining about women, and seemingly lying his ass off. They're funny to watch for like a minute, and then they just kind of get sad. Well, guys, what do you think? How long is Big Cheese gonna stay on the platform?
I think you're charging $60 for a t-shirt. That's so expensive. That's crazy. You crazy duck. I could buy $2 at Kmart. Kmart shirts for the win, okay? I love Kmart shirts. Ooh, oh, I hit someone. Yay, finally. Sorry, I'm thinking about my, like, what strat I should use, but I have no idea, honestly. Like, I'm, like, Just Rumble. Syndra. Okay, I guess. Fuck. Okay, now let's go to, what's his name? What's this guy name? I forgot his name. The guy who, the famous guy who fucking laughed at the fucking dead body. The Paul dude that with name Paul blah blah. That's his name. Paul yada yada.
About a year ago,
I forgot.
Logan Paul for crypto.
Oh, Logan Paul. That's it, Logan Paul.
Had over 10 million views. And the reason why we're here is because he made a video 10 hours ago called Logan Paul Sued Me. Hearing this is just not it. Especially when Logan Paul was 1000% in the wrong. And before we get into it, very briefly, I know some people are going to point out, yo, Sensitive, you said that you enjoyed Prime. You're a Logan Paul fanboy. I want to address the allegations very briefly. Yes.
Oh my god, are you kidding me?
It does not mean that I like Logan Paul, okay? I could separate Logan Paul, the douche tuber, from the guy that makes drinks. Enough of me yapping. Let's just get right into it.
Suing me
Sure.
for CryptoZoo only a year after he thanked me for it. Rather than pay back his victims fully, Logan would rather publicly humiliate himself in court by accusing me of defaming him. He's hired 5 lawyers to sue me, which he hopes will stop me from exposing him again. You see, only hours before this lawsuit was filed, I had reached out to Logan Paul about a new investigation into one of his companies, which has just been accused by the Canadian government of being a multi-layered fraud in Canada. I obviously had questions, but before I was able to get answers, Logan's team of lawyers showed up to silence me. We're going to talk about that. We're also going to go through this lawsuit. I'm going to tell you how to support us if you want, because while I didn't think I'd need help, I was wrong. But before we get to my mistake, let's start with Logan's.
The thing with Logan Paul is that if you guys have seen him wrestle at the WWE, he's a pretty good athlete, right? I don't think anyone can take it away from him. But at heart, it just seems like he's just a huge bully. Like, sure, he can do all these cool flips and he has a cool drink, but suing CoffeeZilla for exposing you for the shitty person you are, it's such a bully, bitch-ass move in my opinion. And you're exposing me for being a shitty person, even though I am. But I don't really like it, so I'm going to sue you. Best example I could give out is this big, rich bully. As talented as he is, he's a moron, and all the success and money will never be able to change that part of him. And this is what happens when
Just covering my strategy in case big guy is cheating on me.
Try to suppress and silence something or someone, it's only going to make things worse.
This lawsuit is not about Logan Paul getting defamed. Instead, this is about him trying to dodge accountability, victims, and blame anyone but himself for his problems, especially me. This lawsuit says Logan Paul wants to hold me accountable for my actions. But what actions are those? Holding him accountable? It's ironic because his lawyers claim Logan has learned to believe in the importance of accountability. But accountability for who? Currently, Logan is fighting the victims of CryptoZoo in court, and now he's fighting the journalist who exposed him in the first place. Logan's 5 lawyers tried to discredit me as a journalist. They paint me as someone who wanted money. They say I had a false and malicious narrative. But you know who doesn't believe that? You know who secretly praises me behind the scenes?
This journalist, YouTuber, crypto uncoverer guy named CoffeeZilla, who's incredible, by the way. A very thorough,
Fucking incredible, by the way.
smart guy.
Eat shit, boy.
With a deep dive into this project that I attempted to make called CryptoZoo.
That's right, it's Logan Paul. He's the biggest enemy of Logan Paul's defamation case. Who knew? Because defamation requires actual malice and a reckless disregard for the truth. But he just admitted on camera that I am thorough and good-hearted.
Yeah, this is probably the
That's a good argument.
moment ever. All the money in the world, and he still finds a way to fuck himself over. When I hear people say, yeah, I'm not going to get Prime because it's Logan Paul, and Logan Paul is a pretty shitty person, I don't blame them one bit. It feels like every 3 days he's in controversy, whether he tweets something stupid, or he says something even stupider, or he promotes a scam. It feels like at least once per week he does something that hurts the brand. And he's controversial on stuff that should be extremely easy not to be caught in, such as scamming your fans, not only once, multiple times. Every single time he gets into drama or trouble, his first answer is crying about it and then being like, I'm going to sue you, even though Logan Paul is 1,000% in the wrong.
Basically, if someone is like basically if someone sues you for defamation, there should be like, yeah, you know, that intent to destroy someone's character, and obviously the information being false, like deliberately made false to destroy someone's reputation. Obviously that's not the case there, because just like he said, it's true.
Wrong here. And if I'm not mistaken, Logan has been promising refunds for over a year, and a lot of people have yet to receive their money. You would think at his age he would have shit figured out, but apparently not. And the whole I'm just a young guy with money and I'm a dumb teenager really doesn't work when you're in your late 20s. How old is Logan Paul? Genuine question. Logan Paul is about to turn 30, and he's actually a 14-year-old entitled rich kid who's the biggest douchebag on the block, and legitimately no one wants to be friends with him, and all the friends he has is courtesy of his money. Like no
one like just yes people
likes him, they just like his money.
Sad.
If you're 30 years old,
I can actually see it from his, like, I'm not gonna lie, I've always, like, he used to be making, as far as I'm concerned, I remember him making or was that a different dude? Never mind. I think he was making like vines back then. Like he was making like vines and all that shit. And yeah. Weird.
Acting like this, you're most likely going to be like this for the rest of your life.
Maybe that's why he wanted to remove that video from the internet, according to the YouTuber who released it.
The only issue that was ever communicated was remove this crypto stuff, remove this CryptoZoo stuff. If CryptoZoo is in there, CoffeeZilla is in there, I'm not going to promote it.
Yeah, remove that CryptoZoo stuff. It doesn't look good when you compliment the guy you're trying to sue. Maybe that's why Logan isn't even suing me for my original investigation at all. Despite most of this lawsuit being a ridiculous fanfic about how I took Logan out of context, that Logan was a victim, that I withheld text messages, Logan isn't suing me for any of the original investigation though, because he knows he can't. Instead, at the end of the lawsuit, we find what my defamation really is. I'm being sued for 2 videos and 1 tweet where I advocated for refunds. For the victims. Yes, you heard me right. Logan Paul sued me after I tried to get his fans, the CryptoZoo investors, a full refund. Remember, there are two parts to CryptoZoo,
Yay.
the NFTs and the Zoo tokens, and Logan chose only to refund the NFTs, which is a minority of the losses, and I had a major problem with that. I told Logan this, I've stated over and over my opinion, that it is disappointing for someone as rich as Logan to not make things fully right, and instead only pay back a small part of the losses while fighting the rest of the victims in court.
There is no excuse for a multi-millionaire. How much money did Prime pay? I know that they were bragging about it. I think it was like 800 million. I actually found this article. This is from November 8th of 2023, so it's a few months old. Logan Paul and KSI's Prime drinks are set to surpass 1.2 billion in sales, and they've
Wow.
been sponsoring the WWE.
That's a B word
See,
for
it's not
bitch.
like Logan Paul is broke, and yes, I know 1.2 billion in sales doesn't mean that's net, right? Trust me, guys, I've watched Shark Tank. I know how this works. You don't actually get to keep $1.2 billion. You gotta pay distributors, and on top of that, I'm
Yeah.
guessing
They're gonna, like, obviously they'd be paid a compensation for showing their faces for the brand. But if they own the brand, that would mean the profits would go to them. So, like, just about the profit margin and all that stuff. Like, they'd still be making a decent amount of money.
so 50% goes to KSI, 50% goes to Logan Paul, and then you gotta take into consideration taxes. Let's say worst case scenario, Logan Paul only made 10% of
Sorry.
$1 billion.
I chose the wrong.
And that's not even
I
me
chose
doing
the wrong person.
breakdown. Those are just the numbers on the top of my head. That's combined with his
Sorry.
YouTube revenue and his WWE revenue because he's a WWE wrestler. This guy is swimming in money, and there is no excuse for him not to be able to pay $1 million, $2 million to victims of his scam. There's just no fucking reason for that. That's just him being greedy for the sake of being greedy. I don't know what Logan Paul's net worth is. I think it's time for us to check it out together. So here I have
Yeah.
Forbes. This is from
20.9 million.
It says
What? That's
his
still a
net
lot.
worth is 21 million.
I'd be grateful for 20
When
million.
it comes to top creators, I think I was like spot number 7 or something like that. I'm sure by now it's between 30 to 45 million dollars. You're telling me this guy cannot pay $1 million to the victims? Now I'm curious, who
Yeah.
are the top creators here? Now, Mr. Beast earnings 2 million. I should be on the list. I'm sure of it. KSI 24, Jake Paul, Wrath and Link, go to YouTubers. Charlie D'Amelio, okay, I'm clearly not on this list. They probably thought I was too busy to be on this list because my net worth is in the millions. I mean, last year I made like $15 million. Well, if you count surprise, I'm not here, but you know, Forbes, if you want to hit me up,
Bitch!
you know where to find me. I like
Fuck
to
you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry, I sound mean. I'm not mean.
I simply said, Logan's the type of guy to thank you for exposing his scam and block you when you remind him to pay up. I mean, yeah, now he's the type of guy to then sue you. Now, I'm sure Logan doesn't like it when I say things like Logan's victims or Logan's scam, but I have a question. If they're not Logan's victims, whose victims are they? Even Logan admits they are victims. He told me via text, just thought we had the same goal of helping victims instead of a divisive social media war. So he agrees people have been wronged by his game. You know, the thing that he said will earn you money.
It's a really fun game that makes you money.
So how are these not Logan's victims? He, of course, would say it's his business partner's fault. But remember, Jake and Eddie have been out of the picture for years. And yet, CryptoZoo hasn't been released, despite Logan constantly promising it, and of course, also threatening to sue me.
We're going to handle this ourselves while we continue to build CryptoZoo, and I'll see you in court.
By the time this comes out, it'll be done. The game's going to be made. You're going to have the opportunity to get your money back if you want, if you don't want to play the game. And I'm going to take care of the people who maybe look like this was a scam perpetrated by me.
Right.
Hey, scammer!
Sue me and release a finished
Hey,
CryptoZoo game.
scammer!
We've done one of those. Since Logan can't blame his partners, Jake and Eddie, for this, because they've been out of the picture, you think he'll take accountability for not launching CryptoZoo? No. This time, he blames the government. He says releasing CryptoZoo has too many regulatory...
Okay, I'm gonna read that. As far as the game itself, unfortunately, at the game itself, unfortunately, it will not be released. I personally thought out to update, develop, and after it completed in the 2023 and some further diligence. Unfortunately, there are too many regulatory hurdles Bitch, yeah, there's regulatory hurdles so that you could take advantage of the bitches. Duh, like what the hell? You crazy. Okay, sorry, let me repeat that. That would need to be cleared that I did not originally understand and would immediately I did my back permit further. Okay, I tried to sound like a kid because that's what he is. I tried my best. I'm sorry if it wasn't convincing, but yeah.
Hurdles. Maybe they should have thought of that before multi-millions of dollars of zoo tokens and eggs were sold. And now Logan would rather blame the government than take accountability.
Wow, Logan Paul not taking accountability.
Ay, goddammit. Bullshit. Fucker.
Wow, who could have seen that coming? Clearly not me. I thought by now he would have changed. This guy's never going to change. He's going to be the same huge influencer that he's always been this whole time. And it's sad because I think he's a great rapper.
Sorry, I'm loud.
That he continues to
you can call me out if I'm loud.
But the whole Logan Paul brand as is, with stupid moves like these, it's looking kind of tragic because the guy is talented. And no, this is not me glazing Logan. He's this rich ass bully who just likes to pick on smaller people than him, that have less money than him, just because he can, and because he wants to censor his critics. If you're in the wrong, admit it and take the L and pay the victims that are suffering from CryptoZoo. Now, granted, if you believed Logan Paul was going to get you rich, you know, that's kind of on you, and he still has a lot of people that he hasn't paid. It's been years, Logan. You've been making millions per month. How is it not
Logan Bogan.
give that money back?
Mila.
It's not as straightforward as just, you know, what's your PayPal? I'll send you some money. I know that it's not as easy as that, but you've had over a year and a half. You willingly and very easily took people's money, but now you can't give it back? That doesn't make any sense to me.
These internet journalists, internet investigative reporters have way too much responsibility on their hands that is being mismanaged and wielded in a really inappropriate way.
It's honestly funny to watch this guy whine about his problems, which you can barely hear over what sounds like a private
Oh, wow.
Which brings me to another problem Logan has. Part of any defamation case is damages, and proving someone has harmed your reputation. But isn't Logan richer than ever with Prime? And did he have a reputation to harm? His lawsuit
I think he's at that point of like. Wait, okay, sorry. Let's watch it.
Scammer, possibly to suggest he's been hurt by my videos, but you have to have a reputation to lose one. And by the time of my reporting in question, Logan Paul was already accused of participating in multiple crypto pump and dump schemes. That article does not reference my work. So Logan had already had a reputation as a scammer before my investigation, at least if you believe their allegations. So this lawsuit from beginning to end is groundless, meritless, frivolous, and Logan knows that because behind the scenes, in clips he didn't want to get out, he's saying I'm thorough and good-hearted. But in public, he wants to sue me. Silence doesn't cost me money, because that's the one department where we both know he's got me. For now, the bottom line is, we have to fight Logan with our personal funds, which means I need to ask for support. If you want to help and are able to
support this dude. I don't have money. Support this dude.
There are two ways.
Because he's being sued by a bully named Logan Paul from Bogan. He's a Bogan attitude. But yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna look into my carousel because I'm next, I think.
You can buy exclusive merch at CoffeeZilla.store.
You know what? I normally don't do this, but let me check out the merch. I do need new shirts. Well, actually I don't, but and the merch.
I got to the fucking thing first before him, so I'm proud. I'm proud of that, even though it's just not useless shit.
Like,
Sorry.
I'm fucking with this one. They'll give me kind of like cyberpunk vibes, and I love cyberpunk. Don't send me cyberpunk.
Yeah, buy it. You have money.
I really like this one. I think that's the best way to do something like this. Give the fans something, they'll help you.
Mordecai,
and
sir.
You get a cool piece of merch, and everyone wins here, right?
So, yeah,
shit. It's pretty sad that it has to come to this, to the point where you're being sued and you need to fight back, especially against someone like Logan Paul, that 1000% knows that he's in the wrong, but just wants to censor and shut down CoffeeZilla.
It's been over a year since he apologized and thanked me.
Thank you, CoffeeZilla. I am very grateful for your work and your investigation. And I mean that. Thank you, bro.
He should have just joined the Olympics or something.
But I've got some fun facts for you that may or may not be. Did you know days before the lawsuit, I had featured Logan Paul in a teaser for a video. Did you know 21 hours before the lawsuit, I had texted Logan for comment? Did you know I told him he had 24 hours to respond, and Logan sued me 3 hours before the deadline? Yep, that's right.
Oh shit, fuck you.
That if I report on this new story, Logan might hold me accountable. And Logan's definition of accountability seems to mean he'll sue me, which is why I believe this lawsuit was not designed to win, but to shut me up, to threaten me, using Logan's wealth and a federal court system without anti-slap to send a message.
To me, this just kind of comes across as a power move, just because he can, just because.
Yeah, because he's a bully. That's what he is.
Yeah, this guy.
Don't get Prime. Why are you getting Prime?
As time goes on, you hope people change for the best.
No, they don't. Some people don't.
Definitely leaves a bad taste in your mouth when you know this multi-millionaire could very easily give $1 million back and help everyone that's bad.
Oh shit, why did I put that at the...
Fix that. And it's so funny and ironic to see him flying in his private plane, being like, yeah, I will give people their money back. And there's like private jet prices. Thanks to you, there are people who are genuinely struggling because they believe in you. Your die-hard fans, the reason why you're at where you are right now because of your die-hard fans being taken advantage in this way. I don't want to steal CopyZilla's full video. It's going to be linked below in case you guys want to watch it. I just want to talk about it for a bit. Extremely common Logan Paul L. But anyways, with that said, what do you guys think of this? Please let me know in the comments below. Appreciate you. All love. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe, give it a thumbs up. I will really appreciate it. And I'll see you next time. All right?
Bitch! Sorry. I'm overreacting again. Let me just fix my bra for a second because my bra is falling down. Okay, sorry. I feel like peeing. I think I need to pee. Give me a second. I need to pee again. My bladder is about to burst. Oh, fuck. Burst. Look at that! I got free stuff! Okay. Oh shit, I gotta put that in there for a second. Sorry about that, I had to pee, okay? My PP very poor. Okay, let's listen more about Logan Paul. Logan Paul, boo-hoo. Logan Paul is a big dookie, and he should take a big dookie in his face.
Suing the good friends of our channel on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, CopyZilla is a good friend of the channel, good personal buddy, and this is a situation where about a month and a half
Jake,
ago, when we were
what's his name?
me
Logan
and
Paul
him were in the
is
middle of a call,
a big
and
doo-doo.
he basically had to jump off because he was being sued by one of YouTube's most largest channels on the internet. One of the biggest internet personalities, wrestler, athlete, entertainer, whatever, Logan Paul. Now, Logan Paul is one of those infamous characters who's been, you know, basically involved in the most shadiest scandals on the internet, whether it be, you know, exploring Japanese forests, okay, or engaging himself with cryptocurrency shenanigans. CryptoZoo was by large one of the biggest projects that he was in on. Now, for a quick history, obviously, you know, if you look back into projects like DigDoink, right? Yes, the websites aren't accessible anymore unless you go through the Wayback Machine archives, but you can find what is a representation of Logan Paul in the South Park font standing next to the find in 2003 Newgrounds. And as you go down over here,
Motherfucker! Sorry, I'm so angry. I lost again.
Decentralized IP with a massive roadmap. One that was apparently going to involve a movie. Did the movie ever come? No. Did season 2 ever come? No. Of course, with a lot of these crypto projects, nothing really actually comes at all. But then again, ladies and gentlemen, according to, Logan Paul as a tweet, this is the dumbest, most ridiculous shitcoin I've ever seen. And that's why I'm all in to the moon. You have a quote from Logan Paul's biggest ball washer? What in the world is happening here? I too want to know the answer to it. Now, obviously, if you look at the Dink Doink community now, you might find out that, yeah, it's completely dead as hell, all right? Their community is dropping in memes from 2 years ago with SpongeBob being serenaded by Squidward. This is a scam. Peel open the skin. Slopes for the slope god. Look at that drop right there.
Please don't at least get me too for. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die yet. Please.
Last time we ever heard from them, ladies and gentlemen. We are hard at work on season 2 over here at Dink Doink. Yeah, I wonder when that's gonna come. I'm gonna wager Grand Theft Auto 7 would drop faster than Dink Doink season 2. But we'll just leave it right there where it's obviously one of the other big projects that Logan Paul
I'm exaggerating.
The one that we want to talk about is Crypto Zoo. So join the most exciting
please give me top 4, top 4, top 4.
Earn money or yield in Zoo token, collect NFTs, and bring them all into the real world. Now, this game never really went anywhere, okay, to the point where it basically became part of a massive investigation by CoffeeZilla. And, down the road, Logan Paul had even apologized to CoffeeZilla and the people investigating this, and at one point offered a partial refund from Logan Paul. A refund so fucking terrible that I believe, in a personal level, that it was only designed to take the heat off of an actual current lawsuit that he was involved in. Now, if you're interested in the process of that class action lawsuit with the victims of CryptoZoo, the alleged victims of CryptoZoo, and Logan Paul, then he provided one option to buy back, the Egg NFT buyback, which obviously isn't available anymore. But from a video that I made 7 months ago, when it was available, you can see that when it came to this entire refund, one of the big points was the waiver of claims and release, where by accepting the terms, you acknowledge and agree that you are waiving any actual or anticipated claims against Paul as well as against any related personnel, affiliates, agents, partners, employees, service providers, or representatives for monetary or equitable relief arising out or in connection with CryptoZoo, including but not limited to just buy back your purchase of any Zoo tokens and or your purchase of any CryptoZoo NFT. So yeah, it literally is one of the most minimal refunds that he could have provided. I mean, the fact that he provided a refund at all shows me that maybe the devil sometimes has a day where he wakes up on the right side of the bed. But yeah, reading through this, it was the most minimum refund that I personally feel Logan Paul could have offered, just to stave off as much bad press as he was getting from these, class action lawsuits that were kicking in. Now, obviously, CoffeeZilla made a video a day ago where he actually talked about him getting sued by Logan Paul. And I have seen this actual lawsuit kick in around the time, when Coffee and I were originally calling. And this wasn't even, a private thing. I believe at the time TMZ broke this story literally 15 minutes before he had mentioned it to me in the call. So at that moment in time, I was like, whoa, goddamn, they've got the court scanners ready for Logan. So inside this actual case over here, you can see that according to the complaint, which is between the plaintiff Logan Paul and CoffeeZilla's production company, or CoffeeZilla, plaintiff Logan Paul, a globally recognized entertainer, athlete, and entrepreneur, brings this defamation action against defendants. A self-described internet investigative journalist and detective with no actual journalism training or a private investigator's license. It's always great when you started off with no actual journalism training, because that somehow makes a journalist, a journalist, right? Especially in the field when I feel like most people who don't really have that quote-unquote actual training are actually doing more effective work than
I feel so good. I feel so good.
Starting when he released a 3-part YouTube
and then I lose.
December
Bitch. Fucking hell.
Present, CoffeeZilla has perpetuated the false narrative that Paul scammed and defrauded his own fans in connection with the project. CoffeeZilla has perpetuated this false narrative despite knowing it to be completely and utterly false. Now, I always never understood this point right here, like knowing it to be completely and utterly false. And reading through this entire 51 pages, I have not found one actual piece of salient proof that shows that Coffey knew from the beginning of his investigation that this was going to be completely and utterly false. Like, to make a claim like that, you have to have some correspondence, I would imagine, that would say, hey guys, I know that Logan isn't guilty of this CryptoZoo shenanigan, but I'm going to make 3 big videos just to destroy their character. Like, you have to have something pretty much that hardcore, I would say. I would have to imagine. But to go in further into this entire, lawsuit, it is one that is very much relegated towards, making sure that Logan Paul isn't really held accountable, at least in my opinion. Now, to rewind back, well, obviously when Logan Paul responded to Coffey's initial video, he had basically mentioned that a whole bunch of people on his team were actually the ones that were misleading him and had basically taken over this project and, in a way, defrauded the audience. But it wasn't really Logan. He was the one who also got scammed in a way, according to his side of the events, roughly. So at this moment in time, anytime you search the word accountable, it's never really mentioned towards Logan Paul. It's actually mentioned in this lawsuit that Paul brings this up to hold...
Oh, baby, how was I supposed to know? Okay, Logan Paul is a big doo-doo. He should eat some dookie. Thank you so much.
...that has caused to Paul's reputation. Which is insane because even during...
Oh, there's already a thumbnail. Oh, okay. I see. I wasn't noticing that.
That weren't even related to this project at all. So really, what reputation? And what loss of money even? When it comes to a defamation suit, I want to just bring up one thing. And I'm not a lawyer, by the way, so again, take what I say with a grain of salt. But I am somebody who has had to face the prospect, and still does, of possible defamation lawsuits. So defamation, according to the Cornell Law School, is a statement that injures a third party's reputation. So it could be libel, which is written, or slander, which is spoken.
Oh, did you die? Oh shit, wait, my bra almost fell. It's cheating now! Put on knife! I'll tell you out there! Thank you so much! Thank you so much! I would like to thank my parents for this award!
State common law and statutory law governs defamation actions, and each state varies in the standards for defamations and the damages that, potentially can exist. But one important aspect of this is New York Times versus Sullivan, where a police chief brought a defamation...
I'm gonna try to stick them together, just... Oh no. Nah, I wouldn't want to stick them together. Oh wait, okay, I'll stick them together.
The public official plaintiff must show that a false, defaming statements were said with actual malice. The Sullivan court noted that the threat relaxed defamatory statements could pose to First Amendment freedom of speech. And given the especial importance of being able to question government officials, the court found the state's libelous per se standards do not satisfy First Amendment protections as it relates to public officials.
Oh shit!
But the Sullivan court stated that actual malice means that the defendant said that defamatory statement with knowledge that it was false or with reckless disregard to whether it was false or not. So, whittle it on back to the initial point over here. So to whittle it on back over here, let's just go over the defamation ideas, right? So when you're defaming somebody, you're basically like, throwing their reputation under the bus, you're causing harm to their character, their brand. When it comes to monetary damages, at least in Logan Paul's case, what monetary damages? If anything, Logan is far richer than he's ever been, even at the time of covering the CryptoZoo stuff.
Hi, bitch!
Began. And the other thing is, obviously, when you look at the Sullivan court where they said actual malice, so did you say it with knowledge or with reckless disregard? So basically, if you are researching something and you make a claim, then it is up to a court, it is up to the plaintiff to argue that you said these actual claims with, actual knowledge, that what you were saying was false. If you had no proof of saying that the party defaming you, quote unquote, knew about the actual facts, or they were just working with the knowledge they had at the time that led them to believe, what they were saying was true, then is it really defamation? And when it comes to reckless disregard, when we reach out to people for calls and interviews, like for instance, when I was doing the completionist stuff with Carl Jobs, reaching out to the parties, whether it be with email or getting them on phone and calling them and having this conversation. That is getting rid of the reckless disregard. So throughout this entire post right over here, Paul brings up the Japanese vlogs, and one of the things was the blowback took a toll on Paul's own mental health as he attempted to reevaluate himself and his decision making. Paul not only lost lucrative opportunities, but also valued personal friendship relationships. Almost overnight, he went from being a well-loved rising star with a flourishing
I'm gonna pray, I'm gonna pray.
the most hated person in the world.
I wish I win, I wish I win.
Really
Please.
funny about all of this is he gives this, like, you know, history right there in the
Bitch.
factual allegations, but they really don't have anything to do with the CryptoZoo stuff. This is, well, before anything related to even these crypto shenanigans. Now, when it comes to reckless disregard, right, and obviously somebody being malicious in
Nope.
this case, it also
Nope.
appears that Logan himself doesn't believe that, you know, Coffee was malicious. If you actually listen to a podcast or a show that he did with a YouTuber known as Graham Bensinger. So towards the 33-minute part where he's talking about CryptoZoo and Jeff Levin, this is what he actually had to say about CoffeeZilla.
CoffeeZilla, who's incredible, by the way. A very thorough, good-hearted, smart guy.
Wait, whoa, hold on. A good-hearted, smart guy? Whoa, doesn't really sound defamatory to me. It seems like, you know, when it comes to it might be Logan undoing it for everyone else.
Wow, Abigail just cheered
So, in one of the
Dex 2
actual points
bits.
here, since these allegations, so
I won! Wait, I'm tired. Give me a second. Bitch, I think they let me win because they want me to play rank. I don't want to play rank. Fuck that. What is bronze? Is that a good one? Or is that a bad one? What is bronze? I don't know what bronze is. So does that mean I'm shit now? Like I'm shittier? Or like bronze is less than gold. Oh, iron. Oh, okay. So I thought iron was silver. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay. Whew. Whew. Oh my god, that's so exhausting. It's like I had the, you know, the giggity. That's what it feels like. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. But I'm kind of worried of playing again because what if I lose? Do you want to play more? Okay, let's play more. This is your fault. This is your fault, just so you know. This is your fault. Your fault. This is all your fault, big guy. You're making me an addicted motherfucker.
Ultimately was able to successfully complete
Not good. This relationship isn't good.
Realized that its release was not
Relationship.
feasible for regulatory reasons that Paul had never
You're making me
previously
addicted to
been
this
apprised.
game.
So again, it's a situation where, you know, it's like, how do you not know about this?
My hair
You know,
stinks
how is it
too.
that the people you work with are
Kinda.
ultimately throwing you under the bus?
I'm sorry, I forgot to listen to this Logan Paul. I had to focus on the game. But yeah, I just want to say, Logan Paul is a big dookie doo-doo with a tiny PP. Yep, I've seen it. Fake news though. It's not
Like, a
real.
lot of this lawsuit exists to basically say everyone else but Logan Paul was basically guilty. And Logan was just a complete and utter buffoon operating in a field that he should have understood more before he even dipped his toes and bank account into it.
Yeah.
So, where he brings up the claims for relief, okay? Paul repeats, re-alleges, and incorporates the above paragraphs as though fully set here forthwith. So what he brings up is one tweet that got viewed 6.5 million times. And of course, if you look at that actual tweet, you'll see that the tweet says, Logan Paul really is the type of dude to thank you when you expose his scam, then block you when you remind him to pay up. Yeah, he does actually do a whole lot of blocking when you call him
Oh, he
out
does
for
that? Oh my
stupid
god.
But yeah, that was
I mean,
one of
look,
the,
I do that
things was
too.
brought up in the prayer, so that one tweet. based on what Coffee had said, that it wasn't really even a defamation case based on the original investigation. It was actually based more so on things that came well after the fact.
Oh
So,
my
another video that
gosh.
hits was Logan Paul
Velvet,
Scams
velvet,
directly
velvet, of
accusing Logan
course.
Paul of intentionally
Velvet,
defrauding
velvet,
people via
velvet.
scam business. The opening lines of the video refers to CryptoZoo as a scam created by Logan
Oh, is she
Paul.
online? I'll
Coffee
watch
left
her,
no
why
doubt
not?
that he was accusing Paul of intentionally defrauding individuals who bought eggs NFTs or Zoo tokens by referring
I'll
to
use my
people
laptop
as
though, so I'll
victims.
probably not pay attention
Declaring to his
because
audience that
yeah,
Paul was guilty
my
and has
computer
offered to reimburse buyers
yeah, my
of
computer
egg
doesn't
NFT
have that
was
sort
an
of
admission of guilt. So the
capabilities
other
right
third
now.
one was a video where he titled it Logan Paul's Refund.
She said no bra
The
is
video was
comfy,
viewed
and I
1
agree.
million times.
Like I agree. Like I'll
I mean,
take
it's
my bra
important for
off
a defamation case
for
to show
velvet.
how much the video has spread and how much virality it got.
No bra.
Request the appropriate damages per se. And like watching that video, it really is one of those refunds that not only did Steven make the video, but plenty of YouTubers did, me included, where we actually talked about, yeah, this is a refund, but it was about the most minimum refund that he could really provide. And it also became a situation where, he really did appear to actually
I'm gonna
take
put my
away
bra on that
or
watch
waive away
this.
rights for a possible lawsuit against him. So I don't really know
It's
what
stinky now.
Logan Paul
Like
is
my
getting
armpit.
up for that,
Oh
other
shit,
than
it's the game, it's the game.
being called out on giving a shitty refund.
Golden finale
Nobody's asking
upgraded
for
lorded
is actual and compensatory damages,
because
punitive
that
damages,
looks
and of
better.
course
Also,
whatever
don't mind my
legal
armpit
legend.
because
And
it's
here he's
stinky.
hired
Ugh,
five
yeah, it is stinky. I'm gonna wipe it again. Sorry.
instead of even considering paying back,
Stinky.
making
Stinky, but I like the
actual
smell.
project that he put himself into. It is insane what level Logan will go to avoid accountability. He's not learned
Ish.
to be accountable. He's just doing whatever he can to get away from this.
I'm
scot-free.
shy. I don't
Now
want.
look, maybe CryptoZoo is still on track.
I'm shy.
I don't know.
I'm
Who
shy.
honestly knows at this point, okay?
I'm
Who
shy.
really can honestly know? But it doesn't really seem good for Logan Paul because
I will subscribe though if it's Logan Paul, just so that I could tell him that he's a big dookie and I've seen his dick. It's tiny.
he basically says that his
I'm sorry, why do I keep on talking about Logan Paul? I should end this video because I think this is just pissing me off because I hate scammers. Scammers piss me off. For real. And I've been scammed before. When I was young, someone took my account on that video game. And I spent money on it. I spent my allowance money on it. I spent lunch money on my fucking game. Like I had to earn for like okay, I'll say gimme some. I agree. Okay, I'll tell them I agree. I took my bra off too. Fine. Ish. Ish. This is your fault if I get blocked off. This is all on you. Okay, give me a sec. Let me just play for a second. You're distracting me. I agree. Boobies better without bra. Bitch! Oh my god, you're okay. Oh, so I couldn't say anything about boobies. Sorry. I agree they're better without the bra. What the fuck? What those? I get those. Apparently my boyfriend, he's using some sort of thing here where it shows you the percentage, although I'm not sure how it computes that whole percentage. So yeah, I think he's using TF. I'm not sure. He's using something. He's using a something to like connect this to yada yada yada. But yeah. Make sure you poop, okay? That's all. That's all I'm gonna say. Make sure you poop. Make sure you poop regularly. Drink some Yakult if you need to. There's some like probiotics. Probiotics are good for the tummy. It helps you poop, and then you get slim. Don't take my word. Don't take my word for it. I'm just joking. But yeah, make sure you poop so that the bad what do you call that? The bad bacteria The bad bacteria will yeah. I don't know what I'm saying this now. I don't know what I'm saying now. Basically just yeah. Yeah, just basically yeah. Make sure you poop, okay? Make sure you guys poop. Make sure you poop. I'm just gonna put some characters here. Ish. Why did I agree to play rank? I'm gonna lose. This is what I hate about rank. I need to be on the top 4. Like it's yeah, it's insane. Should I play videos? I don't feel like playing videos, honestly. Oh, also yeah. Okay, wait. I forgot to check what his app was called. Let me check his. TF. Bitch. What app is that? Yeah, I don't know. He's gonna have to say it. It's I don't know. It's TF something. TF. Oh wait, I can see it from the iPad actually. It's on the iPad. Give me a second. Teamfight. Oh my god, what is that called? Tactics. QRST. Yeah, I don't know. I forgot the name. Sorry. Yeah, and yeah, big guy. I couldn't comment on her shit because she has some like her mods block. They block they block certain words basically. Also, I might close this for a second, just because I wanna like focus on the game and actually talk about the game. So it sounds like I'm being useful. You know, I'm not being a big dookie. Like Logan Paul, which is a big dookie, by the way. Eat shit, Logan Paul. Oh shit, I shouldn't be saying that. He has a lot of money. What if he bullies me? I don't have money, Logan Paul, okay? So don't you dare. All I have is my dignity, okay, bitch? Eat shit. Okay. Now I'm gonna grab from this, because I'm first from the carousel. I don't really care what I'm grabbing here, but I always go for speed, personally. Like speed and critical over, and the fronts can take care of the whole, the back can take care of the whole, yeah, I forgot what that's called. Oh wait, no, okay, front would be, yeah, it depends actually, because some of them, like, they're good, like Kassadin, I've been noticing, like he's fast. He's a fast dude. He's fast, like, I'm kidding. I was gonna say something nasty, but I feel like that would make some people mad at me. Yeah. Oh my god, what am I doing now? I don't know what I'm doing now. I'm just like clicking random buttons on my fucking keyboard. No, no, no. No. Yeah, so I couldn't say the word bra, I think. See? Bra, your message wasn't conflict. So why would she say the word bra if the bra is not allowed? Like, I don't get it. You know what? No, I'm not gonna watch her anymore. I'm mad now. Because she doesn't allow the word bra. Like, what if I say bra? Oh, bra. You know, like bra. Bruh. Like that, you know? Boo-hoo. What the fuck? Okay. Where should I go next? I think I'm going... Oh, okay. Ish, you're distracting me! You're distracting me with that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna say it now. I'm gonna say. I agree with stream title. 100%. There, I said it. I gave her some women attention. Women attention. Women attention. Okay, sorry. Shut up now because I need to focus back to the game. This is your fault, big guy. You're distracting me. So, yeah, I'm not sure who I'm gonna, like, do this time. I think I'm gonna let myself die. So, yeah, that's one of my... Yes! Oh, yes, I did. I did. I tried to spoil them. Yeah, spoiled my ass. But, yeah. I think I did. Just once, though. Like, when I had that bits, I just gave it. That was actually my lunch money. So you gotta pay that back, guy, okay? You gotta pay that back. That's my lunch money. So yeah. You gotta pay that back. That's to be reimbursed. Remember, we're a company here. We're a company. We're an organization. You have to I don't know what I'm saying. I'm sorry. Give me a second. Let me just like actually like. Okay, so I'm gonna try to use let me actually have. Oh fuck! That's too late. Oh, is she talking about? Oh, okay. I'm gonna protest then. I'm gonna protest. Big protest. Why is B word blocked? I'm sad because the B word is blocked. And then I'll sad face. Okay. Sorry, I'm not really create an account. Before combat. Okay, that one. So I might grab this dude. Swap it with you. Galio. I might sell this Ari. I'll just prepare Akali in here in case I'm gonna use those. She's wondering about the B word. Is she wondering about the B word? Right? She didn't say anything about the B word. Sorry, I'm just gonna play some background music so that it's not boring, you know? Oh shit, I'm using the wrong keyboard. Oh shit, I'm using the wrong keyboard. Allah, so many guys in her music. Allah, I'm shy now. Ish. Look what you did, big guy. Ish. And now I sound like you. Fucking hell. I'm not thirsty, okay? I'm not thirsty. I'm not that thirsty. I'm not. Sorry. I was just trying to be like nice. I was just trying to be nice. She didn't realize. Okay, let me try. Woo! Oh wait, I'm gonna say, like, I think she's role-playing as a teacher. What's the Korean for teacher? Yeah, I'm not sure what the Korean is for teacher. Sorry. I'll just like, I'm just gonna have to figure this out. Shit, I think I'm gonna die first. Cutting. No. You are so fucking annoying, you fucking motherfucking piece of shit. Oh my god, that fucking dude is annoying me. Whoever took that shit, I swear to god. Whoever took that shit, I swear to god, I'm gonna kill you. Whoever that. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Bruh. Works. Motherfucking bitch. Like, I swear to god. Like, I just cannot. I need to listen to some chill music, okay? And that chill music is from Charlie XCX, okay? It's the Brat album. Just so you know. Oh, wow, how did you fucking get the fucking... Bitch! We're cammed. Oh my god. What the fuck? Popping that. Popping that. Stronger. Bitch! Wow, I died really quick too. Yeah, 360. Wow, and I'm at the 10 loss. What the fuck? Pump in that. Pump in that. Pump in that. Pump in that. Please give me some good items. Fuck you. Please give me some good items. Fuck you. Please give me some good items. Oh, classic. Shit, I think I chose the wrong ones. It's you! Fuck you! Bitch! Ugh. Oh my gosh. You're gonna kill me? Gone. Oh, I like this bit. Oh my god. You motherfucker! Oh my god, I died. Does that mean I go down? Oh my god, I died last. Because I'm fucking dancing to that fucking brat shit. Oh my gosh. Does that mean my rank goes down? I wanna check. Fucking hell. That's why I don't like winning. Oh, oh wait. Oh, okay, that's fine. 15, okay, that's fine. 15, that's not bad. That's not bad. Also, I'm gonna be watching shit while I wait for big guy, because obviously I lost again. I'm sorry if my attention span isn't that good, especially when I'm listening to XCX, okay? Okay? Yep. So I'm gonna listen to that. Oh wait. Oh, same. I want to shoot myself too.
These are my Japanese friends, and one of them hasn't seen this.
I think I'm gonna go for this video. This video looks good. I'm gonna pause Charlie XCX first. I wanna check this out.
While working at Control Data Corporation, computer designer Seymour Cray was once asked his 5 and 1 year goals. He said, 5-year goal, build the biggest computer in the world. 1-year goal, 1/5 of the above. Seymour Cray literally only wanted one thing, and that was to take it to the limit. In today's video, we look back at
you guys should check this dude. Oh, you should check this dude, big guy. Asianometry. He talks about Asia stuff.
Brought to you by the Asianometry Patreon. Early
I like
access
him.
members get to
I
see
like this
new
dude.
videos first and selected references for those videos.
Let me know if you're
Early
done.
access really helps a lot, and I appreciate every pledge. Thank you, and on with the show. Seymour Cray Jr. was born in the small town of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin in 1925, the son of a civil engineer at the local power utility. The elder Cray fostered in his son a love for science and engineering. The son adored chemistry, did electrician work for his junior prom, and showed a talent for radio. After serving in the Army as an electrician, Cray went to university on the GI Bill and graduated from the University of Minnesota with a bachelor's in electrical engineering and a master's in applied math. Then in 1950, he joined a small company called Engineering Research Associates, or ERA, in St. Paul, Minnesota. During World War II, the U.S. Navy employed a team of elite codebreakers. This division was known as the Communications Supplementary Activity Washington, or CSAW, and in secret they designed and built powerful machines to break access naval codes, mostly to find German submarines. At the war's end, people realized that the US government still needed to break codes, Soviet codes this time, but with budget cuts they cannot afford to keep their employees. So the Navy worked with an investment banker named John Parker to set up a for-profit company that would hire and employ the old team at higher salaries. This was ERA. ERA's people worked largely in secret out of an old glider factory. Their first products were code-breaking machines, like before, but the team quickly began moving towards useful general-purpose computers, leveraging emerging technologies like magnetic drum memory. One of the first such products was the ERA 1101. The computer was a commercialized version of a device sold to one of the precursors of the NSA. You can say that Minnesota in the 1950s was Silicon Valley before Silicon Valley existed. Thanks to the strong military presence, it was America's premier computing center. Despite being just 25 years old, Cray showed himself to be a talented worker. Cray was quiet, but had the unshakable confidence to speak up when something was wrong. He had incredible focus and rigid discipline, and of course he was brilliant, with a gift for understanding the world of binary numbers. Thus, Cray was challenged to produce the control system for ERA's next computer, the ERA 1103. The control system breaks down the software's instructions into execution steps. Control system design required front-to-back knowledge of the computer's guts because it had to coordinate all those resources to efficiently execute the program. Cray did the work and quickly rose up the ranks to supervise the team. Like another legend of the times, An Wong of Wong Labs, Seymour Cray's genius can make him sometimes difficult to work for. Cray preferred to work alone, spending late nights in the workshop. If someone wasn't doing it right or was taking too long, he reassigned them and did it himself. They called it being Scrayed. But despite being very quiet, Seymour treated his colleagues well and was generally liked and respected. Just a bit eccentric and enigmatic, exactly as a genius computer designer should be. In December 1951, President and original investor John Parker sold ERA to the computer company, Remington Rand. Parker didn't tell the employees at ERA about this, which in bird culture is considered a dick move, and it angered key workers like William Norris, who joined early and rose to become VP of Operations. Remington Rand was a typewriter and shaver company. Why computers? Even more strangely, Rand had already bought a computer company earlier, the Eckert-Mauchly Computer Corporation. J. Presper Eckert and John Mauchly will forever be known for making ENIAC, the first programmable digital computer, and then EDVAC, pioneering the stored programmed computer design that today underpins the von Neumann architecture. Along the way, Eckert also created the first course on electronic digital computers, the Moore School Lectures, which helped popularize the von Neumann architecture, no relation to Moore's law. And then UNIVAC 1, a computer that garnered renown for predicting that some dude named Dwight Eisenhower and John Mauchly will forever be known for making ENIAC, the first course on electronic digital computers, the Moore School Lectures, which helped popularize the von Neumann architecture.
What's that? Von Neumann architecture. Single shared memories for program of a single. Oh. Volume Princeton architecture. Both data and instruction, external mass storage, input and output mechanism. The instruction fetch and the data operation cannot occur at the same time because they share a common bus. Okay, I see. So it's like instead of okay, got it. So it's like a single, like two tasks in a single CPU. That's what I'm getting. That's what it sounds like. It like, yeah, basically two, like instead of yeah, I think that's okay, wait, let me just see. So apparently this is the what do you call that shit again? Like basically like an illustration, an example illustration of it. Processing unit with both an arithmetic control unit, memory that stores data. So it's everything is in there, okay. Stored program computer cannot offer distinctive bus. which is referred to as a volume and bottleneck. Okay. So did computer used to exist like this then? Let's see. That's interesting.
No relation to Moore's law. And then UNIVAC 1, a computer that garnered renown for predicting that some dude named Dwight Eisenhower would win the 1952 US presidential election. The world-famous Eckert and Mauchly had serious computer credentials, so the guys at ERA accepted the arrangement. Eckert Mauchly would focus on the business computer marketplace, while ERA focused on scientific computing. But tensions remained. Today, the computing needs of both business and science can be handled by a general-purpose computer, but in those days, the computers had to be more specific. Computers for business did simple operations, adding, subtracting, and multiplying, and with only 2 decimal points of accuracy. However, this had to be done at large scale, thousands of rows going in and out of the computer. Scientific computing was different in that it required complex calculations with up to 20 to 30 decimal points of accuracy. Such a computer might munch on a problem for hours just to produce a single line of output. The guys at Eckert Mauchly in Philadelphia looked down on the Minnesota guys as mere quote-unquote farmers who did not work on the state-of-the-art, and the Minnesota guys saw the Philadelphians as theoreticians who only cared about making computers faster even if it meant them breaking down a lot. Things got worse in 1955 when RAND merged with the Sperry Corporation to become Sperry Rand. The merger forced together the 2 formerly independent units into one UNIVAC division. The tensions really flared between ERA, Eckert, and their new corporate overlords. The aforementioned William Norris, the division's new general manager, said to the Philadelphia guys, "You people run a laboratory, and ERA runs a business." When Sperry took over, its top management, including President Harry Vickers, thought that they were buying a market leader. That was not the case. UNIVAC had the potential to be what IBM eventually became, but it needed the capital to get there. Not only in R&D to build the machines, but also because computers were an equipment leasing business back then. It was very capital intensive.
Yeah, back then I remember back then computers were also big.
In 1957, enough was enough.
Like as big as my butt. Ah!
Norris left Sperry Rand to
I don't have
found
a
a
big
new
butt, I'm
company,
sorry.
Control
I'm kidding.
Data Corporation, or CDC. A new company was a huge risk, but Norris figured that if it did not work, then he and his family could go back to their farm in Nebraska. Norris invited a few of his ERA co-workers to come with him. Cray was one of those who accepted, having seen the writing on the wall when he noticed an accounting system categorize his project as 999, miscellaneous, and other. CDC started in July 1957 with its employees, a vague idea to make computers, and some money from friends. No plant, no product, and little money. To get the company off the ground, CDC IPO'd. Like literally, they stood on the street and sold shares to ordinary members of the public for $1 each. This is probably not possible today. The company got its first splash of publicity from an unexpected spot. Sid Hartman, a sports columnist at the Minneapolis Tribune and former part-time general manager of the Minneapolis Lakers, mentioned the move at the end of one of his sports column. Many prominent local investors declined an investment in CDC, one saying that they, quote, didn't have a ghost of a chance, end quote, against IBM. Decliners included a guy named Warren Buffett. Despite being William Norris's nephew by marriage, he declined due to a lack of understanding. Bet he's poor now and deeply regrets that. Years later, the $1 shares would be worth about many times that. The early CDC IPO enriched the company's 300 initial investors and created a generation of new wealth in the Minnesota area. Cray was the most technical person at the new company and persuaded his co-founders to build scientific computers rather than going to the commercial market. His reasoning was that their clientele, universities and nuclear weapons research labs, cared less about marketing and client service, and they programmed their own software. What they wanted was compute, serious compute. Due to treaty obligations, you can't just test fire a nuclear weapon, and even discounting the environmental issues cannot easily measure its workings. So, to study a detonation, we needed computers to simulate the bomb's chain reactions, stepping through all the equations every microsecond after detonation. That means the biggest and fastest computers on the
Let me know when you're back so we
Cray
can
was
play again if you
convinced
want.
that he could build such a computer at a relatively bearable cost using transistors. He went down to the local electronics shop and found that they were selling reject bipolar transistors for radios for cheaper than what you can get from the factory. These reject transistors suck, outputting a weak signal.
Suck.
So
That's what my
Cray
mouth
paired
does.
them up in what is called a Darlington pair with the
I'm so sorry. I couldn't stop saying nasty shit. Why am I being like this?
second
I'm so
transistor
sorry.
amplifying the output of the
Shame.
first. The experience taught him that, with the right design, you can use substandard components and still
It's so
achieve the goal.
disgusting.
Over a year into the venture, with money running low, Bill Norris strikes a deal with the U.S. Navy for what would be called the CDC 1604 computer in 1958. But now they have to build it at scale, buying a factory and hiring more engineers. Norris and other managers cut their salaries in half to save money. Engineers resorted to swiping transistor companies as free sales samples for their computer. The CDC 1604 first hit the market in 1960, carrying a price tag of $990,000, or about $10.4 million today. At 0.2 megahertz, it was the most powerful commercially available computer of the time, a supercomputer. A supercomputer is a bit of a squishy term. It's about pushing the envelope in computing, bringing out a computer that leads all others in its field. Control Data was not alone in the market of producing superfast computers for niche customers. UNIVAC released the Livermore Automatic Reaction Calculator, LARC, in 1960, the same year as the 1604's release. It helped Edward Teller do simulations for the hydrogen bomb and was the most powerful computer in the world from 1960 to 1961. The LARC scared IBM so much that they built the IBM 7030 Stretch supercomputer, designed by the legendary Gene Amdahl. The 7030 took back the crown of the world's most powerful supercomputer and retained it.
See,
until
do you see how big
1964.
those computers are? Like, that's how big those. That's why whenever, like, it's so amazing how supercomputers can be like consumer products at this point. I mean, they're not really calling it supercomputers compared to like the server racks out there, like in Google's warehouse or whatever. But yeah, it's still big. Like, it's like, that's heavy. Heavy as
But the
hell.
LARC and Stretch were basically made-to-order products. UNIVAC only made 2 LARC units. Control Data turned the supercomputer into a category, a commercially successful one at that. The 1604 sold to the University of Illinois, Lockheed, the State of Israel, and more. The company began to turn a profit, challenging the old computer giants like RAND
Welcome
and
back,
IBM.
bitch.
CDC stock went from $1 to $9, and now Norris had to keep the engineers from selling their stock too early. After the 1604, Cray
Wait, give
and
me a sec.
CDC debated about how to proceed.
Let me move that.
Follow up on the 1604, and finally attack the lucrative business data
Am I-
processing market. This would mean iterating on the 1604 architecture, making smaller
Am I
computers
big?
like
Am
the
I?
CDC 168,
Maybe I'm the bigger
a
person
very
than
good
you.
and successful
I'm the
control
big
applications computer.
girl. Big
Cray
girl.
only wanted to
Ow.
build the fastest
Ouch.
possible
Ow.
machine. The scientific community
Ow.
had only started to realize
Ow, my
a new
boobie.
form of
Ow.
computational model,
Ow.
finite
Ouch.
element analysis,
That
which I
hurts.
mentioned in a prior video.
Fuck.
Finite element analysis involves splitting something down into millions of simpler elements and running simulations based on how those elements might act. For instance, breaking a car down into tiny shapes and using that to predict how it might survive a car crash. With finite element analysis, the more steps you can break something down into, the better you can model and predict complex systems like the weather or nuclear explosions. This basically implied an infinite need for compute. Cray wanted to be the guy to feed that need for speed. He threatened to leave the company over this issue, which caused Norris to eventually
Okay, give me a second.
agree
I need to grab
on splitting
something.
the two teams. One CDC team would work on a 1604 follow-up. Meanwhile, the 35-year-old Cray and his team were allowed to open their own lab in Cray's hometown of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. This new lab was just a brief stroll from his house. There, Cray and his team worked on a machine some 15 times faster than the 1604, named the 6600. When Cray and his team sat down to make the CDC 6600, they started off with something like the 1604. The 1604 was built with ferrite magnetic cores for main memory and magnetic tape for secondary storage. For compute, it had germanium transistors. Everything was built inside air-cooled, pluggable building blocks. But as they worked on the 6600, Cray changed many things. Critically, he sourced silicon planar transistors from Fairchild. They switched far faster than germanium transistors, automatically granting a 5x speed boost. The rest of the 10 to 15x speed-up goal, though, had to come from somewhere else. Cray soon soured on the building block approach. Each block had extensive back panel wiring, which not only caused noise issues but also limited input-output and increased how long it took to transmit data. So Cray threw it all out and switched to using denser, more complex custom modules called cordwood modules. The shorter wires improved speed, but also made it difficult to repair and necessitated the replacement of air cooling with Freon gas cooling.
Oh.
Another concept they implemented was parallelism. Every system has to do housekeeping functions or the such in addition to the main compute task. Why should the main processor have to do that? Offload it to something else. The 6600 contained 11 individual computers that can execute programs separately from each other. They only shared a central memory. 10 of the computers handled secondary work like peripherals, leaving the 11th computer free to do nothing but high-speed math. Additionally, the 6600 lived and breathed simplicity. A computer CPU uses something called an instruction set architecture, or ISA, to define its basic operations, thus also defining how software can control it. The 6600 simplified its ISA, ditching everything unrelated to scientific computing, like for instance instructions for handling large amounts of data, something more geared for commercial users. This simplified instruction set allowed the computer to quote-unquote pipeline tasks, breaking down a bigger job to smaller ones that can be assigned to peripheral.
Yeah, it's now it's getting more similar to if you're listening to this Cray supercomputer, now it's sounding more similar to like a multi-core CPU. I think that's what I'd say. Like that's what I'd call like similar, not exactly the same, but similar. So it has like some programs installed in it, like add, multiply, divide, blah blah, fix, add, increment, decrement, increment, boolean, shift, branch. Oh wait, what? Oh no, it seems to be.
Delivered its first 6600 to Lawrence.
Oh, sorry, I'm
Livermore
gonna
in
shut up and
1964.
listen again.
The machine's incredible speed, 3 times faster than the 7030, shocked IBM. Chairman Thomas J. Watson Jr. wrote a scathing memo asking how, quote, 34 people, including the janitor, end quote, beat the biggest technology company in the world. The answer, of course, was that IBM's architects could not bear to sacrifice compatibility for speed. The splitting of the teams within Control Data prevented a blow-up, but discontent continued to fester. Norris and other managers continued to build up the business. CDC began making its own peripherals and software to accompany the main computer, building a services business. Control Data also purchased a consumer finance company, Commercial Credit, intending to use their $3.4 billion of working capital to fund its computer leasing strategy. This strategy, which seemed smart at the time, eventually backfired when Commercial Credit ran into difficulties. Over 100 CDC 6600s were sold to big customers like the Atomic Energy Commission, but each cost $8 million, or about $23 million to
Control Data Corporation has announced that the company has received from the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission a $5,574,000 order to furnish and install a super high-speed computer system at the Lawrence Radiation Laboratory. The system, called the Control Data 6600, is to be installed and ready for acceptance testing at the Livermore, California laboratory not later than February 29, 1984. The Lawrence Radiation Laboratory is operated by the AEC by the University of California. Control Data Corporation was selected to furnish the new system on the basis of its proposal made in response to a solicitation to the computer industry by AEC 1961, with the University of the System requested in mid-1963 under the terms of the negotiating. Okay, that's useless.
As you
Useless
might think,
information.
limited
Thank you
the
so
market
much.
to about 50
It's just
total
a paper
customers
article.
in the world. But Seymour Cray felt this was a feature, not a bug. He loved knowing the first names of each of his customers. Yet Control Data's management was increasingly coming to the belief that peripherals and services, not hardware, were the company's future. Control Data followed up the CDC 6600 with the 7600, and it was hailed as the world's fastest computer, 5 times faster
Really?
than the 6600.
That's cool. I mean,
But
it's cool
despite
that you've seen
costing
them.
only twice as
But
much as
look
its
at how massive. That's like a
predecessor,
data
it
server.
sold poorly, in part
But
due to
that's cool.
frequent breakdowns and a weak
That big.
economy.
That can kill me.
Then after that, we had the 8600. This supercomputer was made with regular discrete transistors, but Cray wanted a clock cycle time of 8 nanoseconds, which meant every wire had to be shorter than 2.5 meters, squeezing those parts very close together. Things got so dense that Cray couldn't figure out how to sufficiently cool them. After many months, he decided to throw everything out and start again from scratch. It was his style, the Cray way. But this was 1971, and Control Data was in the midst of an expensive antitrust lawsuit against IBM. Cash flow was running low. Cray was asked to cut expenses by 10%. Unwilling to do that, he cut his own salary to minimum wage, or $1.25 an hour. This did not solve the issue, and in the end, Norris told Cray that a redo like before could not be done. They already pre-sold 2 8600 systems. And in 1972, Cray decided to leave and start his own shop, Cray Research. Seymour Cray founded Cray Research with $2.5 million, 20% of which was his own money, and a bunch of bank loans. The company's goal was to build the biggest computer, one at a time, like a master artisan. It did not care for big revenues, nor did it expect them. The focus was on research rather than manufacture, like Star Trek, plumbing the outer limits of possibility. In a show of goodwill, Norris and Control Data arranged a luncheon to say goodbye and invested $250,000 in the new company. Norris called it Heart Money. For his first computer, the Cray 1, Seymour Cray wanted revolutionary performance. To get it, he decided to turn to a new concept, vector processing. Most CPUs of the time used scalar processing, meaning they process single data items, like integers or floating point numbers, one at a time. So imagine the job of adding 1 and 1. A scalar CPU would load the first one into its register from memory, load the second one, add them, and then store the result into memory. Counted up, this job used 4 instructions. So if we are summing up 2 sets of 20 numbers, that is 80 instructions that a scalar CPU has to handle. A vector processing machine shortcuts that by processing single-dimension arrays of data, vectors. So if we have those 2 vectors containing 20 numbers each, loading the 2 vectors into the register, adding them, and storing the result vector into memory, that only uses 4 instructions rather than 80. Control Data knew about vector processing too. They had a small team working on a vector computer called the Star 100, but the Star was tremendously complicated and failed to live up to its promises. Control Data shipped it.
So back then, before they started are they still using binary and stuff like that with these computers, or are they using an entirely different system when it comes to putting I don't know, computing and basically storing the information and all that shit?
4 years late and sold only 3 of them. Cray studied the Star 100 and realized its flaws. First, its scalar processing was slow.
Oh shit, am I not showing the game? Oh fuck, I'm sorry, like fucking hell. I was like,
the overall system performance.
Sorry.
And second, the computer's vector
So
processing
sorry.
implementation had a hitch.
Sorry.
Recall my example from before. Before you can run the addition operation on the two vectors, you first have to load them both into the register. Same with sending results back to memory. The problem was that this was taking too long. Doesn't matter how much faster vector processing is compared to scalar processing if handling the vectors took forever. So Cray introduced vector registers, very fast intermediate memory systems that worked like cache memory to improve speed. Seymour also decided to adopt integrated circuits for the first time. This allowed for more density and cut down on wiring, allowing the Cray 1 to be far smaller than its predecessors. By then, ICs were roughly about 14 years old, and quite mature, but it reflects Cray's approach of choosing older technologies, quote, a decade behind, end quote, as he'd like to say, so that they are more reliable. But when it came to memory, Cray could not compromise. He broke his principle and bought bipolar semiconductor memory chips to replace the old core memories. They cost less, had more density, and ate less power. The computer's clock cycle of 12.5 nanoseconds made it 5 times faster than the CDC 7600, so every wire in the machine had to be less than 4 feet long. And of course, you can't forget its iconic look. A circular shape to accommodate the new cooling scheme, but with an added bit of flair to differentiate from the boring gray boxes of the era. And it had cushions too. The Cray 1 made a huge stir upon its release in 1976 with its flashy look and world-beating speed. 100 Cray 1s were sold to various government and university lab customers like the National Center for Atmospheric Research and the Department of Defense. It generated 150% revenue growth for Cray Research from 1978 to 1979, with another 50% growth a year after that. The orders came in so fast, one a month, which is a lot for an $8 million product, that a big backlog developed. IBM did not even try to compete. Cray's former employer, Control Data, found itself thrown off its feet. They tried producing vector computers like the Cyber 205, but they had gotten bloated and complicated, unable to keep up. The company suffered large financial losses and eventually sold itself off in pieces. By the mid-1980s, CDC's most profitable business was Ticketron, a rival to the widely despised Ticketmaster.
Fuck Ticketmaster, fuck you! Fuck Ticketmaster, fuck Ticket Tech. I'm so sad I couldn't get the Taylor Swift tickets.
As I said, Seymour Cray wanted to build the fastest computer, and to build it from a clean piece of paper. Even as the Cray 1 was in the late stages of development, Seymour started to shift his gaze towards a machine even more ambitious, the Cray 2, with a clock speed some 3 to 6 times faster than its predecessor. Such a machine had obstacles. With that clock speed, no wire can be longer than 40 centimeters.
Bitch!
Again, bringing back the same heating
I
challenges
didn't know they
Cray
regenerate
faced with the
after
8600.
one dies.
And to his dismay, Seymour could not focus on solving these problems because his business needed him. To fund early development, Cray Research IPO'd its stock, which brought on a whole load of new responsibilities. And a bit poetically, the company's success caused new headaches. Since each Cray 1 was hand-wired and custom-made like some limited edition supercar, a process that took a year, the company had no choice but to staff up to deliver on its big backlog. From 1978 to 1980, the company grew from 300 to 500 people, rapid growth. And at its peak, Cray Research employed over 5,000 people in the tiny town of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Seymour originally pursued scientific computing because users wrote their own hardware. It let him just focus on hardware. But times had changed. Customers no longer had the budget to rewrite their software every time. They wanted portability. It is why the Unix operating system got to be so popular. So Cray's customers were increasingly interested in getting a better Cray 1 than a radically different Cray 2, which would require them to redo all their software. It was the story of Control Data and the 1604 all over again. Eventually, Cray Research's management, including CEO John Rollwagon, did the dual approach once more. On one side, they extended the Cray 1 line with the 1S, still a powerful computer but not radically different like a Cray 2 might be. Meanwhile, Seymour Cray stepped down as chairman in 1981, handing that job over to the CEO Rollwagon, and became an independent contractor so that he could work on the Cray 2. He moved to Boulder, Colorado to work in peace once more. The Cray 2 eventually did come out in 1985, after 3 false starts on the cooling system. Famously, it had this massive liquid immersion cooling system that caused the machine to resemble an aquarium. Even so, memory latency caused the system to underperform its full potential. Then, to the surprise of many, Seymour's Cray 2 found itself upstaged by another computer produced by a separate team, the Cray XMP supercomputer. The XMP team was led by a longtime Cray collaborator named Les Davis, as well as a talented young Taiwanese-American designer named Steve Chen. With a single CPU, the XMP introduced parallel processing with 4 CPUs along with new solid-state storage semiconductors. Released in 1983, the XMP was the world's fastest supercomputer.
Oh my god,
2 to
it's
5
you.
times faster than
And
the
you're
NASA.
following my
Without the
technique,
radical
you
design
cheater.
changes of the Cray 2, people were stunned.
I can see you. You're fucking.
It sold very well
I can
compared to
see
the
you.
Cray 2.
I can
By
see you.
1989, there were only 24 units of the Cray 2 sold, as compared to the almost 200 units sold of the XMP and its immediate successor, the YMP. There were other changes. In the 1970s, Cray had no competitors for its unique part of the market. But throughout the 1980s, new supercomputer competitors started to emerge out of the woodwork.
Oh wait.
First,
Yeah,
over in
let's just
Japan,
put that there
where
for now.
Fujitsu, Hitachi, and NEC leveraged Japan's growing
Mordecai,
advantages in VLSI
sir.
semiconductor production to make compelling supercomputers. Cray still dominated the market. In 1988, they had 56% market share of traditional supercomputers, but the Japanese altogether had 37% and were making ground. In a similar vein, supercomputer startups like Thinking Machines and N-Cube began exploring new approaches of supercomputing beyond just vector computing, the most prominent of which are massively parallel systems, or MPPs. These systems coordinate many commercial microprocessors to do millions or even billions of floating point operations each second. These microprocessors being bought off the shelf meant far better price for performance. This combined competition from the startups, the Japanese,
I
and
hate
even
that
old friends
dude.
like Control Data
I hate that dude. I swear to
computer
God,
spin-off
I hate
ETA
that
systems
dude.
put a lot of pressure on Cray to focus this approach.
I'm
and
about to
its product
explode.
lineup.
High blood,
Cray
high blood.
researchers' unexpected success with the XMP would come back to haunt it. Designer Steve Chen was featured as one of the company's young,
Sorry, I gotta
exciting
fix my
rising
hair.
talents.
It's so messy.
The next Seymour Cray, even. But unfortunately, the aggressive vision that Chen and his team had for the MP line after the YMP spiraled beyond what the company can financially support.
I gotta sell you
64
all.
processors, custom integrated circuits, and maybe even optical interconnects. In 1987, the company was
And I'm
already
broke.
invested in developing Seymour Cray's next machine, the Cray 3, and the YMP, in addition to 3 existing products that needed money too. They had no money for Chen's science fiction dream. So that year, Cray Research scaled back the MP line of computers. In response, the much heralded Steve Chen quit Cray Research and started his own company, Supercomputer Systems. Supercomputer Systems took $150 million of investment money from IBM and other investors like Ford and Boeing, but went bankrupt in 1993. In 1989, the company could no longer accommodate its former founder. Seymour Cray joined a spin-off called Cray Computer Corporation, or CCC, in Colorado to work on the future Cray 3. Cray Research thusly would go onwards with the existing Cray XMP architecture, building the ecosystem. The Cray 3 would have used gallium arsenide semiconductors for switching performance far faster than what was possible with silicon. It necessitated buying a lot of chip-making equipment. The Cray 3 soon fell behind, and in 1991 various customers started canceling their orders because of cratering defense demand after the fall of the Soviet Union. CCC would only sell one system before filing for bankruptcy in 1995. An announced Cray 4 never materialized either. Seymour Cray's cherished approach of sitting down with a clean sheet of paper and building a big iron supercomputer was no longer financially viable. Seymour Cray formed a new company, SRC Computers, to begin exploring parallel designs, but he then passed away in 1996 at the age of 71 due to injuries from a car accident. Cray Research was eventually sold to Silicon Graphics, and it bounced around for a while, but is now part of Hewlett-Packard Enterprise as just Cray Inc. In 1999, the company could no longer accommodate its former founder. Seymour Cray joined a spin-off called Cray Computer Corporation, or CCC, in Colorado to work on the future Cray 3. Cray Research was eventually sold to Silicon Graphics, and it bounced around for a while, but is now part of Hewlett-Packard Enterprise as just Cray Inc. Advancing semiconductor technologies have made the supercomputers of the past seem comically behind. In 2010, an electrical engineer named Chris Fenton did a project to emulate the Cray 1A supercomputer using a Xilinx Spartan 3E 1600 development board. He even put it into a cute little Cray 1 package, and it now sits in the Computer History Museum where it inspired this video. Today's leading-edge semiconductor makers now face the same issues as Cray did with his supercomputers: thermal problems, interconnect problems, slowdowns due to memory retrieval. I am struck by the similarities. Unfortunately, the semiconductor industry cannot do as Seymour did, throw it all out, and start anew with a fresh sheet of paper. Alright everyone, that's it for tonight. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel, sign up for the Patreon, and I'll see you guys next time.
Nice. That was interesting. I see. That was an interesting listen. I like that dude. Apparently he's Taiwanese or something. Like he's Taiwanese. So yeah. But American. Taiwanese American. Anyway, I'm gonna continue playing Brat until this game ends. I'm gonna continue listening to Brat. Sorry, everyone. Ooh. Nope. I think I need this. Syndra, Shivana. Shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, I don't think I have enough. Oh my god, I think someone took wait, let me check out what you guys have. Because you bitches. I'm watching your big guy. I'm so embarrassing. Why am I last? Oh my god. Fucking hell. Nah, this bitch is fucking... Wow, okay. Wow, he went for the items. Okay. Fuck you. Fuck you! Okay, fuck off. Shit. I gotta take this seriously now. Push it up, push it up. Push it up, push it up to me. Oh wait, why didn't I get another spatula? I thought I got a spatula. Fuck! Oh my god, what am I doing? Oh my god, what am I doing? What did I just do? Oh my god! Fuck you, big guy. Fuck you, for real. Fuck you. Eat my ass. Eat my ass, bitch. Eat my ass! Fuck you! Bitch! We should just stop to me. We should just talk to me. I think I'm really Okay, I'm gonna end the stream here. I'm kidding. But wait. What time is it? I think I went over my time for a second. Like, give me a second here. I think I'm going over my time. Give me a sec. Talk to me, talk to me. I like this song, sorry. Let me see what's my thing here. Channel and all that stuff. Let me go back to my place. So one, okay, so I was just supposed to be here until 1, but I understand having to extend because yeah, because unfortunately I was late. Okay, so if you're still there, big guy, I'm gonna be taking you somewhere special. So as you can see, I have a special layout, and yeah, we're gonna raid someone. Although I'm finding someone to raid. Yeah. I'm gonna be raiding with some magic effects. So if you're still here, I'm gonna raid you over to someone. I'm sorry if it's like it's kind of all of a sudden, but I really apologize. I'll try to stay longer tomorrow. But yeah. If you're there, big guy, I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, sleep well, okay? And to anyone else who's here, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And ooh, what's that? Oh, it's hi! Oh no, I don't need to. I'm not gonna blast it yet. I'm gonna have to set up who I'm gonna who to I gotta find whoever to who am I gonna raid first, okay? So let me just do my raiding research for a second. Do you have any suggestions, big guy, or anyone who's here? On the other hand, yeah. I'm gonna take you over to someone. Maybe I should go. Okay. Nah, you know what? I'll take you to Junie. I'll take you to Junie because he's online. Oh, she's online, sorry. I'm gonna be transporting you there now. But here we go. Woo! Oh shit, fucking hell. Oh no, okay, it's gonna blast now in a second. Sorry, let me just I went up.